Listen, you are now rocking with Mickey Truth. She live up to her name, not the fame. So make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and stay updated on what's real. Bye.
Good reporting ass Mickey.
We love you, Mickey.
Mickey talks the truth. Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to pull up on your girl, Mickey Truth. We is live with it. I'm over here talking on mute. Jesus, you can tell it's Monday morning. Good morning, everybody. We are back at it again. The YSL Rico trial. But I tried to catch up over the weekend because y'all know Friday, child, I needed a break. And then it was Mr. Truth's birthday weekend, so I thought I was gonna be able to get more content done, but instead I did not. But nevertheless, we are back at it. Where was I going? Oh yeah, so Mutum is still on the stand. I believe all the cross is done, or it could be like a little bit more cross from the defense, and then the state will redirect, and y'all know how that go. And then the defense will have another chance. So yeah, Mutum is still on the stand. Like I said, when Love was questioning him before, it seems like to me he might be in some trouble. And when what's his name, Shart was questioning him, basically part of his plea says that if he did not go along with what those factual statements were, he could get locked up. The state can lock his ass up at this point. So we'll have to just wait and find out how that shit go. I don't know. But before we get too much into my opinion, let me go ahead and run the disclosures and disclaimers. Y'all already know all information contained on this live is for entertainment, heavy on the mother effing entertainment, educational purposes only. All information used on this live is per the Fair Use Act, and any conclusion that you draw is on you and your mama, not nobody on this channel, this panel, or in this chat. And another disclaimer for those who have not read the description to my channel, I am not a lawyer. Nothing I say should be used as legal advice because it's not legal advice, okay? If you do need legal advice, however, you can go talk to an actual licensed lawyer or attorney of your choosing, all right? And like the disclaimer says in the video, that you can actually see the consequences of anything that you try to run with from the channel is definitely on you, all right? So with that being said, hey, just sit back, enjoy my opinion based off my free thoughts of what I'm listening to, and y'all let me know what y'all think in the chat. Let's get started.
You can't handle the truth.
All right, so yeah, so that's gonna be interesting. How that plays out. I'm pretty sure Love gonna come back because Sharp had him pretty good. He came in there with the alley-oop for sure. So I'm actually interested in seeing what old Lion Love gonna say on the redirect, because I'm pretty sure she's about to put a nail in this coffin, figuratively speaking, right? But let's get into it. They starting up.
Well,
I understand the court position of some at the table, so I will thank you, Your Honor.
okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, once a girl. I would never understand how no prosecutors be late and they be in the same building. It behooves me.
All right. Was everybody able to get the transcripts that were forwarded by Miss Winfrey and by Miss Weaver? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Great. And I don't know if y'all got word, Miss Love is a little bit delayed this morning. Mr. Atkins, are you able to point to where in the transcript supported Ms. Love's argument on that objection?
Your Honor, I am currently not able to point to exactly where in the transcript supports the state's argument. I will be working on finding that, Your Honor.
Okay, or can you maybe communicate with Ms. Love about
Yes, Your
it?
Honor.
Okay. Matters for the court's attention this morning.
I think it's part of this. I just want to continue my argument on my motion, that's all. But I assume it's within what you're doing.
What do you mean?
I assume it has to do with what you just asked, Mr. Atkins. So I think it's part of the same motion, but I have other statements that I'd like to make to the court. That the court to consider, that's all.
Okay.
I could do that now. I'm not trying to blindside Mr. Atkins, but if it helps, I'll do it now.
So the 8:30 email that I guess y'all all got says she'll be here momentarily. Not quite sure what momentarily means, but
Yeah, Your Honor, my latest update is they should be in the elevator as I'm
Okay.
speaking.
well, then we'll just give them a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
They always late in the courthouse and be always late.
And is everybody that needs it or wants it have the Zoom link?
Y'all hit the like button. 26 people watching, only 2 likes.
Should have been
Oh, it's
probably
too
this
early
morning.
for the stinginess.
I think I can copy it and send it on that email that just got sent around if anybody needs it. Okay.
Your Honor, may I also be copied on that email?
Yeah, I'll just send it to everybody that's on the email from
Thank you, Your
on
Honor.
behalf of Ms. Love. I don't even honestly know who all these people are. Some of them might be DA's office people. Good morning, Ms. Love.
Your Honor, I think that, one person, you only have, we can find out exactly who.
Y'all might be getting an email from Ms. Pursfield with the same Zoom link as well.
Under a wholly unrelated matter,
Okay.
would you just consider possibly not holding court on election day this year?
I'll consider it.
Thank you. That's all I ask.
There are 2 weeks of early voting though.
I volunteer at the polls. I could find someone to sit in for me, obviously, so it's not a major issue, but
Okay.
I just wanted to put that out there.
I appreciate that, but considering all of the early voting opportunities, including weekend voting, I don't know that I'm gonna cancel court for a day. I really would like for us to move as expeditiously as possible through this case. I don't think we want to be here this time next year doing the same thing.
I'm never one to argue against that, Your Honor.
Follow up on that?
Sure.
My office should have sent your honorable court an email about, I believe it's the same day, November 5 is election day. I was given the honor of arguing a case before the Honorable Supreme Court of Georgia at Georgia State University that morning. So I have to clear it with your honorable court, but I just want to, I have to let the court know.
Okay. I'll let y'all know. I haven't seen that email yet, but I'm sure it will get forwarded.
It was sent to Ms. Percival, but we could, and Ms. Ross.
I'm sure that they'll send it on to me. You may.
Yeah.
Yes.
If I may first report with, Ms. Fuji on, USDA.
Oh, it's fine. I just was sending out the Zoom link to, on the email that your, I guess, assistant had sent. It's fine. I don't need to know. I appreciate it though.
Your Honor, I believe that we were awaiting a transcript, and if I got that this weekend, my apologies to the court because I was under the weather this weekend and I did not see the portion of the transcript that reflected exactly what it was that I said in response to a particular exhibit.
Okay, well, that is in the transcript that I think Miss Percifield forwarded on Sunday afternoon. I can
Thank you.
read it out.
I haven't. If the court would
It's
let me
pretty
know.
close to what my memory of it was, actually. You say, Your Honor, but there is a difference that matters. It's a distinction with a difference because what Mr. Steele was putting up is a picture of Defendant Williams with a young man whom evidence has come out did not associate with Defendant Williams after a particular time. So can you point the court and defense counsel to the portions, and I know we don't have Detective Dennis's transcript yet, but we have the transcript from Mr. Donovan Sr. You should have gotten that forwarded from Ms. Weaver. Have you had an opportunity to look at it yet? Okay.
And while we are looking for more specific language, I just want to point out to the court that to the extent that the objection is made that there was a comment on the evidence or the evidence saying a particular thing, two things as it relates to what I said. I intentionally did not speak a particular name for multiple reasons. And I was particularly vague for multiple reasons. But the objection that I had was that Mr. Steele asserted through his language that that particular flyer was introduced in 2015. And that was put forth before the jury more than once.
Right.
And Mr. Sledge agreed with that. And Mr. Steele then put forth a flyer that he said would have chronologically come after that flyer that I had the objection to. And that flyer that he put up was one from December 2014. So this is not a circumstance where I testified. I alluded to, I made reference to something that I believe existed. I did not comment on, what that evidence was or make a comment on the evidence. But unlike a circumstance where a lawyer would say, that didn't happen to a question being asked, I simply said the evidence, there's been evidence. I didn't say what evidence. I didn't comment on a particular piece of evidence. And so in as much as my statement to the court was intended to orient the court and to apprise the court of why I was making the objection without speaking too much about it, I would ask the court to overrule Mr. Steele's objection to my objection and deny any motion that he made as a result of it. But we are still at the court's direction looking for the language that led us to be where led me to make the statement that I made.
And Mr. Steele, looking back, and when we were talking about it Friday, you said you weren't sure that you had said 2015, but looking back on page 10 before the objection by Ms. Love, you do say you don't say, but you're asking, is that 2015? And the witness agrees. And apparently everybody knew it was 2014. So.
May I speak?
Sure.
So I agree. I misspoke. I did not do it intentionally, but that's for the court to determine. And Ms. Love, I hope you feel better.
Thank you, sir.
My issue goes to three things, really. And the reason, and thank you for allowing me not to ask the jurors to be removed. I don't remember the time, but it was close to 5. And I just didn't think it was appropriate.
Sure.
But I appreciate you allowing that to happen and that it's still preserved. My issue though is this. I definitely misspoke. I watched the Law and Order or whatever, it's Law and Crime. And then I got the transcript later. And I apologize. All that has to be said is, where's the date on it? Ms. Love said that, or are you certain, or do it on redirect? And then I corrected it because I said this is in date order. And then I went back to the next flyer is the same band, same group performing, and it's December 31, 2014, going into January 1, 2015. I wanted to correct it. I didn't realize at the time I said 15. I wasn't focused properly, I guess. But for a lawyer to then say, and the evidence has shown, that was my issue.
Yeah, I understand what your motion addresses.
And this is easy to figure out because I can't get these Twitters anymore. They're gone. They won't. I tried to subpoena them. I can't get them. But the state, through Agent Racy, he's a Cobb County, he's now with ATF, but he was with Cobb County. He got I don't know why, but just a certain amount of time from middle of 2014 to the middle of 2015. Got a year. All these are dated. The reason that these aren't dated, I put in, is because previously the state had an objection to any writing on it, but everybody has the date. It was December 26, 2014 and December 31 going into January 1, 2014, 15. But my problem is we can't be making any lawyer what the evidence is until a closing argument, and the evidence is not closed yet. So that's my big problem. And I will say this, the state gave us an email. If they don't remember it, I could put in evidence just for the record. On Friday, August 9th, 2024, at 5:22 p.m., Your Honorable Court is CC through the Honorable Miss Persifield, and it gives the list of people who are going to be testifying. That's wrong. That's the wrong date. I gave the wrong date. I'm looking at the wrong date. I'm sorry. This was given the way it used to happen. I don't know if it still is, but Ms. Hilton would give a list every Friday to the media and then to us of who the next witnesses are, and certain witnesses, for whatever reason, couldn't be shown.
Right.
So they were undercover agent or something like that. And then there were objections there too. But on the media list of 5/10/24, so it's May 10, 2024, the state had Detective Racy, which is RAISSI, by the way. He's now Agent Racy. And then followed by this performer, Mr. Lamar. His first name is DEQUANTES. And he goes by Rich Homie Kwan. And that came to everyone via email from Ms. Hilton. That's May 2024. So my point is, the state had him on a short list. They didn't call him. They don't have to call witnesses. I get that. So I was going to call him. He's already under subpoena. And I assume the state knows this because they didn't call him. But on March 23rd, 2015, Mr. Lamar, or Rich Homie Kwan, and this is all public, he said, I'm still affiliated with Rich Gang, with them, talking about Rich Gang. In an interview that was with Thesis, THISIS 50, in an interview with ESPN on April 20th, 2015, and 2015 is right after the January 2015 the death of Mr. Thomas. Mr. Lamar reaffirms that Mr. Williams will always be his, and I'm quoting it, brother. And with Vlad, VLAD TV, Mr. Lamar talks about Mr. Williams on April 21, 2015, wishing Mr. Williams the best. In an interview, he states that he and Jeffrey have Mr. Williams have no, quote, bad blood. That's May 16, 2022. September 18, 2022. He talks about that they get along. In an interview with Cam Newton, August 15, 2022. He details how he's a fan of Mr. Williams' work even before they met, and he emphasizes that he and Mr. Williams never had a problem. And it goes on. He has other interviews here. The point I'm trying to make is I contest that there was this supposed eruption and they don't get along. So the state put up Mr. Donovan Thomas Sr., they said last week to this honorable court, to make this claim. They don't put up the actual people involved. And I'm going to put up, if I need to, I know I don't have to put up a case, but if I need to, I'm going to put up people who observed the two of them together. The people who interviewed him, I know I'm going to get objections to hearsay, but the point I'm trying to make is to say that I said the wrong date doesn't need this additional. That falls on the exact same platform as with the same witness last week. District Attorney Love read a plea colloquy in an unrelated Alford plea. I don't know how that happened. That's from Mr. Sledge. And then I believe, and it's not a violation because I try to speak with every witness. If they won't speak, that's fine. But at that June 9th, 2024 meeting at Starbucks in Fayetteville, there was clearly Brady evidence. Now, some of it was given to us. The Brady evidence that was given was what I originally said. It was August 9, 2024.
So, Your Honor, if we could deal with one issue at a time, I don't have any problem addressing each of them. I would ask the court's indulgence to allow me to address each one in turn because I've heard about 4 so far, and we're on to Brady evidence at Mr. Sledge's interview, which is entirely different than the exhibit Mr. Steele put up that we were addressing.
All right, well, we were trying to give you time to find the portion of the testimony to support what you said on Friday. I think Mr. Steele's just outlining what his other issues are going to be.
Because I'm going to have to address each of those, and I do have a response to each of those, I was trying to listen and to take note.
All right, we have 2 other people sitting at council table with you. I'm sure they're equally capable of running a word search and a transcript. Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
It's just that, at this meeting, it comes out that Jeffrey Williams is with Mr. Donovan Thomas days before he's killed, according to Mr. Sledge. I have other evidence that puts them together, but that's the contested part. It's not really Rich Homie Kwan, it's Mr. Thomas, Donovan Thomas. And what the state's trying to say is that for the court certification, I believe this is what they're saying. Mr. Thomas is trying to be the manager of Rich Homie Kwan. Mr. Thomas doesn't want Rich Homie Kwan to sign with a man named Mr. Brian Williams, who's Birdman. Jeffrey Williams is not signed with Brian Williams, Birdman. And somehow Jeffrey Williams doesn't like the fact that Donovan Thomas won't let Rich Homie Kwan sign with an independent person. So Jeffrey Williams has him killed. The jurors may adopt that. But when Mr. Sledge tells District Attorney Love on June 9, 2024, that Jeffrey Williams and Donovan Thomas were outside, and I thought it was TIG, but TI's studio. He's a performer he's a wonderful performer named Clifford Harris in Atlanta. And they're having a good time. That's Brady evidence. And I never got that. Now I did get, I don't want to, there's no violation. I'm making it clear. I got it from Mr. Sledge and Mr. Wright. But we should have gotten it from the DA as well, because they didn't know. I assume they didn't know that I got it from other people, and I don't think Mr. Matthews got it. I didn't share it with him anyway, so that's Brady evidence for him too, because it's part of the state's case. Those are my issues. It just, that's one witness last week, and it's the objection, it's the Brady, and it's the reading of a transcript. It's just a lot to deal with, and that's it. My objection, I asked for a mistrial. I'm God willing honest with everyone, but I don't want a mistrial, but I don't know what to do. So those are my issues.
All right, thank you.
And I do apologize for the speaking, and hopefully I cleared it up.
I mean, it happens. I don't find any purposeful action on your part in saying the wrong year.
But thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I apologize to the court in advance. My voice is a little lacking today, but as we are bringing up things and patterns, I want to bring to the court's attention a couple of things that the court would not have knowledge of, as the court could not have been present when it occurred. I've read the portion of the transcript where I said, as it relates to a young man in the picture, I believe evidence has come out that, and I want to read it exactly as I said it.
Well, I mean, I already read it out once.
Mr. Steele was putting up is a picture of defendant Williams with a young man whom evidence has come out did not associate with defendant Williams after a particular time. So there have been instances during this trial with other witnesses, much like the way that Mr. Steele is alluding to instances that the state has brought up. I'm bringing this up for a reason, if the court would give me an indulgence, where the state has asked a witness a question. For instance, did Mr. Steele ask you to, did Mr. Steele stop the recording while you were talking? And Mr. Steele literally verbally stood up and said, that didn't happen. That did not happen. See right there. And so giving testimony during trial, I did make an objection to that. That was addressed. That, in my estimation, is wholly different. And that is the kind of thing that it would appear Mr. Steele is sort of alluding to the state having done now, and it's not. I did not state anything about the weight of the evidence. I said vaguely as I could, I believe this has come out. The jury will know. My objection was intended to inform the court as to why I made that objection. I will point the court's attention, since Mr. Steele has brought up these interviews he's talking about, to the discovery we did provide.
You know what? He admits there's not a violation. So have you found the portion of the transcript that you say supports your assertion that evidence has come out that whatever?
Since I didn't name a person.
I understand, but then you said to me afterwards, outside the presence of the jury, I've got a basis for saying that.
And I did.
Okay.
During the examination of Donovan Thomas Sr. by Ms. Hilton, she asked whether or not Mr. Thomas Sr. ever saw this person, this gentleman that I was referring to, and defendant Williams perform again after December 2014.
Okay.
He said no. That was the evidence. That is the reason that I said that evidence has come out that these people didn't associate after a particular time.
Because they didn't perform.
I did not want to speak on 2015, 2014, but I can state in my place that unlike interviews and all of that, we've had interviews by people other than counsel in the courtroom. We've actually had interviews where we have had investigators told that after the murder of Donovan Thomas, that this gentleman and defendant Williams did not speak again, period. After they saw each other in Miami following the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., a question was asked, where is Woody? Defendant Williams told this person, Woody was in Atlanta. This person looked over and saw Woody on a turntable or something in that same club, and this person walked away and did not say another word to him afterwards. The point that I'm making is that when I see an assertion by counsel that there has been something, a concert by the two of them in December 2015, and the statement wasn't made it's a leading question. So it's essentially a statement wasn't made once. It was made more than once. And then the witness adopted it and said, yeah, it was in 2015.
All right, so
I don't know
I
any
think
other
I
way to
see the
correct it.
portion of the transcript that you might be referencing. It is on page 45 of the rough of Mr. Donovan Thomas Sr.'s testimony. There's a question about a video shoot in Birdman. After this video shoot, to your knowledge, did your son ever promote anything dealing with Jeffrey Williams? The answer, after the Fulton Industrial video shoot, no. Is that what you're talking about? Or is it something else?
think it was
Because it would
more
be nice if
specific.
y'all could point me to the part of the transcript. But you know what? Regardless, I think that the issue and the reason that Mr. Steele made the motion is because you said in front of the jury, and I hear you saying Mr. Steele did the same thing, which honestly, y'all, neither of you, that if it is improper, the fact that the other person is doing it doesn't make it less improper. Two wrongs don't make a right. Y'all are familiar with that. But I understand that you were trying to correct the misstatement about the date and essentially say, you know, it's not possible. The better way to have done that would probably have been to say, can we approach and call to Mr. Steele and the court's attention why it is that what he was saying about 2015 wasn't possible. So I don't think that it is anything that is serious enough to warrant a mistrial. But for both of y'all, for everybody, if something like that comes out and you think for whatever reason that something is getting misstated by the attorney, just ask to approach and we'll deal with it up at the bench. Okay.
Your Honor, there is a.
Can I get everybody's okay on that?
Absolutely.
All right, great. Go ahead.
Thank you. There is an issue that I have experienced. I have made an objection, and when I hear an objection, if the objection is made to my question, I pause.
Yeah.
But that does not happen. And so if when I object, a person continues to talk and improper information is being put before the jury, I don't know what else to do.
Okay.
If that.
I'll address that. So I noticed that as well. Everybody, when you hear the word objection, stop talking and let me hear what the objection is. And then sometimes I will still need to hear the entirety of the question because I won't know whether the objection is meritorious or not because I'll need to hear the rest of the question. But not always. So just stop what you're saying. Let me hear the objection. And then if I need you to tell me the whole rest of the question or whatever it was you were saying, I will let you know that. And then you can, and then I'll make a ruling. Can we operate like that from now on as well? Great. Okay. We ready for the jury now? You need a minute? Yeah. Okay. Sure. We'll take just a minute. Yes, just we're early on, but does anybody else need to step out? Do we need, like, with regard to the defendants? Yes. Okay. Everybody go to the bathroom. Come back. Let's get going.
Well. All this cattiness early in the morning is crazy. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. They're on a brief break before the jury comes in. Basically for the past few minutes, we just have heard back and forth. Still say, you know, Love did this. Love say, well, Still did it before too. She had no argument, which she never does. I realize this, that when she say she gonna answer something, she never really have an answer. She never does. She always like, yeah, like she just be saying shit, okay, just to say it, really. And then the judge end up like, all right, is this the part you're talking about? Because what she said that Donovan Thomas Sr. said ain't really what he said based on what the judge was able to find. And Love never was able to find it because it probably don't even fucking exist at this point. And as always, the judge found gave him a little, tap on the wrist, like, okay, sit down, children. Moving forward, don't do this anymore. Yeah, it seemed like a daycare than a fucking trial. But anyway, when they come back, they're gonna come back to the jury and move back on the stand, and we'll see how it goes. But because I'm at the point like I know the judge is just trying to I think the judge is waiting for a massive situation to happen to grant a mistrial. But all this, but we'll just do the verbiage, and I'll say this to the jury. Like, how many times these people gonna remember all this jury instruction? Every other day they're getting jury instructions to disregard something that one of these what's the seasoned attorneys is doing. These people ain't new to this. Love the man with the Fulton County DA for 20 years. I don't know about Hilton, but at least Love is a seasoned attorney, let alone a seasoned prosecutor. You would think she's just starting off. But like I said, we got the fence still on Cross. Then we got Love back on redirect. Won't violated out of his term of his plea. Yeah, and it's up to the state. I think it's gonna depend on if they win this case or not. They asked for Ron to win this case, they gonna lock his ass up. But yeah, Sharp definitely pinpointed that he did not follow the terms on his plea agreement for sure. Yeah, I'm up eating salmon and rice early this morning. But yeah, y'all. So that's where we at. Just waiting on them to come back. So yeah, that's what we got. And my house is kind of hot this morning. Let me put my air down. All right, I'm about to eat my breakfast. We here waiting for them to come back. Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to pull up on your girl Mickey Truth. We is live with it. Good morning, Nikki. Everybody just tuning in. Make sure y'all hit the like button. We waiting on court to come back in session. Did they say it was gonna be like a 10-minute break? I can't remember. And for those around the Atlanta area or whatnot, Rich Homie Quan is gonna have a public funeral also. So y'all make sure y'all, I don't know if they're gonna be posting on his page, on his dad's page, but if I find it, I'll definitely let y'all know. But be watching social media for the posting of the information for that too, for those who want to attend. If it's anything like Takeoff Funeral, you might have to get tickets. I know Takeoff Funeral tickets was free. You just had to go online and get them, but they went real fast. So keep that in mind. Good morning, Jeff. Yeah, I think 10 minutes about up. I'm almost done eating. But we wait for them to come back.
And I believe, I'm not sure, you asked Friday, I believe that Douglas Weinstein, or he may have a question.
Okay, that's fine. Good morning, Mr. Sledge.
On, yeah.
Tell her safe is down in her half on the bridge.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope y'all all had a very nice weekend. Mr. Steele, I believe you were finishing up your examination of this witness.
Your Honor, may I approach Mr. Sledge?
You may.
Mr. Sledge, may I approach you?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what I've marked as Mr. Williams or JW 255. You take a peek at this for me, tell me whether you recognize that item.
Yes.
And is it in the same condition? Have you seen it prior to, 2024, 2023, going back? Is it the same condition?
Yes.
Any alterations or changes to it that you can tell?
No, not allowed to see.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams 255.
It's admitted.
May Mr. Kokomo display it, Your Honor?
Yes.
It should come up on your screen, but it should be the same exact thing. You could check it. That's in front of you, okay?
Yes.
And if Mr. Kokomo can blow that up at all, and if not, that's fine. So this is exhibit number at the very top, Mr. Kokomo, if you just show, you see where it says exhibit or EXH number JW, Jeffrey Williams 253? I believe it's 255, but. Let me see if I can. All right, you see at the very top 255?
Yes.
Okay, and then if Mr. Kokomo can just center so all the words can be seen on the actual writing. Do you recognize this as a social media posting? And do you see the date?
Yes.
And it's from DMAC, got me to TOO, banging at DMAC to banging. You see it says December 27, 2014.
Yes.
And does it read then, and I'm changing it just because that's how I am, A-N, lie to their mama, brother, sister, and kids, but get to the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth, 3 question marks. I don't get it. And then hyphen at Young Thug. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, did I read that fairly accurate? I know it wasn't perfectly accurate, but fairly accurate?
Yes.
All right. And is that similar to what has been marked and played in states number 447Y, where you started out with, I'm going to, and this may not be exact quote, but something like, I'm going to swear to tell the truth, I'm going to lie on God. You remember that?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell the jurors what it means, if you know, when it says at the end of it, the hyphen at Young Thug?
Before it,
Can you explain that to the jury?
I don't get it.
Yeah, right after that.
At Young Thug Thug. I mean Young Thug. I'm sorry.
Yes, do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know, and if you don't know, just say, I'm not sure. Do you know what that means?
No, I don't
That's
know
fine.
exactly what it means.
Okay, and this one goes back, if you remember, if you don't, we can show it to you. But do you remember what the state used on January 26, 2015, said repost? You remember that?
The repost whiz.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then you showed the jury the January 4th, 2015 video, same video, Jeffrey Williams, you remember that?
Yes.
And this one is approximately a week before January 4th, 2015, right?
Yes.
December 27, 2014.
Yes.
And prior to this, prior to 2014 and 2013, 12, going back, have you heard the same type of statement?
Yes.
All right. Now, did anyone from the police department or the district attorney's office, and I'm saying after you entered a plea, so this is December 28th, 2022, okay?
Yes.
After that, so coming forward,
Yes.
did anyone from the district attorney's office or one of their teammates, police, whomever, did they ever ask you?
Objection. Relevance as to what anyone else ever asked this witness. If Mr. Steele wants to ask something, he can.
What's the relevance?
Ask about the evidence of the reposting? They showed the gentleman the evidence?
Your Honor, my
Know if
objection.
anybody, I want to know if anybody ever went over with him that it's a repost?
Your Honor,
Sustained.
Did at your meeting, we'll just do it on June 9th, 2024 at the Fayetteville Starbucks?
Yes.
Did District Attorney Love ever ask
Objection.
you about,
objection.
Objection.
Yes.
Sustained.
did States Exhibit number 447Y, the repost, January 26, 2015, was that ever discussed with you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
where it says on the January 4th, 2015 video, and if you need to see it, I'll show it to you. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Where you read to the jurors that Mr. Martinez or Duke said it first?
Yes.
Remember that? Okay. Did you ever explain to anyone about Mr.
Objection,
Martinez
Your Honor,
saying
that
it
would be
first?
hearsay.
He's right here.
Explaining outside the court, it would be relevance and objection.
Sustained.
All right. Now, District Attorney Love asked you on your direct examination why you didn't go to the police on the morning of January 11, 2015, when you dropped off Mr. Copeland at the City of Atlanta Police Department homicide. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
All right. And you were aware that the police called Mr. Copeland
Yes.
that night, and then Mr. Copeland went down to see the police, right?
Yes.
Did the police call you and tell you that you were the prime suspect?
No.
Objection to the compound question.
Overruled.
No.
You were asked questions about the music company or business YSL, direct deposits. You remember that, working for them,
Yes.
working for Mr. Williams? You remember all those questions?
Yes.
All right. Do you personally know, do you personally observe, does that music business have lawyers working for them? If you know, if you don't know, just say, I don't know.
I don't know.
All right. Do they have accountants?
Yes, I think they have accountants though. I know that.
How about managers?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, vague as to managers.
Overruled.
Yes.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions also about what you explained to the jury, that anybody can claim YSL. Do you remember all those questions?
Yes.
There was no beating in, there was no initiation fee. Remember those type of issues?
No. Never have that. You never have to get beat in or however.
Somebody could just say, I'm with YSL.
Right.
By doing that, does that mean that they're with the record company YSL?
Objection, vague. By doing that, I don't know.
Overruled.
Now, you mentioned yesterday meeting with Jeffrey and Mr. Brian Birdman Williams and yourself and Mr. Donovan Thomas and others, I'm not excluding others, shortly before, God forbid, Mr. Thomas was, days before he was killed on January 10, 2015 at TI Studios. You remember that testimony?
Yes.
Is TI the performer TI that you're talking about?
Yes.
Do you know his real name?
Something Harris. That's how I know. I know his last name Harris.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
And is he a phenomenal, well-known, accomplished artist?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked about the definition of snitching. Do you remember that?
I don't remember asking me that.
All right. Do you remember saying in the video 447Y snitching, and I'm not going to say, but BIT blank H?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury what snitching means.
To me, my definition of snitching is another person lying on another person.
Now, on from December 28, 2022, I'm using that date because that's the date that you were released from custody on this case. That's the date of your guilty plea, okay?
Yes.
All the way through today, but including Sunday, June 9th, 2024, when you met at the Fayetteville Starbucks?
Yes.
The district attorney and your lawyer and the investigator. Did anybody go over with you what's been gone over with you in court, the plea agreement?
No.
You told the jury that Jeffrey idolizes Lil Wayne or Mr. Dwayne Carter. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Did you ever hear, are you familiar with Lil Wayne's work? His music, his influence?
Yeah, I'm familiar with his music.
Have you ever heard him use the word slime, the term slime?
Yes.
Was that before you ever heard anyone say it, or was it after?
I hadn't heard it said before, but he's like one of the first artists I heard say it.
He being who?
Lil Wayne.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have any other questions.
All right, Ms. Weinstein, you had free cross.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Sledge.
Good morning.
My name is Doug Weinstein, and I'm Diamante Kendrick's attorney.
Yes.
May I approach you and show you something?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like you just take a look at this video.
Do you recognize the action that was performed by that player in that video?
Yes, Tyrone here.
Hang on,
Testimony
don't
about
say
it.
anything about it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me, just, do you recognize that
Yes.
player?
Yes.
Do you recognize the action that he performed?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm moving to admit Kendrick 1.
I object on the basis of relevance and foundation, and if we need to approach so that Mr. Weinstein can show the court what
Right,
it
well,
is.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, so.
Okay.
Oh, and we haven't given out our.
I need to step out. Okay.
All right. All right. While they doing that real quick. So just for clarity, I was in the comments trying to type away. Just for clarity, when a mistrial is done in a court case, okay, if the jury declares, okay, I was listening. If the jury says mistrial, then it's up to the state whether or not they're gonna retry the case. Okay, so that's totally up to the state. If a judge declares mistrial, it depends on what type of mistrial they declare. If it's mistrial with prejudice, I can't say the word, but y'all know the word, or without it, it determines if they can retry the case or not. So if the judge does it, it's more, to be honest, as a lawyer, I probably would want the judge to declare a mistrial before I want the jury to declare a mistrial. But nevertheless, you don't get any actual time until you are found guilty or into a plea. So it's not a situation where, oh, Young Thug is going to get a mistrial and get a little time. That's not how it works. Because you can't get time until you actually get found guilty. Now, Rami brought up Melly's situation. And Melly's situation is different because Melly and Melly case, the jury declared a mistrial. I mean, they could not come to a unanimous decision. And the state of Florida decided that they're going to retry the case. He did attempt to get a bond, but the judge denied it. That's why he's still sitting in there. And unfortunately, that's, even though he's been in there, 5 years, it's legal. It's for them to do that until his next trial date. Hell, he could get a mistrial again, and they probably still going to retry the case. So it just depends. Now, I have said it with the Melly case that by the time they go to trial, if he is found guilty, he'll be done served his time if the court says that they'll offer time served or like credit for the time he's already been in jail. So if that's your question, Grammy, if when everything comes down to it, will Young Thug get credit for the time he already spent in jail? Is heavy on the possible for sure. But he still has to get found guilty into a plea. It's not something where just because a mistrial happened and they say, oh, you get 2 years. Nah, that's not how that works. You still have to get found guilty or into a plea. Okay. So a mistrial is really just ending this trial, but it's not who was it? Was it Matt Short? I believe we were at to his interview with I think infamous Sylvia. And he said he doesn't want a mistrial, he wants an acquittal, meaning he wants a jury to come back and say not guilty. Because then it's double jeopardy. They can't come back at them for none of this because it'll be double jeopardy. But mistrial is still a possibility they will redo everything. So yeah. Hopefully that explained it. I was trying to figure out what point Grammy was trying to say, but hopefully that explains it to the. If not, put in the chat. I'm in the comments for now. Probably for the next hour, because I was still in bed. I had to lay back. I had to get up and come get on the computer. When they went to a side huddle. Oh, and I'm still sleeping. Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to pull up on your girl Mickey Truth. We is live with it. All right, so they on the side huddle. I'm in the comments.
Sustain on the foundation, but you can see if you can lay further foundation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sledge, I have a few more questions about that video that I showed you.
Yes,
Have you seen that video of that player before?
I know who the player are.
Have you seen him doing this particular thing? Have you seen that clip before that I showed you?
I don't recall seeing the clip, but I just seen it when you just showed it to me.
Did you watch the game yesterday?
I didn't watch Miami game yesterday.
Okay. I'll move on.
All right.
I'm going to show you something else, all right?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
You see this photograph?
Yes.
Have you seen that photograph before?
No, not to the day.
Okay. And I will not be asking you questions about that photograph.
Right.
December 28th, 2022, going back to that date, where did you wake up in the morning?
At Fords County Jail.
And where did you wake up on January 1st, 2023, New Year's Day?
And at home.
At your home,
Yes.
in your own bed.
Yes.
And you signed that plea deal that we've already talked about.
Yes.
And you initialed all those statements that were made in there, right?
Yes.
And you would have initialed anything to get out of jail on that day, correct?
Yes.
If they would have asked you if you could say that YSL did
Objection
not kill
calls for
Tupac,
speculation.
What's the question?
if they had asked you,
Objection
If
to
you-
if they had asked you, just nothing else beyond that, Your Honor, because it's speculation.
Sustained.
but again, you signed and initialed all of that, and you would have signed and initialed anything to
Objection.
get out of Rice Street,
Sustained.
correct?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
No more questions.
All right. I think nobody else had cross. Is that right? Is that still the case? Okay. All right. Is there redirect?
There is, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. Sledge, you were asked quite a few things by Mr. Steele on Friday regarding what was and what was not asked of you at the time that you entered your plea agreement with the state. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Your Honor, just
Yes.
To satisfy the rule of completeness, the state tenders States Exhibit 444Y, the entire plea agreement, or States 1AS, which was admitted for a different purpose at a
All
different
right.
time.
Any objection? Okay.
Your Honor, I would object to further commentary unless we need to approach. I'm tendering the exhibit.
I understand. He's not commenting. He's stating what his objection is because I asked him to. I think we might need to approach to resolve it, though.
I will say this. If a mistrial does happen to come about, it's gonna be because of love. As love is gonna be the reason why a mistrial happened, and it's gonna they're not gonna be able to retry it. Cause love be doing too much. The judge already told her she be doing too much. Sometimes she just need to be quiet and not respond to everything. She continues to do it. Love is gonna be the reason why a mistrial happens if one happens before it gets to the jury. That's my opinion on that, because I don't know if y'all parents ever told y'all that, like, hey, y'all, you don't have to say something back all the time. Like, I know she was talking back as a little child, because you can't say shit without love coming back with a 1-2. Like, she has to have the last word. And I believe that's going to be the downfall of love in this case. Because adding that extra shit, oh yeah, I object to still making any comments. And then the judge's like, he's not commenting, he's answering my question. You know, she's gonna be the reason why this trial happened. If any prosecutor is gonna bring it on, it's gonna be her. Okay. And her 20-year thing gonna be out of here because her ass gonna be out of here. If she get a mistrial, if she's the reason for a mistrial, mark my words, her ass will be at the unemployment office for sure. She will not, or she'll get demoted somewhere, which ultimately she'll probably leave anyway. Because how you go from a deputy district attorney to like a regular attorney? Ain't nobody gonna do that. What? Yeah, sometimes in these comments, I be like, what the fuck people be talking about? Good morning, Shani. You ain't really missed nothing other than some kindergarten debauchery. But I ain't really missed nothing. The cross, the redirect is just starting. And Love already throwing a tantrum. I meant that she be tight if what you said happened. If you meant because of me on the comment, my bad. Oh no. I wasn't talking about that. No. Somebody comment under a different video. I haven't, y'all know all my comments get approved under my video, and I haven't had a chance this weekend to do so. So I was doing so while I was talking. But no. Now y'all be pretty good on the lot. It's the comments under these videos that be having me scratching my head. Now sometimes y'all do a little shaky in the live, but nah. This time it wasn't you guys. I'm trying to multitask. I know one thing. This redirect, Love ass better not be trying to fucking go line for line again. I for sure don't want to hear that again. Like, if y'all gonna charge the man, but we don't want to hear y'all go back over that shit again. I got a lot of reactions I got to do. I think I'm gonna drop them as videos though at some point today. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. What are they discussing? They discussing the plea coming back in or something, if I'm not mistaken. It happened so quick. Somebody wrote this under, oh shit. Get the shit out of me. FDB, what it do? Hey, always make sure you stay grinding. Shout out to FDB for that super chat. Somebody had wrote this under one of my YSL videos last week. Let me see. I think we got time for me to read it. It says the internet needs to stop pushing this fake narrative. These boys flat out went in there telling they try to get their time cut. That's it. That's all. Why are people acting like they're not switching up because they understand? Ain't nobody forcing them to do nothing. They just don't think they had to get on the stand. At the end of the day, none of them are innocent, not even Thug. The question is, do we really want to clean the streets and fix our culture or no? And also, the defense has been stalling this case. When the new judge came in, they tried to start the same with her, but she called it. Let's not act like they don't understand what a lawyer is and does. But somebody got to keep this crap moving.
Okay, let's
They
get
are
Mr.
lawyers
Sledge
too.
back, please.
They see what the defense trying to do. They trying to turn all this around on everybody else and off their client. That's something. That is something. Okay. I definitely got a response for that, but we'll wait because they're about to start up. Hearts for Selena. What is Miss Love's thing? She put another black person in jail and God's gonna bless her. Ain't about really putting another black person in jail. I mean, at the end of the day,
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Love.
it's about if they
Thank you,
can
Your
really prove the case. I done told y'all the justice system is not about innocence or guilt. Once y'all understand that, y'all have a better notion.
Mr.
Y'all who can tell
Sledge,
a better
on
story.
cross-examination just now, I believe it was by Mr. Weinstein. Forgive me if it was by someone else. Were you asked the question whether anyone ever went over the plea agreement with you between December 28th, 2022, when you signed the document that is states 444Y and states 1AS, and today? Were you asked that question on cross-examination by either Mr. Steele or Mr. Weinstein?
I don't know. I don't think Mr. Steele asked me that. He asked me something about June the 9th. So I don't know if Weinstein just asked me that question either.
All right. Did Mr. Steele ask you on cross-examination whether anyone went over that document that you signed on December 28th, 2022 with you at the June 2024, I believe it was, meeting between you, your attorney, investigator Lancico, and me in Fayette County? Did Mr. Steele ask you that?
I think that was the question was.
And was your answer no?
Yeah,
No one
because
did?
no, yes.
At that point, had the document already been signed in its entirety? Had you already signed everything you needed
Oh,
to
yes,
sign?
yes.
On cross-examination last week, you were asked about hiring an attorney for the purposes of this case. And let me actually back up and ask you this. You were asked a few questions about what was going on at the time that you signed this plea agreement on December 28th, 2022. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall being in a courtroom here in Fulton County on the date that you signed that plea agreement on December 28th, 2022?
I don't think I was in the courtroom. I think I was in the tank in the back when I signed.
Okay. Were you in a courtroom when you acknowledged under oath that everything that you signed was true?
Yes.
Did Mr. Steele, Mr. Shart, or any of your other friends' attorneys ask you on cross-examination?
Sustained.
Okay. Did you tell the jury that you loved Mr. Stillwell, you loved Shannon?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury that you loved Defendant Williams?
Yes.
And Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Shart and Mr. Williams, they represent people that you love, correct?
Yes.
All right. So on cross-examination by lawyers for one of the people that you love in this courtroom, were you asked about your conditions prior to signing the plea agreement that you signed on December 28th, 2022?
Could you repeat that?
Yes. On cross-examination last week, do you recall being asked about conditions you endured before signing the plea agreement that you signed on December 28th, 2022?
Yes,
Do you recall being asked if you felt pressure to sign that plea agreement?
yes, I think so.
Do you recall being asked whether you felt intimidated to sign that plea agreement?
I don't recall that one.
I'll ask you, were you intimidated by the state into signing that plea agreement?
Was I intimidated?
Were you intimidated?
I wouldn't say I was intimidated. I was basically like, I just feel like it was forced on me at the time. I wasn't intimidated by it.
It was forced on you. We're going to come back to that word force, okay?
Yeah.
Do you recall on direct examination when I was asking you questions, do you recall you first mentioning something about the fact that your mom, unfortunately, had become ill? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you recall telling me not to speak on her?
I said I didn't want to talk about her.
Do you recall Mr. Steele asking you about her multiple times?
Yes.
Did you have any problem with him talking about her?
No, because me and my lawyer had discussed, don't even get frustrated about it.
So is your testimony that you didn't mind Mr. Steele talking about it because you had a conversation with your lawyer about that?
Yes, he just told me to stay focused and
Okay. All right.
even with you, he just said stay focused and answer the questions.
And tell the truth?
Yes.
All right. When you say you felt forced, would you please tell the jury who it was that forced you to sign, or who you felt forced you, if anyone in particular, to sign anything on December 28th, 2022?
I'll say the state, because when I addressed it and tried to change situations, they wouldn't change them. So,
And it's still your testimony. Is it still your testimony that there were things that you wanted changed that you did not get changed? Is that still your testimony?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
could you repeat it?
Is it still your testimony that there were things you wanted changed in this plea agreement that you did not get changed?
Judge. Your Honor, could I talk to my lawyer right fast?
You may.
Or no? I don't want to. Could I?
All right, let's just take a recess.
He know her ass trying to cook his ass now. He like, oh, let me talk to my lawyer. See what they about to do real quick.
I know we just broke, but if anybody needs to use the restroom, you can go ahead and do that. And can somebody let me know when he's back from talking to his lawyer? Thank you.
Yes, Judge.
All right, y'all. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. We was having a conversation in the comments about drill music, just having these kids do all types of shit, and how it wasn't happening before when it was just R&B. And I say that's cap. That's cap. That's cap. That's cap. That's cap. Shit has been going on forever. Now, don't get it twisted. Social media just put it in our face like that. You may not have been one of these kids out here doing the shit, but trust and believe it's kids out here doing that shit. I don't care what generation you from. You know, every generation say, oh, when we was kids, ain't shit like that didn't happen. No, yes, it was. You probably wasn't one of the kids doing it, but it was definitely shit like that happened. Just like, you know, teen pregnancy has been around forever, but every generation is gonna be people that say, "Oh, when I was a kid, little girls wearing pigtails and they wasn't doing all that shit." Shit, those same little girls wearing pigtails was having babies, and that's the fact. Just like now, they having babies. That's the fact. You can say kids wasn't carrying guns. Yeah, you may not have a gun, but I promise you, other people had guns. Kids has been going to juvenile hall forever for gun possession and stuff like that. It's just not just happening with this generation. Now, this generation may not give a fuck, just like other generations probably didn't give a fuck. And because they more of I don't give a fuck now compared to what they was then, don't mean it wasn't happening then. And I feel like as a community, until we stop saying shit like that, we ain't gonna never get nowhere. You got to solve the root problem. And accountability is first, man. This shit has been passed over time and time again. So I'm not blaming no damn music for shit that's happening because shit been happening. You can't even blame social media. What social media has done is just put it in our face. Like you may live in cocoon, but everybody don't live in cocoons. Like for real, it's always our young people on the front line doing shit. Just because you wasn't one of the people doing it doesn't mean it didn't happen. And I think that sometimes go over our head as a society because we think, oh well, when I was that age, I wasn't doing it. Just because you wasn't doing it doesn't mean somebody else wasn't doing it. Just because you never went to juvenile hall doesn't mean juvenile hall wasn't overcrowded when you was younger. So, like I said, I'm gonna call cap on that shit. I don't care what generation. It was happening. I mean, my grandmother is still living. She just turned 73 years old. I could call her and I promise you, shit that's going on now was going on in that generation. The next time my dad called, I'll ask him. He's what 50 something. I promise you, shit was going on in his generation that's going on now, and so forth. Shit was going on in my generation that's going on now. Like it's just that everybody want to say what wasn't happening. It was just because you wasn't doing it doesn't mean it wasn't happening. You just wasn't doing it. So yeah, I think we need to stop doing that. Like I know we all heard an older person in my time. Yeah, in your time, you probably was getting your ass beat, right? For sure. Your mama probably didn't play that, but I promise you, it was still kids back talking. Of course, our parents tell us it wasn't happening because they want us to feel like we so wrong. But we all know it was kids talking back then. It was kids doing all that shit. Like for real. So yeah, we got to stop that. That shit. I was like, how can you push change if the first thing you say is wasn't happening? You know how you know how many people that got killed over a fucking R&B song? Like for real. Y'all must ain't heard the damn history stories behind some of your favorite groups and shit. And I'm talking about back when Motown was in. Come on, man. And how much drugs and gunplay was going on while they was making all that love making music. Don't get it twisted. Just because the song talk about love making and slow grinding don't mean other shit. Look at R. Kelly. We now know most of his top hits probably was about a child. So again, like, come on. Same thing with it. Back in these older generation, it was okay for you to be a damn 12-year-old with a 24-year-old. Come on, y'all. I don't want to talk about what don't be happening in these generations. Where let's talk about back in the day where it was okay for women to get roofied and taken advantage of. Shit that now you'll get what's the word I'm looking for? Counsel for you wouldn't get counsel in a previous generation. So that's all I'm saying. Y'all stop saying that shit. Like Hell yeah, people that got killed for that. Man, listen. That's why when I be hearing and seeing people say that, I'm like, y'all really ain't really for real. Y'all just be talking. Cause ain't no way in hell you gonna say drill music caused all this. How many people from Motown that got killed? I'm talking about Motown, the record company. Like, y'all better do y'all homework on some of them older artists and they storylines and they life story and what happened. Like, you know, people was getting killed, sleeping with people's wives, sleeping with their husbands, like all types of shit like that. Kids was toting guns. I know it was one story. I was damn, what is his name? The 12-year-old that got gunned down in Chicago way back when. I can't think of his name, but it's a documentary on him. 12. Because he was out there putting in work. It's always been young gang members. For real. Hell, some of the creators of the games that we know now were kids. So you can't say this shit just starting. Cause wasn't damn, I can't think of the names of these people right now. They was like 16, 17-year-olds starting that shit. So like, yeah, it just be crazy when people say shit wasn't happening when it wasn't drill music. Yeah, and they probably said the same shit at the beginning of hip hop too. They probably said, "Oh, none of this was going on before hip hop came around," even though it has been. Hell, people that got killed in rock and roll, like y'all. I mean, that's what I'm saying. To compare music to crime is crazy to me. Now, this is just my opinion. To each his own. But I'm gonna call cap every time I hear that shit. Yeah, Yummy Sanders, that was his name. Grandma said, "Can you imagine being 16 starting a group with your friend? That group turning into the Bloods, right?" And we all listen. And I will say this: me and my homegirl was talking. What's the last week? Had to be Friday, and I was catching up on some of the trial and how Moontoon was like, it was just our neighborhood. I mean, I know a lot of people that had little neighborhood cliques and shit. Like for real, it wasn't no game, but it was just a group of kids, and you put a name. We had our shit. You put a name on it. Like me and my best friend, we was from 2 different neighborhoods, and to this day, we be lit, and we'll get the going on and on about. Hell no, my neighborhood was popping on y'all neighborhood, like shit like that. Like that's how it was. I think that's just part of it. But yeah, I mean, of course, our shit ain't going nowhere turn into nothing, but sometimes it does. Blue said, I am opposite. We are doing a lot of, I admit, certain things. There's no stature of limitation. Let's talk about how Whitney Houston had to pay to get baby boy Bobby Brown. Get it. I don't know what you were saying, Blue, on that. It's all about parenting facts. I remember getting an ass whooping for doing wrong. You can't even touch these kids now. Yeah, but listen. I understand. Sure, get an ass. I'm gonna be honest. I was one of the ones. I'd rather get an ass cut than get on punishment. I want my shit over with, and I'll still do the same shit. This time, I'm just gonna try not to get caught, and I'm just gonna be on some real shit. What to do, Ruben? Like I know some kids, and that's why I say you can't always blame it on the house because I know it was kids, and I was one on. I used to get my ass cut, and I still used to do what the fuck I want to do. I just try better not to get caught. Like for real, for real. Why they used to ask us if you want to? I remember I got asked if I want an ass cut and I'm getting on punishment. I'm like, fuck that. Give me an ass cut real quick. I used to hate getting on punishment. Then it got to the point my aunt was like, hell nah, that little motherfucker just be wanting to get an ass whoop instead of punishment. So then they just started putting me on punishment. I'm talking about I done been on punishment for a month. But the thing was, put me on punishment and then y'all never be home anyway. I used to be turned the fuck up in that damn house. Like my friends in the neighborhood used to be like, yo, I seen your aunt car pulling into the top. I ran my ass back in the house, in the room, and like nothing went on. Like, come on, like you go around it. So it's like it always has been going on. Shit. Really. All right, we back. Hell, I was 9 and my cousin was 11 the first time we stole a car. My cousin car. So like I say, it's just been happening, you know. It's been happening. It's just more normal to publicize it now. And y'all already know, especially back in the day. Back in the day. Yeah. You know, that shit used to stay in house. Motherfucker wasn't, you know, the neighborhood may have known what happened. The news wasn't broadcasting it. All that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's who I was referring to. Yummy from Chicago. I'll be on punishment for a whole summer. Oh, I definitely have been on punishment for a whole summer before, but I was lit that summer because my people never was home anyway. It was worse back in the day. Nothing was being solved. If you know, you know. Okay, like for real. That's what I'm like. Ain't this shit ain't. It's just more in your face now. I will agree with that because we do have social media. The news is covering more. It's not so secretive. You know, back in the day, it was secretive. You know, if you wasn't part of the know, you didn't know. You know what I'm saying? If you know, we used to get raised. What happened in our house stays in our house type shit, right? Doesn't mean it wasn't happening. Just mean your ass ain't know about it. So all right, they back at it. Man, what I didn't hate that one get an ass cut and everybody get an ass cut. I used to hate my cousins for that shit. I was like, I ain't even do shit. And that shit made me just be like, well, fuck it then. If I'm gonna get in trouble, even for not doing shit, I'm about to turn up. And that's how I was when I was a kid. Turn on their ass, like, fuck it. I'm gonna get in trouble anyway. And this is a true story. Like, that's how I was. One of my close cousins used to get into all types of shit. And they just, cause we were close, they used to assume I always knew about it or was part of it. And I used to get in trouble every time that heifer got in trouble. So I was like, fuck it, let's get it. I'm gonna have to bring her on one day for a story time. But yeah, I think y'all talked to her one time, brought her on, but it was a while ago. But yeah, I used to hate that shit. But that's how I was. She be done did some shit, they calling me. Again, my life being threatened. And I don't even know what the fuck going on. They like, don't be lying for her. I be like, shit, I don't know. And again, he crossed my back. And I'm like, what the fuck? I don't even did shit. Don't even know shit. On some shit, I don't even know what the fuck happened. And I done got in trouble. Because her ass snuck off from down way. And I didn't even know about it. So after that point, I got tired of that shit. And I was like, fuck it. And a lot of times these kids do come to the point where they just be like, fuck it.
Thank you.
All right, here we go.
Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you. Mr. Sledge, have you had enough time to speak with your attorney?
Yes,
During the time that you spoke with your attorney, is your attorney the only person that you spoke with?
yes.
All right. Did you speak with any member of the state this weekend?
This weekend?
Yes.
No,
All right. Did you have an opportunity to speak with your attorney this weekend?
ma'am didn't talk, but
Okay. All right. So did you testify on cross-examination last week that there were portions of the plea agreement that you signed that you asked the state to change, but that the state refused to change?
no, what I said, yes, but they changed certain things, but it still was things that I had problem with. From my awareness, once if you call me to the stand, that I would be able to explain the things that they didn't change.
Do you recall when I first asked you questions on direct about the April 2015 drive-by shooting that you,
April 15.
the April 28th, 2015 drive-by shooting? Do you recall when I asked you about that on direct?
Yes,
Do you recall you told me you did that in your best interest?
could you repeat that? You lost me right now.
Do you remember saying that was in my best interest when I asked you if you pled guilty to the shooting on April 28, 2015?
Yes,
And do you remember saying that I did that because it was in my best interest multiple times. Do you remember saying that?
You said that I took the plea in my best interest?
My question is, do you remember?
I don't recall. Mm.
Mr. Sledge,
Okay.
do you remember us talking about your 2015, April 28, 2015 shooting and that subsequent plea last week? You and me, not anybody else, while you've been on the stand.
You said the 28th drive-by shoot?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. And do you remember I asked you whether you pled guilty to that? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember you told the jury, do you remember telling the jury, well, I did it in my best interest? And
Yes.
this is not a trick question, I promise you.
Yes.
All right. And do you remember you said that more than once? I did that in my best interest.
Yeah, I remember that part.
Okay. And when you say in your best interest, are you familiar with what is known as an Alford plea?
No, I don't really know what an Alford plea really mean. I just was saying that I pleaded guilty in my best interest.
And when you say that you pleaded guilty in your best interest, what do you understand that to mean as opposed to just flat out pleading guilty?
Could you repeat it?
I can.
Cause that was kind of tricky.
Okay. So if you enter just a regular old guilty plea and someone asks you, did you plead guilty? Would it be unusual for you to just say yes? I pled guilty?
Anything I plead guilty to, I feel like it's in my best interest to plead guilty to.
That plea that you entered in 2017, there was a special designation to it though, right? It was an Alford plea, wasn't it?
I didn't know it was an alpha plea.
When you entered the plea that you entered on December the 28th, 2022, did you recognize the prosecutor asking you questions as the same one talking to you here right now, me?
Yes.
All right. And did you recognize the prosecutor at the table with me as the same one I have my left hand on now, Ms. Hilton?
She wasn't in the courtroom when you did the plea. She went somewhere.
Okay. All right. So if we see the video, but we see Ms. Hilton's lovely face, you'll recognize Ms. Hilton as having been in the courtroom?
I don't remember seeing me here too.
That's fair enough. Do you remember seeing a judge who looked a little different than the one on the stand now?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember seeing your attorney, Mr. Wright, there sitting with you?
Yes.
Right. Is that the same attorney that you had in 2015?
I don't think I got arrested in 2015, but if I would, he would have been the one to do the case.
Did you testify on direct examination that Mr. Wright has been your attorney for 15 years?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury when Mr. Wright first started representing you in criminal matters?
I want to say like 08, 09, something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Did you tell the jury on cross-examination that Mr. Wright is someone that you trust?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury on cross-examination that Mr. Wright is someone whose advice and counsel you take seriously?
I don't remember saying it like that. You put it in that word.
Would you just tell the jury right now then how it is you feel about the lawyer who's represented you for the last 15 years?
He been great.
Overruled.
He been great to me.
Okay. And he was in the room with you when you entered the plea on December 28, 2022?
Yes.
Is this the first time you've had to testify at a criminal trial?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Do you understand that you are now in a witness box testifying in a criminal trial under oath?
This is my first time knowing that I was a witness to testify up on the oath.
All right. So this is the first time that you've testified in a criminal trial. Is that fair to say?
I ain't gonna say it's probably not my first time, but me knowing that I was gonna be called as a witness, yeah, this is my first time.
All right. Do you remember being asked on cross-examination by either Mr. Sharp or Mr. Steele? I believe it was Mr. Sharp, your friend Shannon's lawyer, whether you...
Overruled. I think she's just trying to get clear who it is. But we don't need the commentary.
Yes, Your Honor. Do you know who represents your friend Shannon?
Yes, I've been sitting in the courtroom like everyone else.
Which person do you recognize as representing defendant Stillwell?
Mr. Short.
All right. So do you remember Mr. Sharp asking you if on December 28, 2022, you found yourself between a rock and a hard place?
Yes.
All right. And what did you answer to him regarding December 28, 2022?
What did I say?
Yeah, what was your answer to that question?
I said yes.
And would you tell the jury what the rock was and what the hard place was?
The rock was the situation I was in, and the hard place where my mother was sick.
And when you say the situation you were in?
Incarcerated.
Okay.
And
all right. And hopefully, is your mom doing,
no, she deceased.
I'm sorry. So did your being in Fulton County Jail have any bearing on your decision to enter that plea that you entered on December 28, 2022?
Being in Fulton County Jail and away from my mother.
All right. Which one had the biggest bearing?
Being away from my mother.
All right. So being in Fulton County Jail wasn't a big factor in your entering that plea?
Objection, mischaracterizes his
I'm asking a
testimony.
question.
I didn't hear them both at the same time, so.
I'll rephrase.
All right, she's gonna rephrase.
Mr. Sledge, was being confined in the Fulton County Jail a large factor in your deciding to enter a guilty plea on December 28, 2022?
Yes, it was, but my mother was bigger.
Okay. All right. Is there any reason why during the plea colloquy that the jury heard on Friday, that was played or Monday, last Friday actually, that was played at the end of the state's direct, is there any reason, or rather let me ask you, did you ever hold up your hand and tell the court you wanted to make some clarifications?
No, I would have directed it to my lawyer, and whatever you did, but what I wanted, you wouldn't do. You didn't do everything I wanted, which I state.
You were asked by Mr. Steele, your friend, Mr. Williams' attorney, whether or not the state ever sat down and met with you. Do you remember being asked whether the state ever sat down before the June meeting and before you entered that plea agreement and met with you? Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Did the state ever sit down and meet with you?
No.
Did you ever agree to sit down and meet with the state?
I can't agree if the state don't come to me and ask me.
Do you, or has your attorney, or do you have any understanding that the state can't come to you except through your attorney?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay. Did you ever have an understanding that the state wanted to talk to you before you signed the plea agreement on December 28, 2022?
No.
Okay. Did you ever ask your attorney for an opportunity to speak with the state?
No, I ain't never asked him to speak to the state.
Why not?
I don't know. I can't tell you that else. I never asked him to speak with you because that's his job. That ain't my job. That's why I hired him.
Was there anything about the state that made you feel you couldn't speak with the state if you wanted to?
No, but if they would have came to me and asked me to speak with them, with that plea agreement was on there, I would have told them the same thing I told him when I took it, like, that ain't right.
Now, when we speak about the state, is your understanding that that means only the district attorney's office? Or do you consider the state the police as well?
I just thought all y'all work together. I don't know. They put you in jail, you put you in jail if you have to. So I don't know. Y'all both doing y'all job, I guess.
And so when police spoke with you back in 2015, did you consider them the state as well?
I don't know. I think y'all work in two different departments.
You're right.
Because I don't see the state on the street locking people up. The police, I do.
Okay. So when you spoke with the police back in 2015, did you tell the police any of those things that you told your friend, Defendant Williams' attorney, and your friend, Defendant Stillwell's attorney, when they asked you questions on cross? Did you tell the police any of that stuff?
I don't think they asked me nothing like that. I don't recall them asking me nothing like that. You said the police?
Yes, sir.
I don't recall them asking me nothing like that, what Mr. Steele asked me.
Do you recall Mr. Steele asking you about that drive-by shooting?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Do you recall the police asking you about that drive-by shooting?
Yes.
How much information did you give the police about that drive-by shooting?
I told the police it wasn't true.
Okay. Now, okay, so, and when I asked you on direct examination about that drive-by shooting, what did you tell me about that drive-by shooting?
I don't recall. You can refresh my memory.
Do you recall me asking you what you did before that shooting?
I don't recall it though.
Do you recall me asking you how did that shooting happen? Yes. I can show you. I can
Go ahead.
respond.
Overruled.
Thank you, Judge. Do you recall me asking you what led to that shooting?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling me on the stand, or actually telling the jury, because it's not me. Do you recall telling the jury when I asked you on direct that you just went to pick up Mr. Garlington from the club, or that Mr. Garlington had gotten jumped on?
I think I told you I went back and got him from the club. That's what I told you.
And do you recall telling the jury when I asked you questions that you didn't see anybody who jumped on Mr. Garlington?
I told you I didn't know anyone that jumped on Mr. Garland. The same thing I told them on cross. I didn't know exactly who it was that jumped on.
Did you tell the jury on direct with questioning by me that you didn't see the faces of anyone who jumped on Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
And did you tell the jury that you didn't see the faces of anyone that you may have interacted with during that time?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. May I respond?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Steele cross-examined the witness on this very topic. I believe that it is necessary to orient the witness to the questions I asked before I get into the questions that I want to ask him about what he told Mr. Steele, number one. So it's not a 403 waste of time in any way. And I believe that he made a second objection I'd like to respond to, but I can't remember what it was. It was kind of long. And leading, Your Honor, suggests an answer, and it does not consist of questions that simply require a yes or no response.
Overruled. And I'll give you a little leeway, but go ahead and get to what you actually want to get to.
Do you recall telling the jury when I asked you about the drive-by shooting that you never saw a shooting?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling the jury when I asked you about the drive-by shooting that you just dropped off Demekion and Quindarius and you went on your merry way?
I don't think I said I went on my merry way.
You didn't use merry, that's my words.
Okay, but I remember
Just
exactly
went
what
on.
you said. I ain't saying I went on and directly left the scene, but I didn't actually witness them shooting the gun. That's what I said.
Is it your testimony today that on direct examination, you did not tell the jury that you dropped off Quindarius Zachary and Demekion Garlington and left and don't know what they did after you left?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall me asking you about another house getting shot up on Drew Drive after the house on Adele getting shot up?
I don't know in what article. I don't know the addresses.
Do you recall me asking you about whether you saw or participated in any other house getting shot up other than the house off MLK on Adele Drive? Do you recall me asking you that?
I don't recall.
So do you not recall as well telling me that you didn't see any house get shot up?
I don't recall me telling you that I seen a house get shot. I don't recall.
Now, what I just heard you say is, I don't recall
Me telling you that.
You don't recall you telling me what, sir?
I just don't recall, Ms. Lowe. I don't recall.
What is it that you don't recall? I'm sorry, I need the jury to know.
I don't recall.
What don't you recall?
I don't recall. I don't recall. You've been pressuring me so much, it's like, I don't even be remembering a lot of stuff you saying.
Is it that you don't recall telling the jury you did not see any houses getting shot up on April 28, 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay, today, do you recall seeing any houses getting shot up on April 28, 2015?
What I'm saying, I didn't see. I'm not saying that I didn't know no shooting was gonna happen, but what I'm saying is I didn't like personally witness the house that you saying that Quindarius Zachary and Garlington shot up. I didn't witness that.
I appreciate that clarification. That's not my question. I'm asking you today to tell this jury whether you recall today seeing any houses, since it's me talking to you, whether you recall any houses getting shot up. Do you recall seeing any houses getting shot up? on April 28th, 2015. No.
Overruled. So he just told you about the one house. So are you asking about any others?
Yes,
All
I
right,
am.
so ask it that way.
Yeah, you got to tell me directly what house you talk about, because when he cross-examined me,
That's not what she's asking. She's
Oh, okay.
asking any other houses besides that one.
well, I didn't know I don't know the people that was shooting at the other house.
Okay. All right. Did you see any houses getting shot up? Forget the address. I don't really care what address. Did you see any houses getting shot up on April 28th?
I just don't think that's an appropriate question.
Okay, well, that's not for you to decide. So
Okay,
unless
but
there's an
I'm
objection
saying,
that's sustained, you go ahead and answer the question.
Yes,
You did see some houses getting shot up?
not houses. Now you putting more than one. It was one house that I probably seen.
Okay. Tell the jury what house you probably seen get shot up April 28, 2015.
I think it was Lexi. I don't even think it was a house. It was an apartment, if
Tell
I'm
the
not
jury-
mistaken.
Tell the jury what apartment you saw.
I don't know the name of the apartment.
What can you tell the jury about the apartment?
Where I was dropping Quindary, Miss Zachary off at. That's the one I could tell you about.
So, on Friday, when you talked about dropping off Demikion and Quindarius, weren't you dropping them? Were you dropping them off at the house off MLK on Adele Drive, or was there a different address you were dropping them off at?
I was drunk, Ms. Love. I don't remember which one it was.
Did your memory come back while you were being asked the same question by Mr. Steele?
No.
Do you remember telling Mr. Steele a whole bunch of stuff about?
I don't think Mr. Steele was the one cross-examining me on that.
Who do you believe was cross-examining you?
I think it was Mr. Short, not Mr. Steele.
Okay. Let's go with that for a moment. Do you remember telling Mr. Short then details about houses that you saw getting shot up on April 28, 2015?
I didn't go here.
Your Honor, I object. I object
Okay, well, can't object to the objection.
to the speaking portion.
Okay. All right, so I think she's asked him, if you need to approach, let's approach.
I don't mind either way.
Your Honor, the court
Let me
heard.
look at,
What is the court?
let's, come on.
Yeah.
Like the judge was on your side, love. Just shut the fuck up sometimes and let the lady. Like one thing I noticed about this judge, she gonna fill in the blanks. You just gotta give her time. Love it. Yeah. Like every time Love talk, that's all I hear. Yeah. Like I know she naggy as fucking real life. Like I know she naggy as hell. That shit aggravating. Big action, reaction. What's up? How she gonna object when she's the one cross-examining the witness? Right. Like, and I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I keep telling y'all, her ass, that's her gift for gab, man. To irritate you till you just get flustered. Like that's how she got to win her cases like that, cause she irritating as hell. And then it would be one thing, like I said, it would be one thing, because I love a good lawyer that know how to really work the room for real, like Ashley Merchant. It'll be one thing if when she talks with substance, but she don't. She be down spinning the block round and round and round and round. And then I guess in a way, that's her thing though. She'll spin it round and round and round and round until finally you say something or trip up. And then she like, aha, I got you. But she do it irritating. She need to take some lessons from Ashley Merchant. Fuck it. I said what I said. Ashley Merchant, when she speaks with substance. You can follow what she's saying. You gravitate to her. If I was a lawyer, I would want to do that so the jury can hold on to what I say. If anything, the jury gonna say, damn, Love be aggravating this shit. Like, cause she just go round and round and round and round and round and round. round and round we go. Like that's all she be doing. But she don't be saying shit. She a woman of many words that don't say shit. So listen, for her to be a strong prosecutor, like they say, that got to be her gift. It's just to irritate it and then trip you up. She was like, well, what don't you recall? And I still don't even know where we're going with it, because this is supposed to be a redirect. Like, you already let out the foundation. You're now supposed to come in and, right? You supposed to say, well, you know what I'm saying? You said this. Well, I have evidence showing that this what it was. Like, you supposed to get on his ass now, not fucking restart the case. Like, what the fuck is you doing? Yeah, she irritating as hell, y'all. But I guess it works because maybe she ultimately do get a win out of it. But just right now, it's just like, I don't think this redirect is really doing what she was hoping it was gonna do. That's just my opinion. The same thing I felt with the redirect on Woody. I think the state was better off just letting it be where it was with Woody. And I think she was better off if she wasn't coming to like show that he lied. And maybe she is gonna show that he lied, but she just takes too fucking long. And then if I was on the jury, every time the judge got to step in and say something because you are taking too long, that would make me look at you a certain way. So I wouldn't even want the judge to have to say anything. I would have came back with a one-hit acquittal. Boom. All right, let's continue. That's it. That's it. And then the defense can come back. You know what I'm saying? And say something else. I just don't think they redirects be hitting. They directs don't be hitting like that, but they directs at least can have some type of wiggle room. These redirects be killing it. Okay, shout out to Ashley Merchant for sure. I was watching her thing with Fonnie Willis, and I was like, yeah, those are the type of prosecutors you need. Like those type. When she speaks with substance. These ladies at this table here, they may have some good moments, but they don't be speaking with no substance for sure. I still don't see the Rico that what we have. That's what we here for, right? Well, for the most part, but they going like, to be honest, I haven't heard nothing to say that Thug was calling shots. The only thing that has been proven is Thug has the money for sure. But shit, that's that. They could have charged them all separately and handled that accordingly because this ain't giving Rico. They had to do the Rico in order to tie in the Donovan Thomas murder. Without a Rico, it wouldn't been that Donovan Thomas murder wouldn't have been able to get tried for sure. That's my opinion. I can't follow where Love is going with all this. I'm guessing there are going to be some juries that are like me. Yeah, Love don't be going. See, that's the thing. Love don't be going nowhere. She just be talking. Yeah, this is definitely about nothing. The Rico is just the way to tie it together because just like I told y'all, just like the O Block case, they didn't have enough just for FBG Duck murder. They had to tie in the Rico conspiracy with everything as a whole for it to go like that. So that's the best, most modern case I can compare it to. But yeah, she just like, she doesn't be knowing. She be more, I'm gonna tell y'all how I feel. She be more on point with her objections. Like she be like, than she is when she's actually speaking. She's not one to like really take control of a case because she don't be talking about shit. To be honest, I wouldn't have never guessed that she been doing this shit for over 20 years. Like for real. Like, shit is crazy. Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to pull up on your girl Mickey Truth. We is live with it. So yeah, so we waiting for them to finish hashing out whatever they hashing out at. Oh shit, what time is it? All right, y'all hold. Well, I'll be back. We'll wait for them. That's a consultation that I'm late for.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Sledge, please tell the jury what you remember today, everything you remember happening with respect to April 28th, 2015, from the time you picked up Mr. Garlington.
Well, love, I've been here 4 days, just found out how many hours. I can't remember all that stuff, so I don't recall.
She's not asking you now what you remember testifying to. She's just asking you what you remember about that night.
I don't recall.
When did your memory about it leave you?
I can't answer that question for you, but
I'm sorry?
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Did you remember it when you were asked questions by Mr. Sharp? Mr. Sledge, please answer the question.
I don't recall.
You do not recall whether you remembered April 28th when you were asked question by Mr. Sharp?
I don't recall.
All right. When you were entering the plea agreement that you entered on December 28th, 2022, did you ever stop and ask the judge or tell the judge you wanted to clarify anything?
No, because I thought my lawyer had already did that.
And when you heard the state read out factual acknowledgments and ask you if they were true and correct, did you ever indicate part of them are true, but part of them are not?
I didn't think I could speak that in court.
Why did you think you could not speak it in court?
Because I ain't thinking like I could just burst out and say that while the judge reading, or while you was reading out, because the judge didn't read it out. I ain't think I can do that. That was never explained to me.
Between December 28th, 2022 and last week, did someone tell you you could burst out while the state was reading something?
No.
Interrupt?
No.
So last week when I was asking you questions and you told the judge I gave you a headache and made your blood pressure go up, you felt comfortable enough? Did you feel comfortable enough to do that?
Because I'm on the stand trying to explain. When you sit back there, you ain't explaining, but when you sitting on this side, you call me here to tell my truth and my understanding. And that's what I'm giving you. I can't give you nothing else. I'm only giving you my truth.
Okay. And so when you were sitting at the table next to your lawyer, did you feel more or less comfortable about giving your truth?
I don't recall.
Do you want to answer the question?
I just answered.
No, I'm asking you, do you want to answer?
I want to answer any question that you got for me, but if I don't remember, I don't remember.
And so what is it that you don't recall about being at the table with your lawyer?
I just don't recall, my love. I ain't trying to give you a hard time. But it looked like you trying to give me a hard time.
Mr. Sledge, would you tell the jury as between when you were in court on December 28th, 2022, and when you have been in court for the last 4 days, if there is anything different about parties in the courtroom that you can point out?
No.
So everyone here in the courtroom was in the courtroom with you on December 28, 2022.
When did you say?
Mention relevance.
Your Honor, it goes to changes.
Okay, overruled.
Could you repeat it?
Were each of the people now in the courtroom today were,
Hang on. Yes.
I don't know how it technically worked, but at this point, Love should just give this shit up. Like, I don't know where the hell she going. The witness don't even know where the hell she going. I just feel like in a course, I know you gotta let them cook, but at this point, she need to fast track that shit. She need to just get there. Like, we already get the point that you saying. Basically, he was answering the defensive questions, like he remember everything. Cool, but let's get there. Like, just go ahead and get there. Like, you supposed to come when you come back for a redirect after the redirect. Like, you supposed to come slam dunk that shit. So, like, if that's where you headed, because to me, I'm gonna be like, damn, where is she going? So I kind of feel like she trying to like show like he was more willing to answer the defense question than hers. And I will say he was like, yes. He was a little bit, I ain't gonna lie. But you got as you supposed to come in with that shit, just say, in your face, like boom, that's what it is. It's like she's taking too long. I feel like in this situation, she gonna take so long to get there that's not gonna hit the same compared to if she would have came in just fucking throwing balls. Like for real. Like, you got to just come in swinging. Like, that's it. Just come in swinging. Like, on your first time when you direct, that's one thing. But when you come back on a redirect, you got to come in throwing fucking bottles, everything. Like, she got to just get there. She ain't getting there. Appreciate it, Shishi. Yeah, she ain't getting there. Like, she gonna make him point out people. Well, what she's trying to get at is saying that the defense teams were not there when he took his plea. All right, that's what she's trying to get at. Like, he is changing up what he's saying now because they're there. That's always been her stance this whole trial. So that's pretty much what she's going, but she ain't getting there quick enough. Like, it's like, to me, it's like rambling. And then when she finally make her point, the shit ain't gonna hit the same compared to she just would have came in like, yeah, okay, so were the defendants there on December 28, 2022 when you took your plea? Like, she should have just came out like that. And then she could have been like, okay, so are you now feeling pressured because the defense, like, then go into that. Of course they was going to object, but go into shit like that. Because now, at least as if I'm on the jury, you got my attention. Because I'll be like, oh, that is, okay, yeah. I didn't see them on the video you showed me. Or, you know what I'm saying? Oh, that do make sense. You see how it start clicking in a person's mind? But hell, by the time she get there, everybody gonna be like, oh, damn, what else she was saying at the beginning? Oh, yeah. Like, you just wasting time. Like, just wasting time. Like, that's how she's supposed to get there. Like, we see where you're going, just get there. You know what I'm saying? Because, again, it's gonna be some people, like, it may be like some people like me, right? That I see where you're going. Like, I see where you're going. You just ain't getting there quick enough. Like, my mind got there before you got there. So some people may be able to think like that. Some people gonna be like, what the fuck is you talking about? And you know what that's gonna equal out to? A mistrial. And you know what I'm saying? You don't want it. Y'all done spent all this money y'all keep talking about, you don't want that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you got to get there. These times is what's gonna determine a hung jury or not. These are the times you got to close the gaps. This ain't the time for you to fucking sugarfoot. Close the gaps. Because this is going to be that reasonable doubt that some people going to be like, I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? I don't think so. Still rubbing his hands like Birdman. If Thug go to jail, y'all go. Why look like Shannon texting on her phone and say, y'all, Shannon ain't doing nothing. Yeah. Look, when the thing went viral, when Thug did the wipe your nose thing and it went viral, like, y'all gonna get these boys fried, okay? Gonna get these boys fried. Pointing out shit like that. Oh, shit. Frederick said, make sure we're going to finish this case and take this
All right, so for the record, that objection.
Whole better job. Okay.
Let's get the.
Half the time we want to jump in their bodies and be like, what's up? Like, just get there. So hopefully she about to get there, y'all. I agree with that. I told y'all a while ago, I feel like it's a money play. They trying to drain his resources dry. But I don't think that shit gonna happen though, cause still gonna ride this shit out.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you. Just 1 second. Mr. Sledge, would you please tell the jury who is in the courtroom with you today that was not in the courtroom with you on December 28, 2022?
Could you repeat it?
Can you rephrase that? Because that's going to be a whole lot of people. Just get to the point that you want to ask.
Yes. You already said I was here. Was there a court reporter here in the courtroom? Not this one, but a court reporter?
I think so.
Were there
I
deputies?
told y'all the point she was trying to
I
get.
think so.
Were there DA investigators?
I think, yes,
Obviously, you said your lawyer was here.
yes.
All right. Was your friend Shannon here?
If you're trying to get to the point.
Mr. Sledge, I'm not trying to get to anything, and I really do need you to just answer the question.
Listen.
So if you could
But
please, Your Honor, if the court would instruct the witness to answer the question,
Listen to the question and answer the question.
And then
that's
you can
asked, And
explain.
then you may explain it.
I would ask
Thank
that
you.
he be allowed to complete his answer.
and Your Honor, since his answer was not responsive,
His answer was not responsive.
I'd ask that you,
Re-ask the question.
was your friend, Mr. Stillwell, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No,
Was your friend Defendant Williams here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
no,
Was your friend Defendant Kendrick here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
no,
Was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Williams, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
no,
Was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Stillwell, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
no,
Was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Kendrick, here in
Objection.
court with you on December? He
I'm
objected.
saying,
I'll
why
wait.
you
Hold
raising-
on, Mr.
Hang on.
Relevance to whether I was in attendance at the time he took his plea.
Your Honor,
Overruled.
was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Kendrick, here in court with you on December 28,
But
2022? You can answer first and I will let you explain, but I need you to answer
no,
yes or no.
but could you stop yelling at me like I'm your child or something? I'm not your child.
You are not.
You talking aggressive.
All
to me.
that shit.
You don't intimidate me, all them guys over here. So if you would have came to me and asked me that, I'd have told you the same thing. What if they was in my face or not in my face? I'm not scared of them or you.
I don't want you to be.
Well, that's what you acting like it. That's what you
Okay.
acting like you trying to
So
paint.
do you want me to bring my voice down? And I
Yeah,
apologize if
don't
it
holler at
sounds
me,
like
I
I'm
ain't your
yelling.
child. Could I take a break? Y'all in the car.
No, we've had so many breaks this
Yeah,
morning. We
'cause
really need to get
I'm-
through this.
All right. So, Mr. Sledge, was either Quay that is in the courtroom here today in the courtroom with you on December 28, 2022?
No,
Was Lil Rod in the courtroom with you on December 28, 2022?
get to your point. No,
That is my point.
your point is
Okay.
pointless.
Was the lawyer for Mr. Huey Quay in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No,
Was the lawyer for Cornelius Nichols in court with you on December 28, 2022?
no,
Was the lawyer for Little Rod in court with you on December 28, 2022?
I don't know if that's been asked and answered or not.
It was not.
Okay, well, go ahead if you say it was.
Was the lawyer for
No.
Little Rod
no,
That shit got me on here dying laughing. He said, "Don't be talking loud, I'm your child."
On cross-examination, defendant Stillwell's attorney, Mr. Sharp, asked you about Shell Kel and Antrevia. Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
All right. When did you lose recollection of what happened 3 days ago?
I don't recall.
Are all of your answers to every question I ask from now on going to be, I don't recall?
Yes,
Why?
because I don't recall.
And what caused you to lose your memory?
You put so much pressure on my brain, I don't forgot everything. I can't remember all this stuff that been asked to me for the last 4 days. It's like, it's confusing. So I'm not, like you said, I completed the 9th grade. I'm not that intelligent to be remembering all this stuff that you keep asking me. My brain just everywhere. I might need to go see somebody after this court time.
Mr. Sledge, did you have any problem at all understanding the questions asked to you about Brian Steele?
I don't recall.
Right. Did you lose your memory at any point with Mr. Steele?
He wasn't pressuring me like you. He was helping me. He was explaining to me, he was breaking down, but it seemed like.
I appreciate what you're saying. I'm gonna respond to that.
Objection.
Mr.
The witness should be allowed to answer the question.
Were you finished with your answer?
No, she cut me off.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, please.
I said, Mr. Steele was explaining to me, he wasn't pressuring me, but every time it seems like I'm getting up in with you, I'm giving you my truth and you still trying to pressure me to say something you want me to say when I'm giving you the truth that I know.
Mr. Sledge, do you understand that there's a difference between the way that a prosecutor can ask you questions and the way that a defense attorney can ask you questions?
No.
Do you understand that I cannot lead you when I'm asking you questions?
Sustained.
When you say that there's a difference between the way that Mr. Steele asks you questions and the way that I ask you questions, would you help me understand what that difference is so that I can ask you questions in a way that does not frustrate you?
Oh, well, I mean, he kind of has told you.
She ain't said it. She said you overruled.
Ask your next question.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So will you help me break things down a little bit so that I'm not frustrating you? Okay.
You already have.
I understand.
I don't even.
Can we rewind?
No.
All right. When you were asked about Antrevia, was Shell Kel the person you said who had also started a relationship with Antrevia after you?
I don't recall.
What is confrontational about that question?
I just don't recall.
Why don't you recall?
Because you pressured me. I don't recall. You heard my brain.
All right, so let's take an early lunch and you can calm down in the meantime, hopefully, and then we will come back. Let's see, it's almost 11:15. Let's come back at 12:30.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything anybody needs to put on the record before we break for lunch? And I sure do. I didn't think about the fact that the trays may or may not be here yet, but they'll be here in enough time.
Your Honor, may
So-
we be permitted to remain at the table during lunch, or does the court
You-
require that we leave?
What now?
May we remain at the table during lunch, or does the court require that we leave?
No, you can stay here if you want to.
Thank you.
All right, so we're on our lunch recess. We'll see everybody back at 12:30.
That's what her ass get. That's what her ass get. Okay. Listen, she came in hostile from the start. One thing about it, and as a seasoned attorney, she should know that you got to play into your witness. That's how you do. You play into them. That's what the defense does. Okay. You play into the witness. Okay. You already see he don't want like. One thing about it, she was using big words, and y'all remember I was like, man, the hell that boy probably don't even understand what you're saying. Like, you gotta dumb it down. You want him to act and behave the way you want him to, then you need to put your question, okay, like that. You already know being labeled per se a snitch, all right, is gonna have them up on the fence. Then you don't need to like pose your question as if they're snitching, right? You know, as a street dude, being intimidated or scared of somebody is a no-no. So don't pose your question like they're scared. You got to pose your question to make it more comfortable for the witness. And then when you on the end of it and you ready to nail his ass, then you bring in all the shit. Now I will say, you know, Hilton to me wasn't the strongest prosecutor for Woody, but she played into him to a certain degree. And I feel like she didn't know how to rebound from playing into it, and that's why she was weak with him. But like the ball is in your court, love. You could have had this witness. And we even noticed that she was talking aggressively way before Mutu even said anything. So it's on her. If she don't get her answers to her question, it's on her. Okay. That boy shut down with the quickness. For real. It's like, and I'm be honest, it's like children. You know what I'm saying? It's like that. Y'all, I got little cousins. Hell, my godson was shut down quick as hell. It's a defense mechanism. She should know that. She is the leader over like what special witnesses or some shit. I remember when we looked it up. She should have known that. His brain hurts because he knows he's going to jail. Hell, I mean, they can do it either way. I mean, regardless if he answer or not, but they still need him to answer the question. He thinking she trying to trick him by using big words. And could be because you know that man don't understand what the hell, you know, you saying to him. Like, for real. Love don't know how to gag a witness, right? Oh, shit, I don't went too far up. I was trying to keep up with y'all comments. How long would they go to jail if they just said, fuck it, I ain't testifying no more, take me to jail? But him, somebody that took a plea deal, you going for 25 years, or 50, however long his plea is. Yeah, you go for your time. No. That's why I say that's the difference between Mutu and Woody. Woody wasn't never a defendant on this case. So he would just go to the end of the trial if it was like if he was on the level with Woody. But with him, your ass going to jail for the time you were supposed to be on probation. Have you noticed whenever still a shark uses a word that they know that the witness does not understand, they will say, sorry, that was a bad word. Let me rephrase that. Yeah, you got to like, you can't make them feel like they slow because, you know, Mutu already said, I'm not retarded. You know, he done said it. He done said, I'm not this. You have to, until you ready to fucking dunk on their ass, you got to stay at they level. 30 to 35 years they was giving that boy. Yeah, if Mutu go to jail for this, that's how long it's gonna be. 25 years. So that's just how it goes. It's like at the end of the day, you got to You're not gonna go using them big ass words if you go into a pre-K class. You gotta think about it. And that's why I say, even like when I'm doing content, I know everybody's not gonna understand what I say if I just talk in legal terms all the time. I kind of dumb it down. I make it where it's just a regular conversation. Anybody can join in. You know what I'm saying? Like, I try to use alternate words than to say, this and that, so that everybody can be in a conversation. So it's the same thing in court. You got your witness got the, you know what I'm saying? They're not gonna shit. Your jury is not gonna understand a lot of that legal jargon. That's why a lot of times you'll hear them give like some type of guidance or instruction on it. Because your jury, you don't know how far your jury can do it. Nobody likes to be made a fool, especially a man with the ego and pride, and especially on a nationwide platform. Right. Pretty sure he done been on social media. He done watched the comments and shit like that. Then you gotta understand he still is at the end of the day at the foot and the discretion of the state. But at the same time, you can't just back them in a corner. Once a person get backed in a corner, you never know what their reaction can be. And in his case, it's shutting down. Even if you peep Still, when Still come, he got a whole different tone to him when he comes to the witness. Even with Woody, he'll come, okay, how you doing? All right. So I'm gonna ask you some questions. Is that okay? And remember, Woody was like, no. He said, I understand. No, that was Sharp. Sharp was like, I understand. But I gotta ask it anyway. And then, he goes and you set the tone for it. Y'all know, like, ladies, when you want your man to do something, you say with a certain tone, right? Fellas, if you trying to get in good with your woman, you say it in a different way. It may not be the way that you would normally say it. Same thing, like I said, it's all about how you put your narrative in a courtroom. You can't go in a hostile and you ain't even got no shit to really be hostile about. And I'm talking about love. Love was hot. Like, we talked the tone. You can't go in there like that. Because what he said, shit, I think you're trying to trick me. I need to talk to my lawyer. You putting them on the fence. She fucked herself up with this one. Like, for real, for real. OG wouldn't look at his lawyer when he left the room. Love lost that witness. Justify what to do. He should have fired his lawyer for telling him to sign for that much probation. It's all about levels of understanding communication. But listen, I'm gonna be honest, and it's not like with these type of cases, he was gonna sign regardless because he wanted to get out. He done said it. He wanted to get out. Like, his lawyer could have told him whatever. All he knew was he was held with no bond. Okay. They was saying from the beginning this was gonna be a long trial. His lawyer done let him know, hey, a couple dollars you giving me now ain't gonna be enough for me to do no trial. He wanted to go home, and that's why he went home. Almost everybody that got out on no plea deals got 10 plus years probation. You not worrying about none of that shit. You not worrying about if next year for your birthday you gonna go get lit and fail the piss test. You just know that today I got an option to get out this bitch. I'm getting out this bitch. I don't care what the fuck that paper say. Just let me the fuck out. And basically that's what he's saying. Now, will that be enough for the jury? It just depends if they can understand it. I understand it. I understand it. I know exactly why. Know that his lawyer could have said whatever. All he wanted to know is, oh, I get to go home? Oh, say less. How many of y'all done went to sign contracts and shit? Say a car contract, right? You go get a new car. They like, oh, you ain't got to put no money down today. You can ride home in this car. And your payment's going to be $400 a month. You like, shit, hell yeah. Let's do it. But you ain't read that fine print, okay, that says it's going to be 33% interest rate. You're going to be paying on this car for 10 years. You ain't read all that. All you know, you ain't had to give no money to the day. and you can drive off and you off. And you know why I say that? Because I used to be a car salesperson, and I know how many people I done put in cars that didn't read the fucking fine print. But at the end of the day, they got the gist of it. So they signed it. That's on them once they drive off the lot. And that's how these plea agreements work. I hope that's a good example for y'all to kind of like get what I'm saying. But yeah, they did not care. They just knew they wanted to get the fuck from out there. As much of bad stuff I'm hearing about, Fulton County Jail is the equivalent to Richland County Jail, which is here in Columbia. Motherfuckers do not want to be down there. Like, for real, they do not want to be down there. So, you know, that's just how I feel about it. Hold on, y'all. That's just how I see. Like, all of them did it because they had a way out. A lot of them wasn't going to have another way out. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't going to have another way out. Like, for real. They wasn't thinking like, oh, and remember, like he said, I think it was like day 2, he was like, well, it said I could be called. Like, it wasn't definite. Because, you know, some of their agreements, some say you will be called. I think, like, Teak song say you will be called. Moontoon was like, I think it was if or something like that, but it was different wording. But listen, if y'all recall the plea agreement, the plea hearing, man, let me pull it up real quick. That man wasn't looking like he was paying attention to shit other than like, I hope these motherfuckers let me out for real today. Like, I hope I get out for real today. Like, that's all his face is looking like. Let me see. I'm just gonna play a little bit of it to show how he looked. Like, in his face, he looked like, here you go, right here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court respectfully to.
Look, he looked stressed the fuck out. He looked like he's stressed out. Okay, he looked stressed out. He looked like, I don't know.
To agree and accept this, the terms of this agreement and sentence him according to the terms of this agreement. He will abide to each and every provision that this agreement.
This man looked stressed out. He looked like, come on. I ain't trying to play the whole thing. I'm just trying to show his facial reaction. Look, he just looked like, listen to him.
Case, you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you test positive for any Schedule 1, 2, or 3 drug,
He looked,
within 30 days of that positive
like
test.
His head shaking. That man just knew he was trying to go home, and he just wanted to go home. I'm just gonna be real. And we all know at this point, none of these so-called gangsters want to be in jail. Ain't nobody trying to do no bid for real. He wanted to go home, and that was his way home. I ain't saying this right or wrong. He did what he had to do for him, and that was to take this plea, not knowing at the end of the day, you know, whatever. And like I said, prosecutors, they can scream all that shit. I'm pretty sure they don't care if you really comprehend it. They don't. They just want you to sign that shit. They gonna say it for the record, and it's up to you to say yes. Because if you say no, his ass would have still been sitting in there. And I'm pretty sure his lawyer explained that to him. So, Trap Boy Dickie got mad bar. Who is Trap Boy Dickie? Is it like Trap Boy Dickie? I thought, why I thought his name was Trap Dickie. You talking about from South Carolina? I don't think his name is it Trap Boy Dickie. I just know it's Trap Dickie. I could be wrong. Shit. Yo, y'all, just funny story. I tell y'all that people be trying to, like, I'm pretty sure almost every creator will get somebody in their inbox or something trying to, like, quote unquote, sell content to them, right? Why the hell? Hold on one second. Damn, what I was about to say? I done got sidetracked. What I was about to know. Yeah, his name Trap Dicky. I had to look that up, Blue. His name Trap Dicky, not Trap Boy. Look, because I thought I was tripping. Damn, what the fuck was I saying just now? Damn, I done forgot. Mine, I don't know. I think I'm getting up in age or something, because I ain't know why I done forgot what the hell I was saying. All right, I got reactions to do today, so I think I'm just, because we got until 12:30 for a trial to come back. So I guess I'll do, go ahead and do one of my reactions now while I'm on here so I can clip it out later. Let me pull up the videos I'm supposed to be reacting. Oh, that's what I was saying. Yeah. So I tell y'all, people be sending messages wanting to sell content or whatever. Somebody hit me up, right, to sell content. And I laughed. Somebody was like, they had content on Fendi Boy from Chicago. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, who the fuck want to buy Fendi Boy content, right? They talking about $500. Now, I ain't going to go into what they were trying to sell or what was the whole. I'm like, I replied to them. I said, bruh, I wouldn't buy Fendi Boy content for a penny, let alone free content. Like, I'm not about to buy no shit like that about him. Like, what the fuck? Like, who is he? Like, for real. Like, dude said $500. I said, you tripping, bro. Like, then I was like, you might have to tap into like a Chicago blogger that might care or something about that. And he was like, okay, well, if 500 too much, what about 150? I put that nigga on block. Like, bro, I'm not about to go back and forth with you about buying shit. I just told you I wouldn't buy it for free. So the hell? Like, don't nobody give a damn. Yeah, I be telling y'all, it be people trying to sell content all the time. All the time. And sometimes, a lot of creators do, even if you don't see us communicate, we do communicate. And, somebody be like, yeah, oh yeah, that same person try to sell it to me too. Yeah, they be really trying to sell content on people, like, for real. So, yeah. All right. Which one I want to do? What do I want to do? I don't want to do that one just yet. Hold on, y'all. Oh, I know one I can do. I can do the Hookah Anonymous one. All right, so shout out to Hookah Anonymous. I'm about to watch one of his videos. People always come commenting and stuff ever since it really started about dude from Chicago, FBI Butter is what I call him. So I heard about it, of course, but I didn't care to like really look at it. But Hookah Anonymous video popped up on my timeline, and I listened to some of it, and I was like, oh, that would be a good one, So that's what we're about to do. And it's FBG Butter faces 30 years in prison after crashing out. So we're gonna watch that one.
I'm a threat. Hey, what's up, y'all? Y'all know my slogan. I don't know it all, but I know what I've been through. Now, before we get into this video, make sure you check us out on Patreon at www.patreon.com/hookah_anonymous_. You guys been telling us to create one for the longest, so we recently created a community where we will upload videos that we can't share on YouTube due to their guidelines. We'll also be dropping the latest See There First, behind the scenes information that you wouldn't find anywhere else on our socials. So make sure you become a member, and after you do that, head over to our official Instagram page at hookah_anonymous and follow us there. Now, without further ado, let's get into what you guys came here to see. Now, FBG Butter. Y'all, it's not looking too good for FBG Butter. As y'all know, we already did a video where we spoke about his current arrest, and basically the charges and the full report on the arrest have basically dropped, and now everybody get to see what actually happened.
The crazy part about it is that this is a new case. He already had an open Cook County case, gun case from earlier this year. So that's even more crazy that he was already let out on that, and then this happened. So
now we did hear that, he was locked up for having weapons on him, trying to flee from police, armed habitual criminal, but I don't think everybody knew how serious these charges actually were. Not to mention, Butter already have charges from being bonded out, other weapon possession charges. So I guess this time they're really not playing with him because they feel that maybe he keeps getting chances and he keeps doing the same exact thing.
Facts. And the thing that's not going to be in his favor is the fact that this is not a Cook County case. Y'all know, like, I know in my area, people know, like, oh, we know Richland County. We know how shit work here. And they have that, thing in their mind all the time that everywhere is going to be just like their home county until they go to another county and face some shit. And that's what I feel like is going to happen with this. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button.
Now, before we get into the full report that actually told us what happened and how much time he's actually facing, let me say this, y'all. I see a lot of people, they're trying to throw stones, they're trying to be funny towards the situation. Here's one thing about this whole drill stuff and getting arrested.
Hold on, before we even get into this, I'm gonna be honest. I don't knock nobody for laughing at Butter ass. Like, for real, I don't knock nobody for it. He called it on himself. He had a chance, and I said it before, even like with Woody, he had a chance to play his cards correctly after testifying in the O-Block Rico, but instead he wanted to be a crash out dummy. He wanted to move like he was still a crash out dummy. And that's just that. I don't have no empathy or sympathy for him in this situation at all. However, at the same time, it's a sad situation because he had an opportunity given to him. Now, again, oh boy is one of the ones that got a lot of clout, okay? A lot of clout off of being a witness on the case, okay? And instead of using his 10 minutes of fame for leveling up, like Woody did, you know what I'm saying? To like Woody speaking at law campuses and shit. You know what I'm saying? He had an opportunity to do so, but instead he wanted to still play this character. Okay. Then here we are. And I'm just, look, doing dumb shit as a nobody is one thing, but when you finally get a name doing dumb shit, you are going to be used as an example. And I feel like in this situation, he's going to be used as an example. No difference than my favorite Chiracian, Cairo. They gonna use you as an example. For those who don't know, Cairo is still in jail because they say he's a danger to the community. He got hit with a gun charge and all that. So I say that it'd be one thing to move like that when you don't have a name, but you gotta move different when you have a name. So, I don't think it's funny. I think it's sad, but I don't fuck with him, so I ain't about to knock nobody for laughing at his ass. But it's definitely more sad to me than anything. Let's continue.
At the end of the day, it's not worth it, right? But also, if you are actually in the streets and not just rapping about it or talking about it because it's cool, it's all clickbait and views, this is what's going to happen to you. You're eventually going to face the consequences because it's but so much time you're going to keep getting caught or keep doing things before you actually face the consequences. Now, what I don't like is this. There's people out there, they're talking about this Butter situation. And to be honest with you, it's almost as if they're happy Butter is in this situation right now. Everybody's making jokes and it's all funny. But let me tell you this right now. It can happen to anybody.
Facts. That's true. It can't happen to anybody. But I'll tell y'all this. I said, and I listened to him say it with my own ears. He clowned the old Block 6 at that trial about being dummies. He clowned them. He told them they deserve to be in jail. This is what he said to them. Now it's not verbatim because it's been a while, but in context, that's what he said to them. So I feel he dishes out what he gets back. Like, same thing. Ain't no different than him going on interviews, calling people dummy, crash outs, and shit like that. Now he's in that situation. And guess what? He's in that situation because of his choices. Ain't nobody put him there. His choices. So I still don't feel no sympathy for him.
In fact, Butter didn't think when he was on the stand, taking the stand on these guys, laughing, making jokes, being fun, being on social media, laughing about them and talk. Guess what? He didn't think that he would probably end up in that same position. And now look, you see what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to be mindful, even if it's funny, you don't get on social media. This is why I always tell y'all, I never laugh at two things. Death in jail. I don't wish that on anybody. Especially if you're out there doing dirt or whatever you're doing, it could come right back to you. Right? It could come right back to you. So you sitting there wishing jail and death on somebody or making fun of it, and you know you out there doing X, Y, and Z, be careful. Be careful. On top of that, this is why I always tell y'all, man, damn if you do, damn if you don't. Stop listening to social media. Because two things. If you really like that and doing what you rapping about or doing whatever you talking about on these interviews and being on social media saying that you really about that life and something happens to you, nobody's going to say, oh, he's a good man. No, they're going to laugh at you. They're going to say you all.
I'll be honest. Dude ain't got no reason to be moving like that. Okay, now I don't count nobody's pockets, but he be back and forth to fucking California doing his no jumper shit. He be getting interview bookings left and right. He should have, and he should have some coins set up where he don't gotta move like that. I'm just saying, that's just my opinion, but it's no excuse for him to be moving the way he was moving. Other than some people can't handle. See, this is the thing. This is why having a team is important. Some people don't never really understand. When you get to a certain point, you have to elevate yourself and elevate your surroundings. Obviously, he didn't take that part seriously because he could have security. Woody had security. He could have had security. He ain't had to be driving around with no fucking guns, knowing you already had an open case for a gun. You're a felon, okay? Like, ain't nobody else done died, quote unquote, that you can go tell on. Like, you knew you was out of options. You had an opportunity to make some legit money, okay? And instead, your ass sitting up in fucking jail. Hopefully, he had some shit on the back end working where he can still get a check. But I don't foresee him getting out no time soon. But that's just me. Let's continue because I don't know the whole story. I just know parts of it that I've been seeing on the blogs.
Types of crash outs, you a fool for this and that when you could have been doing this. But guess what? If you're not about what you're talking about and you get exposed, then they're going to call you weak. They're going to say you're not like that. So, let me tell y'all, damn if you do, damn if you don't. And it's unfortunate because yes, we laughing. Yes, it's entertaining. Yes, some people think that other guys going to jail is funny, which is kind of crazy. But at the end of the day, some of these guys are forced to live this way. Some of these guys are actually in Chicago doing what they're talking about. Some of them actually have to stay with a weapon, whether they want to or not, because they got to protect their life. They in an environment where they rather get caught with it than without it.
Now, I agree with Hookah. I do agree with Hookah. But in FBI Butter case, now in the situation, he don't even fucking stay in Chicago. He be in and out of Illinois. He did not have to be in that area. He had a choice not to be in that area. Fuck all that bullshit. He had a choice not to be in that area. Now, I don't know how far away the county he got caught in is. His ass ain't had to be stuck in no fucking Chicago. That's just my opinion. He's not one of the ones that really ain't had motion going on. Dude been on interviews dropping 1 million views per interview. Like I said, he was Woody before Woody became Woody right now. He was the one, anything he was on was dropping 1 million views. He was a repeat person on multiple platforms. It's no way in hell he had to be in that environment on some real shit. Like, I ain't by now. I get the concept that Hookah was saying in general, but for him, for Butter, I ain't buying that shit. He had a choice to make better decisions than what he was making, and he chose not to. Whether he wasn't smart enough to like put it together to make better decisions, or his ass just ain't give a fuck for real and just wanted to be in that type of situation. So again, I don't have no empathy for him, not just because I don't like him, but because of he made these decisions and he ain't had to make those type of decisions. And the reason why I say he ain't had to was what other person in the Chicago sector was dropping million view interviews? What other person was on every platform dropping interviews? He's a regular on DJU. He's a regular on No Jumper. Like, who else had that going on for them? He should have looked at some other legitimate ways like Booty did and did something better with his shit. Instead of being drunk 5 o'clock in the morning, driving around with no motherfucking license and shit, with a car full of guns. So, like I said, I do agree with Hookah. I wouldn't say that was accurate for Butter. I think Butter was just a crash out because he's a crash out.
And like I said before, most people have the mentality where they feel they'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. Simple as that. Now let's get into this report, man. But before we do, make sure you hit that thumbs up button so we can get this video into the algorithm. If you're not subscribed to the platform already, make sure you do so now. Let's get into it. Now, before breaking everything down, what I'm going to do is just read the article straight out of the Daily Herald so y'all can get the information straight from there. And then we're going to talk about what transpired. Now, the Daily Herald will say, quote, a Chicago man has been accused of throwing a loaded gun out of a car window while being chased by Hinsdale police. Rakeem Wilton, 28, of the 4800 block of South Calumet Avenue, is charged with armed habitual criminal, unlawful use of a weapon by a felon, and misdemeanor and petty offenses, including transportation of open alcohol by a driver, according to the DuPage County State's Attorney's Office. Judge Joshua Deaton Friday ordered Wilton be detained pre-trial. According to a news release, at 5 a.m. Thursday, police tried to stop a Jeep Patriot at Madison and 4th Streets on allegations of improper lane use and driving without headlights. It said Wilton was the driver and he did not pull over. The release said he threw a loaded .380 caliber Smith & Wesson M&P bodyguard pistol out a window. The Jeep hit a curb and crashed at Vine Street and Hinsdale Avenue. Police said they found a loaded .40 caliber Springfield Armory XD-40 pistol on the driver's side floorboard of the Jeep. According to prosecutors' petition for pre-trial detention, police said Wilton told them he did not throw anything and did not know there were guns in the vehicle. The petition stated that Wilton has convictions for conspiracy to commit M in a 2015 case and aggravated unlawful use of a weapon. It also said he had been charged in 2022 and 2024 in Cook County with unlawful use, possession of a weapon by a felon, and aggravated unlawful use of a weapon. But those charges had been dropped. If convicted, Wilton could be sentenced to 6 to 30 years in prison. Now that you guys actually know what actually transpired and why they were following Butter, because a lot of us didn't know how everything happened. We were just told that Butter ended up getting arrested because he had weapons. He tried to throw the weapons out and the police tried to chase him. However, now we know why. And he did exactly what I always tell y'all not to do. If you have illegal things in the car, if you know you're doing something illegal, you can't break a traffic law. That's like guys who smoke in the vehicle and then they're swerving or they speeding. And when they get stopped by the police, the smell of marijuana makes
facts. First and foremost, drinking and driving is a no-no. Let's start there. But definitely drinking and driving with an open container with multiple fucking guns is crazy. Especially when you're the only person in the car. Like, you're the only person in the car. So who shit was it? Like, that's I don't even know how a lawyer can argue that, other than whoever had their name on the Jeep possibly will take ownership of the guns, possibly. I don't know, but I don't even know how he could have a defense for that. But yeah, that's wild.
Probable cause for them to search a car, only for them to find out that they have weapons or empty liquor bottle or something that's in the car that they're not supposed to have. So not only are you doing things illegal or have things illegal, you're speeding or you're not changing, you're not signaling. They said that Butter didn't have his headlights on. So they also said that they found an empty liquor bottle. That could have played a factor into why he was changing lanes improperly and didn't have headlights on. Now it could be one of two things. Maybe he purposely didn't have it because maybe he was trying to slide on ops. Maybe he was trying to get low and not be seen. Or maybe he was just so drunk.
I would say this. I would say this shit. Not having your headlights on is the craziest thing. I remember that time, the story I told y'all when I ended up going to jail for 4 days for driving under suspension, it's because I pulled out of a gas station with no headlights on. And I really just didn't realize I ain't had my headlights on. But it can be the stupidest shit that you don't realize you did. And I can only imagine drinking and you can look drunk. Like, that's the thing too. If they can smell liquor on your breath, that's probable cause also. So, like, you already ain't got the proper lights on, you making improper turns and shit. Yeah, that shit was a disaster waiting to happen for sure.
Right? Or under the influence of liquor, and he didn't notice that he didn't have lights on, and he didn't notice that he wasn't signaling before changing lanes. But that one mistake costed him a whole lot. And you know what's crazy? Sometimes it happens like that. Sometimes it's that one little mistake that leads to something major. How many times, especially guys that's already been in the streets, how many times you done did your best to stay away from ops and police, and you did everything to cover your tracks only for one minor slip up that you never expected to happen actually happened, and you end up getting caught up. But it's always the smallest thing that you...
I wouldn't say this about this situation. I think Hookah is just speaking in general, but to be directly on but boy, this wasn't no minor thing. This was just, I feel like, to me, this was his fucking wake up call, hopefully, to let him know this is not like you playing. Like, you should not have been moving around like that. You should have had enough where you could have had somebody driving you. You ain't had now, and I'm just talking about again. I get moving around with guns. I get that. However, it doesn't make it right, but I do get that part. But driving drunk with open container and all that shit, you ain't using proper, like, that's on you, because you should have had somebody else driving the fucking car. Or your ass should have called a motherfucking XL Black to pick you up or some shit. I don't know. I just can't get that notion, because at this point, you're just not the average per se street nigga. Now you are a public figure. You're a fucking personality. You already know you about to make headlines. I'm gonna let the rest of this play just a little bit, and then because it done made the Chicago news also, and show y'all that
least expected that caused everything to transpire. Now, another thing, a lot of people, they keep asking, well, why didn't Butter just pull over? Why didn't he just comply? Or maybe he could have finessed the police. Sometimes you can't, right? Because maybe his license wasn't good. I think they did say that his license wasn't good, actually. But sometimes your license ain't good. So when your license ain't good, that automatically gives them reason to search your car. So maybe he felt that he has more of a chance of getting away if he run from them rather than stop and they run his license and realize that he don't have.
And to be honest, y'all, I don't even think it was that much of a thought process. I think it was just his nature. And I'm gonna be honest. Like I said, I don't like the dude, but I'm just gonna be real. It's in some people's nature, whether they are right or wrong in a situation, the police pull you over to run. So I think it was just his reflex was to run. I don't think he sat there and thought about, oh, my license ain't right, because to my understanding, I don't think he never had a license anyway. But I think it was just his reflex was to run.
Have one, and then next you know, he just pretty much gave up. So he'd rather have more of a fighting chance by trying to run from him. But he was already intoxicated. You know, he probably wasn't even fit to try to run from police. They done caught him throwing the gun. So that's another thing. He was trying to throw the weapons out the window, but I guess he wasn't far enough from them where he can throw it and they couldn't see it. I wonder what car. Well, they say he was in the Jeep.
Throwing it out the window is so crazy. If anything, slide that shit, you know, like on the TV. I'm saying on TV. If anything, slide that shit out the bottom of the door. Like, don't throw it out the window. Like, objects that come out the window obviously is gonna be viewable to lights. If anything, crack your door, throw that shit on the ground. It still could have the possibility of being seen, but you got more of a chance of it not being seen if it goes straight to the ground compared to if you throwing it out the fucking window. Well, according to law and order and shit like that.
So that's probably why he wasn't able to run either. Jeeps is slow unless you got the fully loaded one. It's a Hellcat or something like that. But other than that, if you got the regular Jeep, 9 times out of 10, you ain't getting away. You can try all you want. So a lot of people also feel that you got a chance when you throw the weapon because, possession is 9/10 of the law. So I guess they feel they got more of a chance if they throw it because at that point it becomes your word against mine. And
yeah, if they don't have actual evidence of you throwing it. That's why I was like, throwing it out the window was dumb. You're the only person in the car. So, like, if you stopped the car, you got out the driver's seat, ran, they was right up on the car as you got out and ran. They got, nobody else is in the car. Nobody gets out. They don't find nobody in the car. And they have footage of you, or an officer said he saw you throw out a gun out the driver's side window and you're the only one. That's going to be a hard fight for your defense team to be like, it wasn't yours. That's going to be hard to say you was not in possession of it. You know what I'm saying? Because that's going to be an uphill battle for that one.
What you could prove or whatever. But yeah, Butter did bad, man. I'm sorry. And he was by himself. It's not like at least they said he was by himself. He was the one driving. They didn't name anybody else that was in the car. But who knows what he was doing? They said it was 5 o'clock in the morning. He was by himself. He's swerving, using lanes, switching lanes without signaling. I don't know what he was doing. Maybe he was coming from a girl house. Like I said, who knows? But at 5 o'clock in the morning, nothing good comes out of being outside at 5 o'clock in the morning. Trust me. Right now, like I said before, everyone's saying Butter should have did this and Butter should have did that. It's funny because people tend to always have the best advice for other people, but got their own issues going on in their lives. At the end of the day, what's meant to happen is going to happen. Whatever's meant for you is for you. Maybe this was meant to happen. Maybe this is a lesson for Butter. And maybe he needed this wake-up call because sometimes the consequences could be worse.
Yeah, hopefully he take it as that. I did see the blog share that someone posted on his behalf on his story on Instagram that as soon as he get a bond, he's out. But according to what I heard, he is not getting a bond. And this, so this is, what is this? Fox 32, Chicago. Convicted felon from Chicago arrested after crashing vehicle in Hinsdale, possessing loaded fire handgun, official said. How far is, hold on, let me see something. See, how far is that from each other? So it's like 30 minutes from each other, according to like a quick Google search. It say Hinsdale, yeah. So all I did was type it into Google real quick. It's about a 34-minute drive with light traffic. So it's not that far away from each other. Again, I ain't about to sit here and say like, I kind of understand the gun thing, but at the same time, it's just when you are trying to avoid quote unquote ops and shit, that's even more reason to move cleaner. That's just like if you was, trafficking drugs. I never understand how you get stopped for a traffic violation knowing you got drugs in your car like that, but people do it. Let me see. It doesn't say the same thing that it says. The big dick felon was arrested. 2 loaded handguns. Now I will say, that's what I was gonna bring up. So if y'all don't recall, Little J from Chicago, right? His federal case was from him tossing a weapon over the rail of a porch on that domestic violence situation. And the police didn't see him actually with it, but they saw him throw it, and where they saw him throw it, they found the gun, and that's why he's in the feds now. So I wouldn't be surprised if the feds doesn't pick up this case because Butter is a repeat offender with guns. He's already a convicted felon. He has another open gun case in Cook County. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the feds pick him up. But we'll see. Let's see. Hinsdale police officer activated emergency lights and sirens, so it's probably going to be traffic cam of this to stop a Jeep Patriot with Ohio license plates at Madison Street and 4th Street for improper lane usage and driving without headlights. Could be a rental car. The Jeep allegedly driven by Wilton did not pull over and crash at Vine Street and Hillsdale Avenue, hitting a raised curb. So that's how he ended up even stopping. He hit a fucking curve. After the crash, Wilton entered the vehicle and ran approximately 50 feet before being taken into custody. That nigga ain't get far at all. That if he don't snitch, hey, he gonna have to come. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't see nobody that's active on some shit for real talking to Butter. I don't know who will he tell on. They're not gonna give a fuck about no now cold case murder in Cook County. The feds want more than that. And then the feds is already again help to him. I don't see him being able to tell on anybody that's gonna be worth or equal enough to get him out of this situation. And I'm just gonna be honest. It's like just because you be willing to snitch don't mean you gonna have the information they want to like cut a deal. I don't think he's gonna have nothing that they will want at this point. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think it's gonna be nobody for him to tell on. I think it's gonna be a situation where if the evidence is as they say, I do think the feds probably gonna pick up his case. And he's probably going to be doing some time. How much time? I don't know. Maybe like 5 years. I don't know. Y'all know a while ago I did tell him he need to get 100 years because he's playing. But I don't think he's going to get 100 years, but he's probably going to get some time. If the feds don't pick up this case, for one, I'll be interested in knowing why. Because, again, he already is a convicted felon. He already has an open gun case, and now he's caught with another gun case. It screened feds. For those that be wondering, well, the feds should pick this up. The feds should definitely pick up this case. I think what's gonna be on too is where those guns trace back to. If those guns trace back to being outside of Illinois, the feds is definitely picking up the case. Okay. So for example, if those guns are traced back to Georgia, the feds is definitely getting his ass on this for sure. So only time will tell. During the pursuit, Wilton allegedly threw an object from the car window, which was later identified as 380. And then it had 5 rounds. Oh shit. And it was loaded. Damn. Okay. Recover a 40 caliber with 1 round in the chamber from the front driver's side floorboard of the Jeep. And I don't know the gun laws per se in Illinois. But that can be a big issue too, having one already in the chamber. Some places you can't have it in the chamber, some places you can. I don't know the ins and the outs of Illinois though. Oh Lord, people, we was on so well. So well. All right, let's continue on. The judge granted the state's motion to detain Wilton until a pretrial. His next court appearance is scheduled for September 30th. All right, let's see something. What is it? DuPage County. Y'all be so aggy sometimes in them comments coming with that nonsense. I done came a long way. Just block y'all ass. Y'all need to find y'all something safe to do for real, for real. All right, I'm trying to see. Let me see. Do they have access to it online or not? Oh, excuse me, y'all. Let's see. No, I hate that you can't, like, Illinois is so aggravating with that shit. Like, make that shit online. I get tired of having to request stuff, but they don't have nothing online, so that's that. So like I said, hold on, maybe I'm tripping. Did I find it? Let's see. Okay. All right, so he got 10 charges. Armed habitual criminal, felon in possession of use of weapon, firearm, ammo, prior conviction of specified offenses, unlawful possession of cannabis by driver, no valid license or permit, never issued. Improper lighting head or tail lights, first or second offense. Use of unsafe tires is crazy. Improper lane usage, cross lane boundary unsafely, no turn signal light, driving too fast for conditions or failure to reduce speed to avoid an accident, transportation or possession of open alcohol by driver. So those are the 10 charges currently. As of September 6th, he has a public defender. But it won't let me see the documents. Okay. So yeah, I can't see the documents here. But yeah, he has a public defender. I would think he gonna get a paid lawyer, but nevertheless, that's what like I said, these are the 10 charges that he has. And that's that. So that's my reaction to it. Like I said, if everything in the news is accurate and correct, I do believe, okay, the feds will pick up his case. That's just my opinion, and if they do, hey, that's on him because he shouldn't be moving around like that. If they don't, hopefully the evidence is not as strong as they say, because if so, his ass is gonna be in the state penitentiary. Don't think this one is gonna be as easy or cut and dry as the past cases he's dealt with. I definitely feel like he's probably going to do some time. With that being said, that is my reaction to that content. And for those who have not been here the whole time to listen to it, I'll drop it as a video. What's up, Joe? Oh, I'm fine. I'm kind of sleepy, but we here, dang, and it's only 12:04. All right. That was one of my reactions I needed to do. So for those just joining me, we are waiting for the YSL trial to come back on at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. In the meantime, I am sitting here doing reactions that I need to do anyway to drop as videos. So that's what we got going on. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm sleepy. I don't know. Hold on, I don't know what time. Oh, I'm about to say my next one ain't till 1 o'clock. I started using the scheduling thing, and this thing be all out of whack. It tells me I'm supposed to be on the phone, but my next meeting ain't till 1 o'clock. Y'all make sure y'all book y'all slot. Matter of fact, while I'm doing this, let me run my thing. Hold on, wait, before I go, y'all make sure y'all tap in with me to book your slot. A lot of y'all be hitting me up on Instagram and the email wanting to just talk about content, whether you're an up-and-coming content creator or somebody just got questions about cases or whatever. Book your consultation with me now. The information is on the screen. Hey, make sure you get your slot, because my slots be filling up fast. All right. All right, let me see what else. I think I got time to do one more. What else was I supposed to be doing? I think I'm supposed to do the whole. So Lil Tim, Quando Rondo homeboy who was accused of unaliving King Von, did a 20v1. I'm supposed to react to the whole thing, so I'm gonna wait on that one. Cause it's a clip that all the blogs are running with. But I think I'm just gonna react to the whole thing. All right, y'all already know. Shout out to Music 101. He dropped a video, said Youngin Ace this Fulio at his show in Ohio, then went live and told Jacksonville police this. So we're about to take a look at that one. I will say this before we even get into anything. I feel like right now I don't see Ace really being allowed to do shows in Florida right now. I think it's more so they're concerned for the public. So I think this is gonna be definitely a lot to do with Julio passing, and the distance. I think they taking that shit real serious, but we'll see. Let's get into it.
Young and Ace respond to Jacksonville police for canceling his shows. 2 days ago, I made a video and let y'all know his show in Tampa was canceled. Young and Ace say Jacksonville police cancel his shows in Tampa, Virginia, Gainesville, Daytona, and a few more. Check it out. Y'all get in the comments after this video and let me know. Is Ace trolling Julio Fulio worth it or nah?
Jacksonville police and
Hold on. I will say this. They be serious about that shit. If y'all ain't never listened to Quando Rondo talk about how his shows was getting canceled and he wasn't getting booked like that after the whole King Von situation, yeah, for sure. They will do this.
I don't know how they be doing it, but they always call around and cancel my shows. What's up with y'all? What's going on? Why y'all want to cancel my show? I don't even live there in Jacksonville. Why y'all want to cancel my? Why y'all trying to my money? Yeah, man, y'all trying to my life. Cause y'all worry about what I got going on. I ain't with y'all. Y'all better leave me the fuck alone. Hey, yeah, really though, not for though. I'm gonna keep it a bean though. Y'all canceled all my shows, but I just had a show in Tampa. Y'all got my show canceled in Tampa. I had a show in Virginia. I called, got my show canceled up. I had a show in Gainesville. I canceled my show in Gainesville before. Daytona. You feel me? Like, what's really going on? Like, what's up? Why y'all keep canceling my shit though? Like, y'all think I'm a problem?
I'm telling you, they about to blackball his ass just like they did Quando Rondo. And sometimes trolling ain't really the best time to go right after a situation. And although I definitely think the song was marketing entertainment purposes, however, to the police, they probably feel like you was mocking them. So I think that's the repercussions of it. And the only reason why I'm saying that is because it's similar to what happened to the Quando Rondo situation. So I just feel like it's so many similarities to it. And I don't know what the fuck Ace think this video is supposed to do. Like, they gonna switch it up. I doubt they gonna stop canceling your shows, Ace, but let's continue.
Y'all making it bad. Hey, chill out. Okay? Y'all making it bad, bro. Y'all be canceling, Jacksonville police be canceling my shows and shit, making it bad, bro. It's embarrassing. They be not fair. They be canceling the shows, up in that money though, bro. They gotta stop doing that, bro. That's bad, bro.
And to be honest, to say it's Jacksonville police, it could be the fucking feds doing that shit. Now, I ain't gonna sit here and say like police precincts don't have like where they can call in a favor. But if that reach is going beyond Florida and all the way up to Virginia, the feds might be canceling your shit. Like for real. Like you are already listed as, you know, a gang according to the feds, right? And then you got all your followers and shit that follow up the shit, and some believe it's like for real beef, like smoke for real. And they probably don't want shit to get out of control. May not be on the basis of Ace or none of his people, but it could be the fans. So shit, I think this problem bigger than just a Jacksonville call. I'm just saying.
Fucking up y'all money. I fucking up y'all life. Are y'all trying to fuck my shit? Yes, sir, man. Let me see that shit, fuck. Where your Columbus, Ohio with the shit, man. Oh, brother. Let me get you right, fuck. Let me see your shit too. Gang. Yeah, your shit upside down. Yeah, turn around. Yes, sir, oh, bro.
Is that R&B Peasy? Okay, R&B Peasy, your ass gonna be in the fucking case too. Keep fucking around. His ass is in that video with damn, what's his name? Spin the Benz. Like them boys hot. R&B Peasy, your ass better fall back. Now you done beat your slide case where you was sliding on ops allegedly. You might need to back up from them boys. Let them calm down, cool down just a little bit. Is it cold in Ohio? Why the fuck he got no hot ass clothes on? These boys is crazy. Who is Buddy right there? Buddy was looking weird as hell just now. Who share that? Do the low. Lord.
Promo alert.
Oh Lord. I'm gonna say this. I mean, at the end of the day, it's definitely part of the drill culture. I just feel like it just comes a point where you got to look at the bigger picture. If making allegedly Julio the center point of your set, then you just gonna have to be willing and understand that some of that shit gonna be shit you gonna get cut off of doing some shows in certain places. Of the fear of retaliation. Don't nobody want no bullshit to happen in a county and a state. So I'm not gonna sit here and say it's not Jacksonville police, because it could be. But it's definitely somebody working a magic or something, and gonna blacklist you. And you just got put on the 42 Dub tour. Hopefully it doesn't interfere where you got to get removed, because at the end of the day, shit, just because somebody trying to stop your money, they ain't about to have their money stopped. So hopefully it doesn't get to that point. Because since Julio passing, from what I can tell, I think Ace is getting back on the road, doing more shows, doing things as he should. But I'm gonna say it again, using Julio as a reference point in his set is like, that just kind of shows like your ass ain't really ready to elevate out of that closed box shit. Like, it comes a point where you got motion right now. Like, why you still trying to like make Julio relevant when it comes to you? If anything, this is the time to drift off that subject. But hey, that's just how I feel about it. Don't be crying now. You or your team wasn't thinking about it when you was dropping them dish tracks, right? That's why I say it's like it come with it. Like, you had to understand what could have been what could come with it. And I always tell everybody to learn from other people's situations, and that's exactly what happened with Quando Rondo. Right after, King Von was unalive, they dropped them songs and all that. And then guess what? A situation happened at that club and he ain't get booked no more. People were scared to book him for shows, thinking of the violence and shit like that. Like, for real. And all it's gonna take, so far, to my understanding, I haven't heard of any violence happening at no show that Young and Ace did. But let's hope that continues, because it's gonna take that one time for some shit even they had nothing to do with, that one time, and everybody is gonna be scared to book his ass. Now, I'm not saying like a club or something may not book him, because they may book him somewhere, but like venues for real, they ain't gonna want none of that smoke. All right, we got 12 more minutes. Okay, so that was my reaction to that. Let me see if I got another quick one I can do real quick. Oh, yeah, let's go ahead and do this one. I'll do this one too. Shout out to All Access Media. Y'all know I love her channel because she does so well condensing all the tea together. So, yeah. So this is Rich Homie Quan. Girlfriend is coming for TMZ in response to his side checks. Cardi B welcomes, I think, baby or something. Let's go.
You guys know that there was a lot of rumors and speculations that Cardi B was possibly pregnant with baby number 3. So last month, she took to Instagram to reveal that her and Offset are expecting a baby number 3. She posted some photos with the caption that says, "With every ending comes a new beginning. I'm so grateful to have shared this season with you. You have brought me more love, more life, and most of all, renewed my power. Reminded me that I can have it all. You've reminded me that I never have to choose between life, love, and my passion. I love you so much and cannot wait for you to witness what you helped me accomplish, what you pushed me to do. It's so much easier taking life's twists and turns and tests laying down. But you, your brother, and your sister have shown me why it's worth it to push through." Well, the rumor on the street now is Cardi B has given birth to a baby girl. If the rumor is true, congratulations to Cardi B and Offset on their third bundle of joy. So moving on is New York Fashion Week, and Offset attended, and he was spotted with this lady while he took a picture with this lady. And a lot of people started saying that he was on a date with this lady, or this was his date to New York Fashion Week. And Offset decided to post this picture and said, "I took a pic with Anna Wintour the same way I came alone, Cap." So he's basically saying he's out here taking pictures. He came alone.
Look, y'all already know the internet love messy. Like, y'all know damn well Offset at this point in time is not about to be seen for real out with a date. However, the internet narratives is definitely going to run rampant. And I'm going to be honest, with a wife like Cardi B, because Cardi B plays into the internet a lot. I'd have been on her Twitter spaces. I don't know if she does it just to like stay up in the mix, or if she really be believing a lot of this internet shit. So I do think he should have said that, because especially when you have a significant other that plays into the internet games, yeah. Cause like that's why I don't be tripping like in my life, cause shit, Mr. Truth don't give a fuck about the internet, right? But if he did, it would be different because I can see how that can cause a strain. So not saying that really had a lot to do with their breakup, but I think it definitely had part to do with it. Cause yeah, if y'all listen to Cardi B, I think she be really indulging in the foolery on the internet for real.
He's not with anybody. Well, you guys, let me know your thoughts and opinions on that down in the comment section below. Moving on to the next topic. So, Rich Homie Quan's girlfriend, she says she's going to sue TMZ for releasing the 911 phone call. So she says, lawsuit, nobody knows. My heart was in my stomach. So I'm guessing she's saying that because I did see a lot of people on social media saying, oh, she's not crying or she doesn't have enough emotions for me.
I'm gonna say this: you're not gonna win that, sweetheart. It's still prayers to her and the family. That is a public record. It's nothing you can do about it. What needed to be redacted was redacted. Your address isn't out there, none of that. So at the end of the day, to be honest, Rich Homie Quan address was public, but nevertheless, in the call, you don't hear the address. It's nothing you can do about it. I tell y'all, I've been telling y'all this since I started with the takeoff case. Y'all got to write to y'all local congressmen and senators and tell them to like hunker down on the FOIAs and shit like that. So I don't believe TMZ really give a fuck. Cause one thing about TMZ, they're ran by a lawyer. Like the person over TMZ is a lawyer. They definitely been doing this a long time, but yeah, she just have to get over it and just be okay with the fact that it's out there now. Everybody's gonna have an opinion on how you should have reacted. You know, like me personally, when I heard it, I was just like, damn, if Mr. Truth slept on the couch all night and I got up, he was still on the couch, I'm gonna wake his ass up and figure out why the fuck he ain't in bed. But I don't know what they know. That might have been normal for them to just do like that. I would have checked on him as soon as I got up. I wouldn't have went. You know what I'm saying? That's just me because it's not normal for him to sleep on the couch. But to her, that's probably how they do it, and it was okay. So you're gonna get the backlash from people who feel like it shouldn't have went like that, or you supposed to be like falling out and shit like that. Even at the funeral, they gonna say, "Oh, you was crying too much." They may say you wasn't crying enough. So I just think that comes with it. I don't per se feel like she wrong for feeling like that, but yeah, you're not getting a lawsuit, sweetie.
This, that, and the third. So anyway, she also posted this in her Instagram story, and it says, the pain is unbearable. The love you all have shown is an overflow. I truly appreciate everyone who's reached out. I'm traumatized from a moment that'll forever be in my head. I have nothing to prove because my love for my other half was always shown. I had nothing to hide. Please respect me and the family at this time. Our house is no longer a home. I'm completely heartbroken. 15 years gone. I'll never be the same. This is a complete nightmare. We never could let go, but you didn't have to leave me like this. #numb. Now, a lot of people were saying all kinds of things on the social media because after Rich Homie Quan passed, like Erica Banks came out and basically said they was in a relationship and had something going on, and then 3 other women said that they had something going on as well. So a lot of people feel like that's why Rich Homie Quan was on the couch, because maybe he was cheating and she didn't want him in the room, and she had him on the couch because he was cheating. Not exactly.
Oh well, damn. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, I've seen it on TV shows and shit like that, but in real life, I've never witnessed the man of the house who's the supporter ever get put on the couch. Now that's just me. And I'm talking about my grandma. I ain't never seen my grandma husband on no damn couch. Mr. Truth ain't never been on no couch, not on no humbug shit, unless he just passed out because he was drunk at that moment. But eventually I'll wake him up to get in bed. But I've never seen a man put on the couch in real life. I'm just gonna be honest. I've never seen a woman actually say, "You sleeping on the couch." Only in the movie. But I mean, maybe y'all have, maybe that is. I just don't see that being it. I found out, and I'm actually was supposed to be dropping that video today, that Rich Homie Quan's dad did an interview. He had 5 kids, 2 of which was during the time with his girlfriend. So I just don't buy that because I thought he only had the two, and then I know like a few years, like when he got an older child before the son with the girl that he found out late about being his child. But I didn't even know he had two more kids. I don't know the age of the other two kids, but I didn't know he had two other kids outside of her two kids. So I just don't see that. That's just me though.
Sure how the whole lawsuit thing is going to work with TMZ. Maybe she can sue the police station. I don't know how that's going to work, but I can only imagine how she feel. Like she already found him, dead on their couch, and I'm sure she's heartbroken about that. And then she gets on social media and she see 3 different women saying that they had a relationship with him and posting all these videos and pictures and these captions. And then you have the fans that's out here saying different things, like maybe she has something to do with it because of this, that, and the third. So I can understand why she probably feels that way. But I'm going to post the 911 call if you guys haven't listened to it. So that's it for the video, guys. Let me know your thoughts and opinions down in the comment section.
Yeah, sadly, your dude was a very popular rapper and it's gonna go crazy. So yeah, TMZ went and got it, like they normally do any other popular rapper. If he wasn't as popular, it probably wouldn't have came out right now, but eventually somebody would have got it because it's accessible to anybody to get it. So again, prayers to her and her family, but at the end of the day, you gotta know what comes with the territory. I think Plies spoke on it. And it was like, I think Plies said something to the extent like a platform don't have nothing better to do. That's what TMZ does. That's what the platforms that cover this type of thing does. Like, it's just part of it. If you don't want it out, then you got your local government officials. You got to talk to them. That's why going to vote is important. I already played the call, so I'm not gonna do the call again. But that's my reaction on that. All right, we got 2 minutes until they supposed to be back. Y'all, so y'all make sure y'all like, comment, share, and subscribe to the channel if you have not. In the meantime, between time, I'm going to reset the live since we're going into hour number 4, just in case you wasn't hearing it in the beginning. By the time this finished playing, we should be back in effect. So here we go. Mickey talks the truth. Okay. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind.
Hey, listen, you are now rocking with Mickey Truth. She live up to her name, not the fame. So make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and stay updated on what's real. Bye.
Good reporting ass Mickey.
We love you, Mickey.
Mickey talks the truth. Y'all already know all information contained on this live is for entertainment, heavy on the mother effing entertainment, educational purposes only. All information used on this live is per the Fair Use Act, and any conclusion that you draw is on you and your mama, not nobody on this channel, this panel, or in this chat. And another disclaimer for those who have not read the description to my channel, I am not a lawyer. Nothing I say should be used as legal advice because it's not legal advice, okay? If you do need legal advice, however, you can go talk to an actual licensed lawyer or attorney of your choosing, all right? And like the disclaimer says in the video, that you can actually see the consequences of anything that you try to run with from the channel is definitely on you, all right? So with that being said, hey, just sit back, enjoy my opinion based off my free thoughts of what I'm listening to, and y'all let me know what y'all think in the chat. Let's get started.
You can't handle the truth.
It stopped right at 12:30. All right, we're just waiting for them to come back in. I got a consultation I got to do, so we about to be on silence for a minute until they come back in. Y'all make sure y'all be hitting me up at bookmickytruth@gmail.com for your consultation. And yeah, well, in the meantime, between time, let me see. Let's play a little music while we wait. What does it sound like? Now, Shorty getting on her Glanville shit. Cause like, why I done played a whole instrumental and she ain't back on yet. They 5 minutes late. Bring your asses. All right, I guess I'll play one more. Hopefully by the time this music ends, they'll be back.
I said 12:30, and we're a little after that because of the work on the sound thing, but that's gonna take way too long, so we're gonna have them do that after court today.
I'm fine.
All right. Okay, let's get the jury in. Who briefly? Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sledge, did you have a good lunch?
Yes,
All right, good deal. All right. And is your head feeling a little bit better?
a lot better.
All right, good deal. Mr. Sledge, I want to just, and Judge, if I broach an area that the court has told me to move from, I'll quickly move from it. Mr. Sledge, are you able to tell me what you remember about April 28th, 2015? What happened on that date? Everything you can remember today.
Do you want him to tell you about the entire day? You don't, do you?
I don't. And so the judge is helping me out a little bit. So starting from the point where you learned about Mr. Garlington getting jumped at the club, will you tell the jury, not the judge, the jury, everything you remember about it? Is that all right?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
From my understanding, like he got jumped on in the club, then I left the club, he called me back. We went and picked up a gun. I want to say Zachary, and then we went, I don't know the name of the apartments.
Okay.
And then I want to say we traveled back down, traveled back around, if that.
I didn't hear you.
I said once we went to the apartments and then we went back to the house. I think that's what I said.
Take your time, and you do not have to, I'm not trying to get you to match up anything.
I actually like, it been long 4 days, Miss Love, so.
It's okay. Take your time.
If you have anything, you can refresh my memory. But right now, I don't recall.
All right.
Try my best.
And that's all I'll ask, okay?
Yes.
So I'm not going to try and trip you up. I just wanted whatever you remember today in terms of it.
All right, go ahead and ask the next question.
Okay. All right. Do you remember whether you went to the house first or to the apartment first?
I don't remember. I can't exactly tell you, but I don't recall exactly how I think.
Okay. And the house that we're talking about, is that the one off near MLK, off Adele?
I want to say that's the only house I remember going to. I
Okay.
don't remember.
And where were the apartments that you remember going to?
I don't remember exactly what it was. I just know they was in a gated area. It had a gate when you got to go through the gate. That's all I remember.
Do you remember whose they were, whose apartments they were? Like, why were y'all going there?
I think I was supposed to have been dropping Zachary off.
Okay. Did his girlfriend live there?
I don't think she stayed there, but she was there.
All right. Now, was there any shootings that went on there? Did you see somebody else shooting or anything happening there?
Yes, I think that's what it was. They was shooting when we pulled up.
Okay. Now, I know you don't get scared easily, but did you consider that sort of a startling sight to see somebody shooting at the apartment?
For me, it was normal, so I can't speak for no one else, but
Fair
for
enough.
my stuff, it was normal.
All right. And were they shooting at apartments that you were sending or taking Mr. Zachary to?
I don't know if it was the exact apartment, but it was right there in that area.
All right. Now, in terms of shooting, how could you tell the jury, because they weren't there? Did you see guns pointing out a window or just like fire flashes? What is it that let you know?
I just seen the fire flash in front of the car.
Okay. And were you right up on the car, or were you like coming in the gate and you saw fire flashes from like across?
I pulled directly in front of the car and then I backed back.
Okay. When you pulled directly in front of it, had the shooting begun already?
No, they was doing it.
Okay. Did you realize they were doing it when you pulled directly in front of it?
No, it's like when we got there, then it started happening.
Okay. Okay, so for people who aren't you, that might have been considered a little scary. So what did you do when you heard the shooting behind you going on?
I backed out.
Okay. Did you back out and like quickly leave?
No, I got back to safety.
Okay. And where were Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary when you did that? Did they run inside, stay with you?
No, they got out the car.
All right. And did you see what happened?
No, I was around the building, so I didn't really get out the car to see what was going on, but I backed up behind the building.
Okay. Did you have to pull around the car to get in front of it? Or did you?
No, it's a straight shot. It's just a straight shot through the apartments.
Okay, so is it fair? Did the car pull up behind you then?
What you mean?
Did I understand you to say that you ended up in front of the car that was shooting?
That means they was probably back then facing like coming out and I'm coming in.
I gotcha. Okay. Did you notice what kind of car it was?
No.
Right. And did you have a belief as to who it was that was in that car?
I didn't know who it was.
Okay. Did you later form a belief as to who it was that was in that car?
No, I don't recall.
All right. Did you all do anything based on who y'all believe might have been in the car?
I already answered that question. I answered that question 2 days ago when I told you about it.
Okay. Forgive me, I had a long weekend. Could you tell me what you all did based on what you all believed or who you all believe was in that car? There's nothing more that'll happen as a result of it, I promise.
I don't know who was in the car. At the time, I didn't know who was in the car. I still don't know if that was true, what was told to me, so.
All right. And that was told to you by Mr. Zachary or somebody else?
Well, it was told by other people too, so.
Okay. Other people that were there with you?
In the street, in the streets. Like when things happen, it be talked about in the streets.
Okay. Did you all react immediately, or did it take a few days or something different?
I don't know. I can't really tell you because I told you I'm behind a building, so I couldn't actually see what was going on.
All right. Okay. At any point, did you think that If Gang was involved in that?
I don't know because I told you from the night that he got jumped on, I didn't even see who jumped on him.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't recall. I can't say that.
Okay, that's fair. I'm not asking you if they were. I'm just. Judge, may I be allowed to ask the question?
Yep.
Thank you. I'm just asking you at any point if you believe they were, not whether you know, not whether they were, just at any point. Did you?
No,
believe?
I never believe. I never believe.
All right. Now, we talked last week about Antrevia Smith, and you talked a little bit about that on cross-examination, your relationship with Miss Smith. The Kelvin Watts who started dating Miss Smith after you did, was that the same Kelvin Watts that had a beef with Kenneth Copeland?
I don't really know if him and Kenny Copeland had a beef or not.
Okay. So did you ever learn, or did you ever discuss any kind of beef that Kenneth Copeland had with Kelvin Watts?
I don't recall if we ever discussed Miss Love. I don't recall.
Okay. But is it fair to say that, let me ask you a better question so I'm not leading. Is the Kelvin Watts that started dating Miss Smith after you did, was he also called Shell Kale?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And do you know if Shell Kale, did you consider him having any family relationship to Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I never knew they was, how long I've been knowing Donovan Thomas, I never knew they had any relationship.
All right. How long did you say you knew Shell Kale? If you said it already, forgive me.
I don't know. He went outside when I was outside. He probably came outside. I started hearing about his name 2015. Before then, I never knew him.
Okay. When you say came outside, help me and the jury know what you mean.
Whenever he started hanging outside, I ain't know him before then.
So based on that answer, did he start hanging outside around 2015?
I don't know, Ms. Love. I'm saying that's when I started hearing his name in the street. Other than that, I don't know him.
All right. When you heard his name in the street, did you hear his name associated with If Gang, sir?
No, not when I first started hearing his name.
At any point later on, did you hear his name associated with If Gang?
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
All right. Now, do you remember whether that was after 2015, like 2016, 17, or during about 2015?
I don't really recall because it was late. It probably was late in 2015, but I don't know.
Sir. All right. Now, you were shown some dates in a book by Mr. Williams' attorney. I'm going to approach with the court's permission and with your permission. Is that all right? All right. So, did you testify, or a better question is, did you participate in every performance in 2015 that the Travis Scott Rodeo Tour included?
No.
All right. And do you remember when Mr. Steele was up here reading these dates to you and you were saying, yeah, you see them on the page?
Yes.
All right. Now, would you tell the jury if these dates are dates that you were actually at the location indicated on this piece of paper?
Yeah, most of them.
Okay. Are you able, as we sit here now, to tell the jury, just you can point them out and then read them out after you do, the dates that you did go to?
Through all the dates. I know exactly what day that I left that tour.
Okay,
I don't know the exact date, but I know what state I was in.
fair enough. So did the tour did not start until after January 10th, 2015. Is that right or wrong?
That might be right.
Okay. Do you know of any tour date on this tour that you were talking about with Travis Scott that started before February 28th, 2015?
I don't know the exact dates, at least I'm looking at the book.
Here. Do you know of anything before February 28th, 2015? Here, you can turn, however you want to look at it.
No, the first date say February 28, 2015.
Okay.
Yes.
And to your memory, is that the very first date of this Travis Scott tour?
Yes, from my memory.
All right. Now, this tour, when we say Travis Scott tour, who was the headliner? Was Mr. Williams the main attraction, or was Mr. Scott or somebody else?
Mr. Scott was.
Okay. Now, was he a major performer? And you got to forgive me because I don't know Travis Scott, okay?
Come on.
I'm not lying. I don't. Was he a major performer? I'm older than you believe, and you're going to have to forgive me.
Come on.
I'm dead serious. I don't know what I mean.
You know, don't be mad at me if I'm laughing at you.
I'm not mad at you.
You just listen what I'm telling you.
Okay.
I know a lot of people know he's a big major artist.
Okay. All right. And is he a rapper, a singer, a musician, or something else?
I don't really. I think he do is it like rock or something like that? I don't really know.
Okay. All right. So he's a big performer. And did you go on that very first tour date on Saturday, February 28, 2015, that's listed on the book?
I just told you yes.
Thank you. Were you head of security for Defendant Williams on that day?
I want to say, I don't recall if I was or not, was I head of security, but I did a lot of different things on that too.
All right. Okay. Thank you for that. Now was that in Santa Ana, California?
Yes, that's what the book is saying.
All right. And is that your independent recollection, apart from what the book says?
I don't really remember. I could just go by the booklet and know the actual day and what state it was in.
Okay. And so does looking at the booklet make you remember, or are you just relying on the booklet to be right?
I knew the booklet was right. I had one myself.
Okay.
In that time.
All right. Do you remember who else within YSL went on this tour?
It was a lot of us. I don't recall everybody who was there.
I'm sorry.
It was multiples, so I don't recall everybody who was there.
Was that the first time you had gone to Santa Ana, California?
Maybe not, but
okay.
with a major upcoming artist it was.
Now, were you all with YSL, were you all like traveling with Mr. Scott, or were you all traveling separately? How did that work?
We traveled separate.
Okay.
Mr. Scott, not my friend.
Understood. When you got to the venue, wherever that was, did you all stay in the same location as Mr. Scott or separately?
I can't remember. They normally have different dress rooms, so I don't recall.
All right. And did you stay overnight, or did you all just perform and leave?
You perform and leave. Right. At least he had to be there more than one day, so I don't know. If his booklet say 2 days, sometimes we stay 2-3 days in the same state. So you might go to Dallas, you might go to Houston, you know, stuff like that. So.
And was Mr. Stillwell with y'all on this tour February 28th, 2015?
I think so.
What about Mr. Kendrick?
I think so.
All right. Anybody else in this courtroom that would have been with y'all then?
Not I know of.
All right. Now, March 1st, that's listed here. Did you go on that one too?
March 1st?
Mm-hmm.
I was there every day except the day that I told you that, well, the state I remember that I went home.
Okay. So, are you able to say just from memory where or which ones you remember performances occurring at? I'll give you the book.
I can't remember all that.
All
I
right.
don't recall all that.
All right. On the days that are listed as travel days, are you able to tell the jury if you all actually traveled on those days, or were there some days that you all traveled on different days?
Probably actually that day because you had to be in another state before he performed. It was a time limit, so like we had to stay on the time limit.
Okay. Are you able to tell this jury with 100% certainty whether or not Mr. Williams performed at every show reflected on this tour schedule?
I can't say that because I got sent home on a certain date, so I didn't finish the whole tour, so I can't say that.
Okay.
I didn't see him perform, but I could like until I got sent home, I seen him perform.
Without looking at the book, and I'm going to show you the book in a minute, but without looking at the book, are you able to say the date you went home?
I can't tell you the date. I remember what state it was.
Okay. Looking at the book, would that help you remember when you went home? And does that schedule just consist of that one page, or is there two pages?
It's one page. I remember right here. I got my finger pointed at it.
Okay. Can you read out the
date?
date
It
and
was
the place?
Thursday, March 26, 2015.
Thank you. Are you able to tell the jury with 100% certainty whether on every tour day prior to Thursday, March 26, 2015, defendant Williams performed at every performance listed on this sheet of paper?
Not after that date, yeah, but that date, yes. That's the last show I was at.
What I'm asking is before you got sent home, before you went home, right?
Every show that he performed.
Every show day?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall who all was at the shows that he performed at every day before March 26, 2015?
No, I don't recall that.
After you got sent home, did you make any effort to follow what was going on as he toured?
No.
So when you got home, did you just kind of blank out and not listen to or anything?
I enjoyed myself with my family.
Okay. Did you speak with or talk to or communicate with defendant Williams or any other member of YSL who might have been touring with him?
No, because I was trying to get family time in, so I didn't call and see what Mr. Williams had going on. I was more focused on my kids.
When you got sent home, would you tell the jury how it was that you were sent home, like by bus, train, plane, car?
I don't even actually think he sent me home. I requested that I was ready to go home, but I went by plane.
Oh, okay. Did you, did that request have anything to do with your family? What happened?
No, I was just ready to get home and see my kids at the time.
Fair enough. Did anybody else leave at the same time you did on, was it March 26, 2015?
I don't recall who all left at certain time because everybody didn't leave and go the same way they kept on the plane.
Okay. Was defendant Stillwell still with Mr. Williams on this rodeo tour of Travis Scott's when you left? Do you remember?
I don't recall if Mr. Williams and Mr. Steele went home or he stayed on tour. I don't recall.
All right. Do you have any memory about Mr. Kendrick and how long he stayed?
No, I believe Mr. Kendrick stayed the whole while. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Kendrick was like a backup hype man or something at the time.
Was a backup hype man?
He was on stage with him performing.
Okay. Was Mr. Copeland with him? Do you know?
No, I don't remember Mr. Copeland.
What about Mr. Zachary?
I think Mr. Zachary had got sick. He went home way before.
Was Mr. Stevens with him?
I don't recall.
What about Mr. Garlington? Was he with them?
I don't recall.
So without me going down a list of people you don't recall, can you tell the jury if there's anybody else you recall being on this tour of Travis Scott's with you and other YSL people?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. DK, Walter Murphy, was he ever any point on this tour?
I don't recall.
All right. Do you recall ever being on tour with Mr. Murphy?
I think I was at one point in time, but I don't recall when he left. I don't recall that.
Okay.
I won't say that he was never on this tour.
Yes, sir.
But I don't recall when he left off the tour.
Okay. Now, is this tour that you're just pointing to, is that the only tour that you've accompanied Defendant Williams on as either head of security or something else? Or is there any other tour that you can tell the jury that you worked or were a part of?
From my understanding, what I know, I only know about 2 tours. I don't forgot what the second tour name was, but I was there.
All right. Was that after or before the one?
It was after.
Do you remember how long after?
It probably 2019, I want to say.
Okay. And was it in the States or was it like in other countries or something different?
We went to Atlanta, but it was different states. And I think like on the tour, he did go to another country at one time.
Say it for me one more time, sir.
I think he did go out the country on one of the dates. I just don't remember what date.
All right. Do you remember whether he was the headline by 2019?
Yes, he was headline.
Okay. And did he have other artists performing with him?
Yes, his artists.
All right. Besides people from YSL, like with this, he was performing with Travis Scott. Did he have some other people besides YSL performing with him in 2019?
I don't remember the guy's name. It's Kelly, something like that. I think it's something like that. I don't want to use the term of what his race is, but his name Kelly or something like that.
Was he my race?
No.
Okay.
He was his race.
He was his race.
Yeah. Since you want me to say it.
You're all right. That's all right.
Yeah.
All right. Was it Machine Gun Kelly?
That's who it is, Machine Gun
Okay.
Kelly.
All right.
I'm not familiar with all the rappers, but.
Okay. But Mr. Williams was the top line and Machine Gun Kelly
was, yes.
with him. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now, am I reading correctly that this rodeo tour lasted February 28, 2015 to April 3rd, 2015?
That's what it's saying. The booklet, that's what it is.
And you can look on other pages if you need to.
I don't think it's no other page. I already know.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the ending date.
Okay. So is it your memory that after April 3rd, 2015, where it says travel home, there was no more rodeo tour?
No, there was no more rodeo tour.
Okay. When you worked on the tour in 2019, do you have a rough estimation of how many places, how many cities y'all visited?
No, it was a lot.
Okay. And do you have any idea of who all within YSL would have accompanied you and Defendant Williams on that tour with Machine Gun Kelly?
I don't recall everybody who was with us, Ms. Laura.
That's fair enough, Mr. Sledge. Do you recall anybody though?
Person I remember there, I know Mr. Kendrick was there.
Okay. What about Mr. Stillwell, 2019?
I don't even remember what Mr. Stillwell. No,
Okay.
I don't think. Whoa, let me bag up.
Yes or no? Don't tell me.
Can I bag up? I don't even think Mr. Kendrick was there. I'm sorry for that.
Okay.
I don't think Mr. Kendrick was there.
Okay. Was Mr. Murphy there to your knowledge?
No, I don't recall.
All right. What about Mr. Zachary?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you and Mr. Williams, y'all stay at the same hotel and things like that on that tour?
Yes, I was basically everywhere it went, probably like my room was like next to his, probably up on the floor.
Okay. Now, when you talked about earlier knowing Mr. Williams' music, but you can't recall always songs, are you familiar about any YSL members that he talked about in his songs?
I don't recall. If you got anything to refresh my memory, you can.
All right. Do you have any memory of any songs that Mr. Williams referencing a woman getting robbed by a tick? I do so. I blank her and she get robbed by a tick.
I don't recall. That was in the early time. I don't recall that song.
Okay. When you say in the early time,
I'm saying like in his beginning of his career, I don't recall that song. But
for you, can you tell the jury what you consider the beginning of the career, the earlier part that you wouldn't remember, just so they have a frame of reference?
probably around, I guess around his early career. I can't give you exactly a year.
Okay. 2014.
Even if you tell me and you don't got it in front of me, I can't tell you.
All right. Okay. What about Lil Woody popping at your noggin? Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, I think that was on the song.
Do you remember what song that was on?
I want to say Halftime, if I'm not mistaken.
Any idea when Halftime dropped?
No, I don't remember exactly what year Halftime dropped either.
Okay. Do you remember around like 2014, 2015?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Were you working as head of security during that time?
I don't recall that because I don't know what year. I can't answer that for you because I don't know what year it came out.
Okay. In March 2015, you said you went home around March. What was March?
Well, that was Phoenix, Arizona.
Phoenix, Arizona.
After that show, I went home.
Okay. All right.
So it would have been the next day that I went home.
Okay. All right.
So I didn't travel to the next state with them.
All right. All right. So March 26, 2015 is Phoenix, Arizona. You would have gone home like March 27th, that Friday.
Yeah, that morning.
That morning? Okay. All right. Did you ever hear, sir, you want to see it again?
No.
All right. Did you ever hear, while you were there, before you went home on March 27th, did you ever hear Defendant Williams refer to any other artists in his music while he was on stage? Other than Travis Scott?
I don't recall because I don't recall all the songs he performed.
Okay. Did you ever hear him diss anybody on stage?
I don't recall.
And I'm going to have to say the word, but I hate to do it, but I'm going to ask. Did you ever hear him call anybody a bitch on stage?
I don't know. He probably said bitch in a lot of songs. I ain't going to say like he called no one no bitch. I never heard him call nobody a bitch on stage.
Okay. And did you ever hear him refer to anybody substituting one part of their name for the word bitch?
No.
Okay. When we were talking about that video with you, Mr. Zachary, back last week, the video, I'm sorry, I'm switching gears. I'm switching gears.
Here, there.
But I ain't gonna be aggressive.
But that's how you confuse me. You going to one subject and then you jumping all the way left field.
All right, I'm gonna try and orient you. Last week, when you and I were talking, do you remember me putting up a video of you and Mr. Zachary, and one or both of you had a gun, and you were saying something like, "We're not going back and forth," and you were talking about Kale in the video.
Right.
All right. when you were, do you remember when it was that you filmed that video? Not posted it, but filmed it.
I don't recall when we filmed it.
Okay. And when you were filming that video, do you remember saying that at any time that it wasn't about a girl?
I don't think we never even mentioned a girl name in the video. So.
Okay. So is it fair to say, or is your testimony that the stuff you said to Kale wasn't about no girl?
I don't recall. I can't say it. So I don't recall. 'Cause you saying what I said. I don't recall because I ain't say nothing about no girl in the video.
That's fair. All right. But do you remember the video?
I remember we made the video, but I don't remember what I said in the video.
Ms. Dyer, are you able to pull up that video? And what number was that? 441. All right. We're going to play 441 for you one more time.
You little strip ass nigga. We ain't really going back to no nigga. You little bitch ass. I know who we hate. I'm never well. Yeah, fuck you nigga, Kel. Whoever else, nigga. Well, nigga. Whoa. They said they ain't really going back.
Okay. You're chuckling.
Cause
now,
it's funny now.
It's funny now?
Yeah, that video.
Now, who other than Kale were you talking to when you said and whoever else?
I just said whoever else.
All right. Now, what were you meaning to tell Kale?
I wasn't meaning to tell him nothing.
Okay.
I said what I said in the video.
All right. Which was we're not going back.
I ain't going back and forth with him.
All right.
I ain't say them, I said him.
Right. Was he trying to go back and forth with you about something?
If you want to be honest, they were saying that he was looking for me about treatment. So okay. That's the whole thing. So when he didn't respond to me when I DM'd him, I made sure he was gonna be able to see what I was saying.
Okay. What did you DM Kale?
I DM, I don't got no problem with him about no girl.
Okay. And when did to your knowledge, did Kale say something about Mr. Zachary?
Oh, no, I can't recall if he said anything about Zachary. I don't know.
Then I'm gonna have to fall to my country roots and ask you, what was Mr. Zachary doing up in there with y'all?
I don't know. He was just being silly in the video too. It was all silly. It wasn't in that serious. Cause when I seen Kale, he ain't do nothing to me, and I ain't do nothing to him. So it wasn't that serious.
So for you, putting guns on the internet ain't that serious? Is that fair?
No, no one was shot, so I don't think it was that serious. The video.
Okay. All right.
You know, I also walk around with guns all day. It ain't that serious.
All right. When you orienting you back to the rodeo tour, not trying to switch up and change you and confuse you.
That was you first screaming. Yeah. You went from here to down, down to down, down to down.
I'm trying to get past it and go fast.
I'm trying to stay focused with you, but you started throwing me off.
All right.
Come on.
When we're talking about the rodeo tour, you said you had to go home. but you were working. Did you have any kind of contractual obligations you had to fulfill before you went home?
He'll let me go home anytime I wanted to, no matter what the contract was. He'll let me go home. If I tell him I want to go home and see my son, he'll be
Okay.
like, he'll let me go home.
All right. And did you have someone to replace you when you went home?
Yes, I was head of security, so that means I only choose the security.
All right.
That don't mean I did security.
All right.
Head of security just mean like I could come say, we're gonna get Miss Love, we're gonna get him, we're gonna get her, we're gonna get Mr. Right. And if one of you don't do right, I just say, we'll give him a plane ticket.
Did you have responsibility for sending folks home to act it up on the tour?
No, I don't have responsibility to that.
Okay. Now, on cross-examination, going back to,
It's right, huh?
thank you. This is defendant Williams number 255, right?
Yes.
All right. You told Mr. Steele that you had seen that, you recognized that before,
Yes.
right? Where had you seen that?
If I ain't mistaken, man, when it was posted and added, I want to say, man, Mr. Williams was together.
When it was posted and added, y'all were together?
When the guy added him, me and him was together. That's why I remember this post. And we were both like, I think he was gonna try to use it in a song or something, but he did. I don't know.
Okay. Are you familiar with D-Mac, Got Me Too Banging?
I don't know him personally. No, I don't know him.
Now, where was it that you saw it?
I want to say that was Twitter or something at the time, if I am mistaken.
Now, are you tagged on this tweet too?
No, what are you getting at?
The jury doesn't know, so I'm just asking.
You showed that they presented it, and
All
they see
right.
I'm not tagged on them.
So when you say that you and Mr. Williams were together, were you looking at his Twitter account?
Yeah, we were sitting there looking at the phone together.
At Mr. Williams' phone?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to pull up what I will mark for you as State's Exhibit number 4. Judge, I'm going to, for the purposes of this question, mark the clip that I'm going to show as State's Exhibit 447. I'm sorry, 449. Okay. And it is from 1:03:30 to 1:08:17 of Mr. Sledge's testimony on September 5th, 2024, when I asked about the video of defendant Williams speaking into the camera, talking about they lied to their mama.
September 24th.
Last week.
Oh.
Just last week.
I would say,
yeah. Just take a look at it, if you will.
I will.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not trying to give you no hard time.
Thank you for trying not to give me a hard time.
Take a look at it.
My apologies. Yes. Miss Knight, would you? Mr. Steele, do you mind coming over to Mr. Knight, Miss Knight, so that she can show you what we're about to show?
Anybody else? Any of the other?
And anybody, yes. And Judge, so that our record is very clear, it will be 449 Yankee.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for not giving me a hard time.
I don't want to. I just want to get up, get out of here.
All right.
I don't want to give you no hard time.
Is it done?
Judge, just so that the court's aware, we're making it available, but we're playing it through the transcript so that the volume isn't overheard by anybody else in the courtroom. And with the court's permission, I'm just going to sit while they're looking.
Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend to pull up on your girl, Mickey Truth. We is live with it.
No, I'm good.
You haven't missed anything. They're reviewing the video before they actually play it out to a jury. That's it.
Okay. Mr. Steele, is that right? Did you want to
long
approach
have
about
you-
a particular section? I mean, did you, is there, do you want to?
I would like to because he asked for something specific that I would like.
Oh, okay. All right. Do y'all need a break at all? Okay.
Well. One day Moot gonna get off the stand. I've been over here thinking like when or if Quindarius Zachary testified, like they said he's real ill, like they gonna be in a stretch that man back out into a hospital, like bringing a sickly person in there on the stand, going through all this shit is wild. Cause on Love said, "Oh yeah, he will be testifying. We know that he's out the hospital. Like, dang, the man can't even heal first. So I don't know if he's gonna be next, or if the detective is next. But this is gonna be a rodeo, okay? Because a witness that was only supposed to be on the stand for one day and then turn into is this day 4 or day 5? I don't even know at this point. He'd have been up there for a long time. And I still don't even know the purpose at this point, what he was supposed to solidify as far as the evidence to the case. Like, I still don't even know, like, who was he supposed to prove? Or what was he supposed to prove? Because I don't know. But we'll wait for them to finish that. It's something. I don't even know what to say at this point. Side note has nothing to do with the YSL trial. How long did Trap Boy Freddy have in prison, in federal prison? Because this thing like that nigga just went in like yesterday and he out already. I know he ain't get a lot of time, but is it me or does it seem like he was like in there for like a month or something? It could have been longer than that. It just seemed like he just went in and that nigga out already.
Jesus.
Sledge, I'm going to put in front of you a portion of your testimony that we have and will mark as 449 Yankee, just for the purposes of the record. And I want you to listen to it. It will be approximately 2 minutes. And after you hear it, would you just tell me if you remember that? I don't want to ask you just straight out, do you remember something, okay? I don't mind, Judge. I'll tell him if you don't, if you give me a second. Hold on. Are you doing anything, okay?
Okay.
Judge, that will be from time 103, 1:03:30 to 1:08:17. Yes, a little more than 2 minutes. I mean, yeah. I'm sorry. Me and my bad math.
I can't really hear you. It real low. Hold on. Yeah, it's real low.
Because we can't hear what you hear. Can you hear it now?
You try to listen to it and see. Can't you understand what it's saying? Can't understand.
You're right.
Objection. No whispering at the freaking witness thing. God damn it. Yeah, he gonna be on there for about another 3 days shit at this point. Cause I still don't know what the fuck Love got going on.
Be hard for me to like read words and I don't be able to understand.
Okay. Try these right here.
Who had them? No, just put anything in my ear. Sanitizer. Oh, ain't that nigga? I don't want to put nothing in my ear that nobody else had. Yeah, do something different. No. That, but I don't want to use that though. You gotta get something else, yeah. That's a perfect. You ain't finna, I don't want to wake up my ears broke out. You ain't gonna pay that.
Stupid.
You ain't gonna pay that doctor bill. Okay. Right. Me neither. So let's just do it the right way. Yeah.
You can pull them.
Oh, okay. Sure.
You tell me.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure I can hear you.
You can?
They're not saying that, and Blue is crazy. Blue, and not you caking and watching content is wild to me. But nah, they're not saying that right now. They're still working out the kinks. After 3 years, they still working out the kinks.
stop?
It's back on.
Okay. Did it stop?
I remember though.
You do remember? Hold
I
on.
just, okay.
We can't talk.
Okay.
There to our left. If you watching the screens to your left, they to the left where the camera don't go over to. What's up, Arthur? Arthur ass about to get blocked already. Every time Arthur come in here, he about to get blocked. Who do you think is winning so far in your personal opinion? Yeah. To be honest, I think it's a tie. I'll be honest. I think it's a tie. I haven't watched the whole trial from the beginning, but the parts I've been catching them, I think it could be a tie right now. I think they probably got the jury split. Arthur has been being around since I first started YouTube. He take what I be saying to him and keep it moving. He don't pay me no mind. But one day I'm gonna block his ass. He keep on. Arthur said he think it's the state. I think as the trial goes, I don't think the state really grasping them as they think they are. So that's my thing. I don't, because they really haven't
But you can get it.
evidence to like without a doubt. Because you know the state case is supposed to clear up any doubt. The defense is there to make reasonable doubt in the jury's mind. So I don't think they did that. They have left room to think other things with the evidence they provided to me. That's just me, though. Yeah, I definitely don't think they proved the Rico yet. And they for sure haven't proved that Thug was in charge of anything. They have no clue what they're doing. Don't even comprehend the lingo. Yeah, it was a reach. I feel like this case was definitely a reach. It was career driven. I said that from the beginning. It's an election year, but I don't think, to me, in my opinion, I don't think Fonnie Willis is gonna be reelected. So if it still is going on in January, if the other lady is serious, it won't be a case to look at anyway. But we'll see. So if I was them, they better be trying to finish this shit up by December. Because if that lady win and take office in January, all that shit gonna be over. They ass gonna be fired. Ain't gonna be no case if she follow through with what she said. Now she could be storing. You know, politicians do know how to bend the truth a little bit. Yeah, they haven't. Oh, that was kind of bitter. Oh, I should have shook it up for him.
Yes.
You think the jurors are thinking that? Yeah, I think, in my opinion,
Mr.
not
Sledge,
knowing
have
who's
you
on the
heard
jury, I think they split.
what you said when I asked you about states 449 Yankee? Do you recall my showing you the video of defendant Williams looking into the camera, talking about they lied to their mama?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall me asking you whether that was your voice in the video?
I told you it sounded like my voice.
And do you recall me pressing you, asking you, was that you?
When you just showed me video, I see now, but that's why when I told you it sounded like me, I thought you just took it as that was me, because I told you it sounded like me, and the only way it can sound like me, I had to be there in the room.
Do you recall telling me that you did not remember being in the room?
I see on the video I did, but like I tell you, you were pressuring me so much that day too. My mind just was everywhere.
And when I asked you if that was you specifically who said snitching bitches,
I said, yes, that was me. That was my voice. Sounded like my voice. That's what I said.
did you ever acknowledge though that that was you in the video?
I said it sounded like my voice. So yes, I acknowledge that with me if I said it would sound like my voice. I ain't say it sounded like Miss Love, and I said it sounded like me, that record, that to me, that's saying it was me.
All right. Do you recall me asking you where you were?
I said, and I told you I didn't remember whose house it was, but I did. I said that sounded like my voice.
Do you recall me asking you who all was in the room?
I don't recall you asking me that. I ain't hear that on that neither.
Do you recall me asking you the names of anybody else that was there?
Not I recall you didn't ask me about nobody. You was on the Pacific asking me about my voice. That's what I remember.
And do you recall at some point telling me, I'm not saying that it's me, I'm just saying it sounds like me, so I can't tell you?
Yeah, I told you it sounded like my voice. That's all I remember telling you. It sounded like my voice. So I know if it sounded like my voice, I just thought you say, yeah, that's him. He said it sounded like his voice.
Do you remember Doug's attorney showing you the same video a day later?
Yes.
Do you remember him asking you, was that you in the video?
Yes.
Do you remember telling him, yes, that is you in the video?
Yes, because I had the day to think about it, and then I was like, yeah. When I was still planning in my mind when you showed it to me, and then I thought about it, I was like, yeah, that is me in the video saying it. It's my voice.
Is that the video that you were thinking of when you were talking to me back in June with your attorney, Lieutenant Lancico, and myself out in Fayette?
I don't even remember you asking me about that video, Ms. Love.
Do you remember me telling you on direct or asking you on direct about a video where I asked you if you had seen, or did you know the video where they say you lie to your mama, you lie to your kids, and you said that wasn't me?
No, I remember telling you I didn't see me in the video. I seen Mr. William in the video, but I don't recall the statement you make.
Thank you. And do you recall me asking you then, where had you seen that video before we met in Fayette?
I don't recall, but I just heard it. Something about you asked me that, and I told you I seen it before time, and I seen it recently.
Now, between the time I showed it to you and the time that Mr. Steele showed it to you, did you go look at it and listen to it again?
No.
All right. And so what happened that made your memory precise about not just the fact that it was you, but where exactly it was shot? I'll clear it up. Bad question. Do you remember telling Mr. Steele where that video was taken?
I don't recall Mr. Steele even asking me where it was taken. I don't even recall him asking me that.
Your
You-
Honor, could I object at this point, 403?
Do-
Yeah, I'm not, I mean, we've all heard the testimony, so whether he remembers it or not at this point's not really the issue. Can you just ask the questions you intend to
Sure,
be
Your Honor.
asking?
Thank you. Mr. Sledge, why did you remember who all was in the room when the video was shot, when Mr. Steele asked you the question?
I just told you when you asked me, I didn't remember. But when I left that day and I thought about the video, and then I realized everybody's voice who was in the video.
Okay. And what about the time or the date that the video was shot? What did you remember that too after you left?
He showed me the date of the video he had, and then I remember it was a repost, different date. I don't remember the date of the repost, but I knew where he cross-examined me on, I knew the answer to that question.
And do you remember me asking you about what what you understood Defendant Williams to be talking about when he said they lied to their mama, they lied to their sister and all that stuff? Do you remember me asking about that?
No, I don't remember you asking me that.
At any point, having heard the video again today, did you hear anybody reference lying in the courtroom on that video?
Yes.
You heard somebody say something about lying in the courtroom?
Oh, no. You said lying in the courtroom?
Uh-huh.
I don't even know if I just heard that, Ms. Love, to be honest with you, but I think I did. I'm not mistaken. If you got anything, just show it to me.
Your Honor, state request permission to play again states 447 Yankee.
That's
The video itself.
Okay. All right.
And so even hearing it just now, you didn't remember, right?
No, if you show me again, like that part.
Okay, don't worry about the earphones. We're gonna put it up on the big screen.
Look up.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom and tell the God and his truth.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it. Y'all nigga need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches?
From me and YSF.
I don't hear it say lying in the courtroom, though.
All right. So when you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Steele if that video talked about lying in the courtroom, and you said, yeah, was that a mistake?
Yeah, that was a mistake. Cause
Okay.
I didn't say lie. It didn't say lie in the courtroom. The voice didn't say lie in the courtroom.
Okay. What did you understand it to be saying?
What he said or what in the video it said.
The video.
It's I'm allowing God.
And when Thug is talking, what is he talking about doing in the courtroom? Telling the God's honest truth?
Yes.
All right. And after Mr. Williams says, and you get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth, you need to get killed, bro. That's from me as YSL. Since you realize now that that is your voice, would you tell the jury why you say snitching bitches?
Because
Oh,
snitch
that
is a
yelling.
liar to me.
Okay. Did you just not say that he said you get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth?
Well, I'm in the courtroom telling the God honest truth. So whatever he said, what he said.
Okay. So when he's talking about telling the God's honest truth in the courtroom, why do you follow that up with snitching bitches?
I just said something. There wasn't no reason of following it up.
Do you consider a person who does get in the courtroom and tell God's honest truth on their friends snitching bitches?
No.
You were also asked on cross-examination by Mr. Steele about a meeting that you had with Lieutenant Lansco, your lawyer, and me out in Fayette County.
Yeah.
Recall that?
Yes.
Did you let Mr. Steele know before we met that we were actually going to have the meeting?
Did I let Mr. Steele know?
Yep.
No, I hadn't talked to Mr. Steele before that.
All right. Did you let anyone at his office know that we were going to have that meeting?
No.
And afterwards, did you let him know that we had just had it?
Could you be more direct? What you trying to say?
Only what I'm asking.
You said, did I do what?
Did you let Mr. Steele know that we had just had that meeting?
When? After we had the meeting?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Did you ever let me know that you had that Zoom call with Mr. Steele?
No, I ain't. Because my lawyer put the Zoom call together. I didn't put it together.
Okay.
Mr. Steele didn't call my phone himself and say, Mr. Sledge, what's going on? No.
Okay.
My attorney was on the Zoom call.
Okay. And on the Zoom call, or rather last week, Mr. Steele asked you very pointedly, if you recall.
He finally getting somewhere. It took all down
Do
day.
you remember Mr. Steele asking you, did Miss Love, or did you tell Miss Love that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
I said that to you and Mr. Steele.
Do you recall Mr. Steele
Asking me that,
you
yes, yes.
Do you recall Mr. Steele asking you, did Miss Love tell you, do not tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
I wouldn't say it was said like that.
Hold on a minute. Do you recall him asking you that?
Yes, yes.
And do you recall telling him, yes, Miss Love told me, do not tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged me to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
You didn't say it at the meeting June 9th. You didn't say it that way. But when I brought it to your attention that Mr. Williams told me to take me and Kenneth Copeland to the police station, your exact words to me, I don't want you to say that, and I would not be asking you that question.
So, at what point did I tell you not to tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
You didn't use the word jury, but that's the way I took it, because from my understanding of this process, that I would be speaking to the jury to try to prove the facts to the jury, and I just thought I should come in and tell my truth.
When your lawyer and you, Lieutenant Lancico, and I sat outside that coffee shop, were you in any kind of handcuffs?
No.
Did you come on your own?
I came willingly with my lawyer.
Did you leave on your own with your lawyer?
Yes.
All right. And did anybody try to read you any kind of rights or anything like that?
No, you know that. I would have been in
But the
jail.
jury doesn't know that, okay?
Right.
So Did you feel free to say whatever you wanted to say?
I just told you, I said what I said, free, yeah.
All right.
I was free to say what I wanted to say.
Okay. So during that conversation, were you encouraged to come into the courtroom and simply tell the truth?
Yes.
Were you encouraged to simply tell the truth by me?
You said it out your mouth that you wanted me to come here and tell the truth, but you said it out your
Were
mouth.
you encouraged to tell the truth in front of Lieutenant Lancico and me by your attorney?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, did your attorney tell you to act as if any question the state asks you, they already know the answer? So don't try to finagle anything. Tell them the truth.
I don't recall him saying that into me.
I hate to use this, I'm not being blasphemous, but did your attorney tell you to pretend like the state is God and they know everything?
No, he didn't say that.
Okay.
I know that. You heard me.
All right. Do you,
Come
do
on.
you remember me asking you about the video? Do you remember me asking you about the video and you're denying being in a video where you say you lie to your kids?
I never denied the video. I said you don't see me in the video. They're my exact words.
Right.
That ain't denying the video.
Okay. And do you remember after that I said, I've seen a video with you in it?
You said you seen the video with me, and I said you didn't see no video with me in it.
And do you remember me saying, yes, I have?
But
and you kind of smiled.
At the time, you were referring to the video that Mr. Williams posted, not the video that I posted. Because if you would have said the video that you posted, Mr. Sledge, I would have said, yeah, that's me in that video.
Mr. Sledge, did I make reference to whose video it was? Or did I just ask you about
I
the
think
video?
you made, to me, I thought you, when you brought up the video with Jeffrey in it at first, then you brought up another one. You brought the video up of Jeffrey. Because I told you that wasn't me. And I said, you didn't see me in no video.
Okay, no problem. Now, on direct examination, do you remember as you sit here today, me asking you whether Mr. Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
In this courtroom?
In this courtroom.
Yeah, you asked me the question. I figured you asked me the question because my lawyer called me and asked me, what did you, Ms. Love, say to you and that me? So then when you told me at the me, you wasn't gonna ask me the question, but then you get in the courtroom and ask me the question.
So
that's what happened.
Okay. So was it that I said I'm not gonna ask you that, or did I tell you not to tell the jury that?
You said how I took it.
How you took it. I just need to know my words. John,
it's non-responsive. Ask your next question.
My words only. Did I ever tell you not to tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station? Did I ever tell you that?
You just said you didn't want me to say that.
Okay. Now, is it your testimony that I said, I don't want you to say that, or I'm not going to ask you that?
Both of them.
Overruled. We don't really have a clear answer.
All right. And it's your testimony that your lawyer and Lieutenant Lancico were still right there when I said these words that you heard?
Yes, so I wouldn't have said it.
All right. And based on what you just testified to the jury, you gleaned from that I didn't want you to tell the jury.
I never used the word tell the jury. I just said exactly what you said to me. I say, Ms. Love told me that she didn't want me to say that, and she wasn't going to ask me that question.
Okay, so then your memory is not, you don't remember telling Mr. Steele. You do not remember asking Mr. Steele saying, did Ms. Love tell you do not tell the jury?
If he said jury, I forgot. I made a mistake. And I should have corrected Mr. Steele if he said jury.
She's
But I'm
really,
telling you what
it's really
you
not.
said to me in the meeting. I ain't saying you said don't tell it to the jury. But that's the way I took it too, cause that's who I'm supposed to be talking to, right? Telling the truth to, right?
Right.
Okay, so in my way, not the lawful way, that's the way I took it. Cause if somebody tell me, oh, I don't want you to tell my girlfriend this, I'm gonna take it as, you feel what I'm saying? You don't want me to tell the truth.
Okay. So, all right.
Yeah, please move along. It's not that deep.
So were you surprised when I asked you, did he encourage you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station if you thought I didn't want you to tell the jury? I'm exploring what he said his understanding was.
Overruled.
So were you? When I asked you that question,
This
were you
is what's
surprised
they
given that you
ask
thought I didn't want you to talk about it?
dwelling on shit that's not even that serious.
I don't know. I can't recall. I don't know.
Right. The fuck, move along. Get to some real evidence about what you pressing
now,
convicting them of or trying to anyway. The fuck.
On cross-examination,
She get too tied up in her emotions.
did you tell Mr. Shart that you didn't feel like you could go to trial, or you didn't have the ability to go to trial?
I
And
said I
that's
couldn't afford to go to trial.
okay.
That's the question he asked me. He didn't say the ability. He said afford.
All right. And that's the reason that you answered yes to all the questions that you answered yes to on State's Exhibit 444 Yankee and 1AS?
I don't recall.
Having had time to think about it now, do you remember and realize that your sentencing acknowledgments placed you in peril of probation revocation if you testified inconsistently with something you said was true during your plea agreement?
I don't think I testified nothing that wasn't true today, if I recall.
Do you remember testifying on last week when I asked you specifically about portions of what you agreed to, and for you to tell me if any part of it you're now testifying is false, to label it false, and if any part of it, if it's all true, to tell me it's true? Do you remember me having that conversation with you?
I remember the conversation, but you had put so much on, I don't even recall what went on.
Do you remember me putting in front of you,
Lock his ass up.
447Y? And
yes. You'd like a new question? Okay. All right. Whether he remembers it or not is not really the relevant matter.
Oh,
all right. Did you testify that
I never seen
number?
that. Not
I
highlighted.
give you the number.
All right.
Did you testify that number? I took it already. I put it back.
State's Exhibit at 1AS. Here it is. Okay. Yeah, it's at State's Exhibit 447. The second part. Did you testify that, looking at this, at State's Exhibit 1AS, did you testify that number 3 under defendant's factual acknowledgments is not entirely true?
No, I didn't say it was not entirely true. I think I remember I said the part of the support of YSL, and you put Care as a rival gang member. I told you I didn't even know he was that gang at the time. And if I made a mistake anywhere else, I made a mistake.
All right. Do you remember me putting, now I have to ask, do you remember, Your Honor? Do you remember me putting State's Exhibit 444Y in front of you?
I remember you putting all these papers in front of me, but I don't like.
Do you remember me asking you to go over each number, and if one of it is true or one of it?
Oh, go ahead.
Do you remember me asking you that if all of the statement is true, to tell me and label it true, but that if any of it is not true, to call it false? Do you remember that?
I don't recall that, Ms. Love. Like I told you, you've been confusing me for so many days. You've been confusing me since I've been on this stand. So I don't know, like now, you jump from one thing to another thing. My brain don't move as fast as probably yours. I might don't learn as quick as you do. So I don't remember all this stuff. You putting all these papers in front of me ain't gonna make me remember.
Okay. All right.
So whatever you trying to get to.
All right. We're just getting to the questions. So we'll take it slow.
I don't remember.
All right. 1AS, that is the document you signed, right?
Yeah.
All right. On 1AS.
I don't want us to go over the whole direct examination.
I'm not.
This is supposed to be redirect.
I'm not, Your Honor. I'm specifically asking questions that are related to what the witness responded to on cross. So on cross-examination, the witness was asked whether he was allowed to craft this, whether they were his words, whether he understood them, whether he felt compelled to.
I recall.
And so what I'm asking now, and he was also asked on cross, whether he felt between a rock and a hard place.
I already answered that question.
So what is it that
And
you want to ask him?
I believe that he
You already
testified
got to
on
go
cross
to
that
Just be quiet.
one part was feeling between the state and the other was Fulton County Jail or going back to jail. So I'm asking him about his sentencing acknowledgments and what he has stated or agreed to within the sentencing acknowledgments and how that squares with his rock and hard place on December 28, 2022.
Okay, then ask him that, how those acknowledgments square with his rock and a hard place.
I don't think that's going to get a quick answer, but I'll ask.
Nothing you're doing is giving
so,
no answer.
Mr. Sledge, how do your sentencing acknowledgments square with? Do you understand
Now
that
you
said,
you thinking this stuff funny.
No, sir, I don't. Mm-mm.
You do.
Do you understand?
Because I know your question ain't funny.
It is not.
So what you laughing for?
Mr. Sledge, do you recall stating in your sentencing acknowledgments?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, you have the paper in front of you. Would you please look at it to refresh your memory?
It still don't refresh my memory.
Your Honor, the state tender states Exhibit 1AS as evidence of a prior past recollection recorded. Yes, it was, and it was agreed to.
I object as well, Your Honor. This is not past recollection recorded
It
and
is.
past recollection recorded.
Let
does
him
not
finish his
equal evidence.
objection.
Let
How
me get you the code section.
You're right, it doesn't. He read it into the record.
That's exactly right.
We already read it into the record though, and not we, but you. You already read it into the record once.
Your Honor,
Now,
I'm asking.
don't
all right.
get on my damn nerves.
Mr. Sledge, do you understand that you agreed that if you fail or refuse to testify to any fact that you acknowledged in this plea agreement, that such failure or refusal nullified any promise by the DA to null pros count 30 of the indictment?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. We've already established that he adopted all of those things.
So understanding that as of last week, you understood the sentencing acknowledgments, it did not place you in what you called between a rock and a hard place with Mr. Sharp, as far as coming in here and testifying to something different than what you put in the factual acknowledgments.
I can, from my understanding, I would be able to explain the things that you wouldn't change. That was from my understanding.
Okay.
So now I'm in here testifying my truth and not what you put on paper and your answer. These is not my answers on this paperwork. Yeah, I did sign it, but if you would have came to me personally, like I think you should have did, and asked me this yourself, I would have told you no.
Did you testify that lay low were my words and not yours when I asked you on direct examination about defendant Williams giving YSL members money to lay low after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
When you asked me at that meeting, I told you he couldn't have gave YSL money to lay low because I'm the only one that stayed in Atlanta.
No.
I told you he gave me money to get out of harm's way. I borrowed $300.
I'm talking about in court last week. Do you remember saying, I didn't say lay low? Those were your words.
Them is your word. I didn't say lay low.
Do
That
you
was
remember?
already on this paper. I never used the word lay low to you not one time. All this stuff that you trying to say, it was already on the paper. You changed certain things and then we agreed. And then I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't even want to say that. I got another paper that's saying you changed number 8. It went from one thing to another thing. You don't want to red flag that.
No, I do. Actually.
Okay.
So
You don't want to
Because
read
you
it.
changed the personal knowledge and I ain't changed it.
thank you for that.
I would have never said yes to that. When I got to the last paperwork, I thought we had an understanding of what the emails my lawyer sent you.
So do you now remember getting multiple versions of states 444Y that was changed at your request?
Not all of it.
Okay. Well, let's just show you.
Man, this one, I'll be like, you gonna lock me up, do it.
Sure, they gonna make me remember none of this stuff.
Okay.
I ain't gonna remember none.
So do you remember asking the state to change more than one thing on the factual acknowledgement?
A lot of things.
Do you remember the state making changes at your request?
I don't really know because I seen something different today that it wasn't what I thought it was the day I agreed.
Do you remember last week testifying that you hadn't seen any other document besides the one you signed?
I just seen them today.
Okay.
I didn't see it. My lawyer was just coming, asking me, and I guess he thought the question was gonna be changed, and I don't know. I don't think they was changed.
Okay. Well, we'll get to that. Since you won't remember, that's fine.
Man, this shit is useless. Like, she basically trying to say, like, her point, like, I see it, but she ain't clearly getting there. And that's what's gonna make it not hit the way she thinks. She gonna have a split jury because she ain't fucking connecting the dots right. Shit, at this point, he just need to say, man, I want to go home. The only way I can go home is to agree to what the fuck you said. That's what I did. Fuck it. Because at this point, you done fucked yourself anyway. and just say that's it. All right, I gotta step away. I'll be right back.
When you were asked by Mr. Sharp about April 28th, 2015, Jeffrey Williams, he only asked you whether Jeffrey Williams was with you in addition to you and Mr. Zachary and Mr. Garlington. Is that right? Is my memory correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you feel on December 28th, 2022, as able as you have felt in this courtroom this week and last week to tell the judge when you needed to do something like talk to your attorney? Did you feel as free to talk to your attorney or ask for requests to speak to your attorney then?
I don't recall.
You don't?
No.
Okay. Is there any portion of what the jury saw in your December 28, 2022 testimony where you halted the proceedings or what wasn't seen? Did you ever halt the proceedings on December 28, 2022 to ask to speak to your attorney?
I don't even know the word you just used.
Did you ever stop and say, Judge, can I talk to my lawyer like you have today and last week?
Like I told you earlier, I ain't sitting over there. I'm sitting up here supposed to be telling my truth. And it's like you're not accepting my truth. I wasn't sitting over there in County Blues. I was sitting over there in County Blues. I'm in the free world. So it's like I couldn't stop and say that over there.
Why couldn't you?
Because I don't understand that. But once I got up there, I thought I could. Because you told me that. You said, anything you don't understand, you didn't tell me that December 28th, right?
Did your lawyer?
No. My lawyer didn't tell me to stop neither.
So sitting next to your lawyer, did you ask him questions? Not talking about what they were, but did you ask him questions at the table?
I would ask the witness to be allowed to answer the questions.
Judge, I'm not asking him what was said. I'm asking him.
The province of the what? Oh, no, that doesn't. Overruled.
Sitting at the table next to the lawyer you had known for 15 years, were you able to ask him questions?
I probably could have, but I didn't.
And in the back, when you were with the lawyer you've known for 15 years, did you ask him questions?
Yeah, I told him.
Well, if he wants to share it, it's his to share.
I don't want to. I don't want to share it. Okay, I don't want.
Specific about what you and your.
I don't want to share it.
And I'm not asking you what. I'm asking
I don't
you,
want.
did you?
She just said I had to share it.
She said you didn't have to share the content. I'm asking
Well, I
you.
don't want to share it. I don't recall.
I'm asking you, did you ask
I don't
the lawyer?
recall. I don't recall. Here you go.
Are you saying that now because you're just frustrated?
Here you go again. Here you go again. Here you go again. That's it.
Won't till you in hot water, boy, better be quiet. Let the lawyers hear.
I disagree. The question was, were you able to ask him questions in the back? And frankly, he answered it before he didn't recall. So,
thank you, Judge. All right.
When you left court last week, did you wipe your nose at the jury?
What you mean?
Just that. Did you wipe your nose at the jury?
Yeah, when you asked me to do it,
I mean, when you got off the stand.
no.
Okay.
I wipe my nose at the chair.
All right.
See, yeah. She going too far.
Until there's an objection, they just ask questions. But all these are capable lawyers, as is your lawyer. So
Yeah, but she,
I just call the balls and strikes.
you silly.
All right.
I swear you will.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
She's silly.
I think she's almost done.
Yeah, I hope so. Before I go back left. Cause I don't mind going left.
What do you mean when you say go back left?
Arguing back and forth with you.
Okay.
You just being petty now.
All right.
You just being petty. She ain't got nothing else.
Differently on December 28th, 2022.
You would have changed everything I want you to change. I probably wouldn't be going through it. You probably wouldn't have gave me the deal. If you'd have came and asked me. Oh man, I'm sick of her, man.
You better tell him to be quiet. He about to have a mistrial in that bitch.
I don't want to make you sick. Okay?
Well, let me take
Who
a
you
break.
talking to right now?
Could I take a break?
Hang on just a second. Are you almost done? Because
I'm wrapping
there's
up.
some people who need a restroom break.
Could we
Yes.
just give them that break,
I
Your
need
Honor,
one
and I'll
back.
make sure that I'm
Give them
I'm
that.
wrapped.
Yes, let's take a break right now.
She better be bringing in some shit about that wipe the nose comment. She would have to prove that while she asked that. That can make the jury nervous, especially what they trying to say wipe your nose mean.
All right, we'll be in recess.
Hell, Moon ass gonna get frustrated enough where he gonna slip up and say some shit on that stand. It was fun when he said, "You just being petty now." He said, "Ain't nothing funny." She's talking about, yeah, ain't nothing funny because I know that question you asked ain't funny. Thought he was gonna wipe his nose at Love. I want to see. It probably one of those days I ain't watched it to the end. She need to show evidence. The objection, Your Honor. Where she get that ground for that question? Because I want to see it. But we'll see. Yeah, I'm off and eating a popsicle. She ain't say how long it was gonna be out. I might get on Instagram, see if anybody found the clip. No, I'm gonna get on Twitter. Huh? Oh, that shit cold. Let me see. Y'all gotta excuse me. Smacking.
Was either Quay that is in the courtroom here today, in the courtroom with you on December 28th, 2022?
No.
Was Lil Rod in the courtroom with you on December 28th, 2022?
Get to your point. No.
That is my point.
Your point is
Okay.
pointless.
That was funny. That part was funny. Let me see. Oh shit. Really need some trial. What part is this?
Yelling at me like I'm your child or something. I'm not your child.
You are not.
You talking aggressive to me.
Okay, let me go to Thugger Data. Now my teeth cold and ate all the popsicles. This is what Miss Love has done with any of the 9 witnesses. She completely lost the witness here. She's laughing or asking questions. That's what we should be talking about. Okay. I don't think nobody really said anything about the wiping nose part, so we'll see what they got to say about that. Oh, my teeth is cold. He wasn't wiping his nose at anyone. Maybe his nose was running. His stock definitely going up after this session. Okay. All right. Oh, let's watch this real quick. This was Rich Homie Quan's last interview. Soon as the trial, because I haven't want to watch it anyway. Soon as the trial, hold on. Soon as the trial comes back on, I'll switch over. But it's like a 7-minute interview. But this is his last interview before his passing. Y'all already know. Rest in peace, Rich Homie Quan.
You gotta spell that for me. R-I-C-K-A. Hold on. It's E-R-I-C-K-A. Yo.
Listen, he said they gonna do this, whatever it is with old girl with the hat. He doing the joint with old girl with the hat. Cowgirl.
Hard knocks.
Okay, you ready? Yes, ma'am. Okay, one, thank you so much for sitting down with me. Mm-hmm. I thoroughly enjoyed your show. You did an amazing job.
Thank you.
And I grew up watching you, so it's kind of cool. Like super cool.
Feel old.
No, not in that way, but I'm saying
I get that a lot. So I was part of your upbringing.
No, real shit.
Thank you.
Okay, so what was your favorite cartoon when you were a child?
What was my favorite cartoon? I ain't have a favorite cartoon. My favorite show was Boy Meets World.
Boy Meets World?
Yeah, Disney Channel.
Okay.
I love Topanga. Every time I Corey didn't deserve Topanga. I did. Yeah, Boy Meets World. But we're gonna talk about cartoon. I say Proud Family, some shit like that.
Yeah. Nah. That's when I used to love Boy Meets World too. I did. But now Rich Homie and Quan, no damn Proud Family was not his favorite cartoon. Okay, I ain't gonna lie, cause I know he grew up with the older ones, but could be when the Proud Family come out. I don't even remember.
Yeah.
Proud Family. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay, so if you could pick anyone to play you in a biopic, who would it be?
What's the dude for Snowfall? I'll let him play me.
Okay.
Yeah, I forgot his name. No, this. What name? Something Idris. Yeah.
That's not Idris, but you know what? That would be a good person. The one who was the lead character in Snowfall. That's from where's he from? The accent. The one that go with Steve Harvey daughter. That go with Lori Harvey right now. I can't even remember his name. But yeah, I can see him playing him.
Downstairs, yeah.
Okay.
I let him play me. You feel me? Yeah, I let him play me. Or I play him in his biopic. Ain't something like
Okay, so I told you before I grew up listening to you, and I heard you on stage screaming "Free Thugger," right? Is there any chance that at some point in the future, either be unreleased music or whatnot, that we'll hear y'all on a song together again?
That I don't know because we do have a lot of unreached. We do have a lot of music that hasn't been
Oh, hold on. He was right. His last name is Idris. I didn't know that.
released, but who knows what the future holds? First and foremost, let's free Thugger. Let's free anybody locked up. Let's free Luwak, Lucci. It's a touchy situation, so I try not to talk about it a lot, but I don't know what the future holds, man. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have a conversation. And then it'll start from there.
Okay, I like that answer. So obviously we know, like you said, it's a touchy situation. Recently we heard about YSL Woody releasing some crazy information about some shit regarding your father's barbershop and what he did.
Yeah.
So what do you feel about his statements being said about him basically shooting up your dad's barbershop?
What is a liar? The barbershop did get shot up, but it wasn't like, I don't want to talk much to it, but it wasn't like he has over exaggerated it because the same day the barbershop got shot up, it was up and running. So it couldn't have been like what he said it was. So we're gonna hold that down. Shout out to Woody. But niggas know.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So what is up next with you and everything you have going on in your career right now?
Oh man, how do we keep my feet back? We got music, like, no, I ain't gonna lie, like, we got a plethora. That's the right word. A plethora of music. It's more about, I just want the people to appreciate the music. You know, in the time we in right now, I know I'm a little older. It's like you play a song, and shit old in 2 days. So it's like when I get in the studio, like I really take it. I'm passionate about it, so I don't want to drop music on deaf ears. So I want to have like a market, and I just want to cross my T's and dot my I's. But the music is definitely ready. We should be dropping around. I don't want to give a definite date, but I will definitely say before my birthday, which is October. You know what I mean?
Okay, gotcha. Okay, last question. We're gonna keep it quick. I totally fuck with your outfit right now. Who are you wearing? Give me the rundown on what it costs. Give me the ins and outs of what your outfit is right now, down to the chains and the jewelry.
I don't know, Jerry. I just be buying Jerry. I don't know. I don't ask the price. I just swipe my card. But we got the RH4L chain. I don't got to look at the mirror really good. So this choker right here, probably about 30,000. This choker on this is another 20 with a 10 penny. So that's another what? 40. This Cuban probably like a 50. It's the long one. The rope on this itself is probably about 40. And this probably like a 20. So, but this light work today.
Lightweight, okay.
Then we went olive green anniversary 40 millimeter on a nigga bitch. I say I'm not cussing, but that's my song, Achi. So go, if you're not watching, go scream Achi featuring 2 Chainz. And I try to keep it plain. Bracelets, probably about $50,000 worth of bracelets. Cause I like solitaires and stuff. So earrings, 10 karat, 180 on the low ski, glasses, chrome heart, chrome heart, shirt, goat. These my buddies from Atlanta, based in Atlanta, so I try to wear purple shorts, and you got to keep some Aces, man. The most comfortable shoe in the world, man. Aces, man. That's what made it bend down on stage and get back up, you know. So yeah, Aces. That Nike socks, polo draws, Louis Vuitton belt. I don't be knowing the price because if you got to ask the price, you can't afford it.
Okay, thank you for calling me out. I really appreciate that. Okay, so last thing, my show's called What's the Story?
Yeah.
So can you just say who you are and like what show you're on? It's What's the Story?
For sure. What it do, man? It's your boy Tommy Coin. And right now I'm on What's the Story, kicking it, telling you my story. Hopefully you continue to follow my story because it's not over. I haven't reached my peak. I want to go big shot.
Oh, that hit so different, that last part. Oh, man. That hit different. Damn. That hit different hearing him say that last part. Rest in peace, Rich Homie Quan. I will say this. The only store I go in and don't ask the price is the dollar store. I can afford everything in the dollar store. So hell yeah, I ain't made it to that point where I'm just walking in the damn store and not asking no price. Okay, I'm just like me too, really me too. But damn, that shit hit different though. Hearing that shit like that. Oh, what my teeth? Yeah. And yes, I'm eating another pop pickle. I don't know why I keep eating the pop pickle. Boo said she giving groovy vibes. It was him pulling up his shirt, talking about polo draws. Bruh, was nobody talking about your goddamn draws. Now I see why you got 3, 4 of them coming at. 3, 4 of them. Rest in peace, Rich Homie Quan. Hold, I gotta go get my other half of my icy hot bag. This is my last one. Take us to the flea market, ball out. Shit, flea. Hold on. The flea market hot. I ain't take you to the flea market. Fuck that. But doubt they would have been back by now. But yeah. Shout out to Rich Homie Quan. Rest in peace to him. Still going in. I'm slurping. Yeah, I ain't really sucking it. I'm damn biting the ice cream. So what does Mr. True think about you eating them joints online? Hell, he should have the same shit. Yeah, I'm over here biting and I ain't even doing it. Hell, I can't eat a fucking ice cream. Are you going to his service? Yes, I am. Been waiting for them to release the info, but yeah, I'm going down there. Now I'm about to have y'all ass on me. Yeah. Probably all his girlfriends. So I might finish eating my ice cream. They should be back on in a minute. Let me do a quick reset for those who haven't been here to hear the first one. Y'all already know all information contained on this live is for entertainment, heavy on the mother effing entertainment, educational purposes only. All information used on this live is per the Fair Use Act, and any conclusion that you draw is on you and your mama. Not nobody on this channel, this panel, or in this chat. And another disclaimer for those who have not read the description to my channel, I am not a lawyer. Nothing I say should be used as legal advice because it's not legal advice, okay? If you do need legal advice, however, you can go talk to an actual licensed lawyer or attorney of your choosing, all right? And like the disclaimer says in the video, that you can actually see the consequences of anything that you try to run with from the channel is definitely on you, all right? So with that being said, hey, just sit back, enjoy my opinion based off my free thoughts of what I'm listening to, and y'all let me know what y'all think in the chat. Let's get started.
You can't handle the truth.
Hey, that part. Like, I can't even eat an icy in peace around y'all people. Yeah, I just had to check. But yeah, as long as they make it, because the dad said on the news it was gonna be a public. I'm from Rich on the Farm. It was gonna be a public funeral. So hopefully it don't be like with Takeoff. I couldn't go to Takeoff's because I waited too late to try to get a ticket. So hopefully, okay. You know what? Y'all ain't gotta worry about it. I'm about to put y'all ass on the elevator music until I'm done.
Mr. Sledgeback.
Okay, bet.
Okay.
I said, what he
Thanks,
done,
I see
Brand?
this email, and Miss Percefield's, she's not with us, but she's back in the office, so you can add her back to the emails when you're sending stuff. No, don't worry about it. I can do that.
Y'all said what? Blue, what the hell you talking about?
Y'all know where Mr. Wright is? Anybody?
Don't get blocked, Blue.
Okay.
What the, you better clear out what the hell you talking about.
Okay.
Hold on, Paul. What damn bubble baby you talking about? The hell? What story of some shit like that? You done made me start a whole damn content about that. What the hell you talking about? I ain't never told no damn story about no damn bubble baby. You said I told a story on Facebook about a bubble bath.
That's in place until we get.
You gonna have to send me that. I ain't never post no bubble bath. That's cap.
I think Sergeant Ingram just went to retrieve him.
Yeah, that's cap. I ain't never post no shit like that. And any story that's on Facebook is on Instagram because they share it to each other. Never post no fucking bubble bath story. Now you got me about to pull up Facebook. Cause what the hell is you talking about? And when was this posted? I don't post individual to no Facebook story, so if that shit ain't never made the Instagram, it's not here. Focus that person. I'm here for the trial. Well, what you talking about? It's whatever I want to talk about on this live. It was a few days ago. Oh yeah. You must be talking about some meme or some shit I done post, but I damn sure ain't post nothing about no damn bubble bath. You got to be mistaken. Hey, you got me looking in my archives, make sure I ain't get hacked or some shit. Cause I don't know what the hell you talking about. And then say something about me. Your ass almost got blocked just now. Can't be saying shit like that. Alright. They are on a break waiting. I hope Moon Toon ain't ran off. And I'm even trying to look. Let me see. Let me look on my archives. If I see anything about damn Bubble Bell. I ain't even post shit about no Bubble Bell. That's why I'm confused. What you talking about? Cause I ain't posting about no damn Bubble Bell. Yeah, Blue, you reaching. Cause where did you see that at? No, I don't take no damn Bubble Bells. I don't sit in dirt. I don't even take baths. Like I take showers. I don't even take baths. So I know for sure I ain't post no shit like that about me. But I'm trying to see what he's talking about. I posted something about a Bubble Bell. Haven't posted nothing on my story about no Bubble Bell. I just blocked somebody earlier saying some shit. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what the hell Blue talking about. I done look back 2 weeks worth of stories. I don't see shit. I don't see no meme or nothing about no damn Bubble Bell. So I don't know what the fuck is up with that. That's weird as hell. That is weird as hell there. But yeah, I'll leave it like that. But yeah, that's definitely, I don't know what the fuck he talking about. And the monkey post ain't even no Bubble Bell, so yeah, I don't know what the fuck that's about. Definitely, but you can't put that shit. Don't put shit like that out there on me. Hold on, I think I got blocked somebody else. Who the fuck is this? Yeah, and see that's right there why I don't be playing with people. Y'all can't be saying weird shit like that, and then somebody will run with it. All right, they should be back in a moment. Drop my damn phone. Yeah. Keep that weird shit the fuck off my page. I don't like that shit. That shit irritating. Like, who the fuck is that anyway?
That's all right. We have you back now. What are we looking at? Wonder what happened to it. Oh, you know what?
And trust me, believe, if I did post some shit like that, shit would have been on. Everybody would made a video about it. So yeah. Blue, you need to check your shit before you put that shit in my comments though, because you definitely just capped out about that one. That ain't cool.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Lloyd.
Believe that to everyone's delight, that's all that I have for Mr. Sledge right now.
All right, thank you. Is there any recross from any of the attorneys?
Not on the behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
Okay.
I
All
wa-
right.
I want to apologize to Ms. Lord, courtroom and the jury for getting upset.
All right. Appreciate that.
Your Honor, I'd ask that Mr. Sledge not be released, but be
Okay.
excused temporarily.
Okay, you are excused. You're still under subpoena, so there's a possibility that you might get called again at some point. If so, somebody will let you know through Mr. Wright.
Okay,
But
thank
you
you.
are free to go.
Thank you.
All right.
I was running out that bitch.
Ms. Love, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls I believe that I will be calling a lieutenant, but if not, it will be Mr. Wright.
Okay.
Nah, Blue cool. That's why he ain't get blocked. But yeah, it's just how he worded that shit. Like the way he put it out there. Like I posted a video of me sitting in a bubble above that. I'm like, the fuck I would post some shit like that for? Then when he said it was on the story, I'm like, I ain't never post no shit like that. Now I need to, yeah, that's it. She knows she just was saying that shit. Hopefully they don't lock Mook some gas up though. You know, hopefully not. But we'll see. Moontoon is officially off the stand. Now we're on to either his lawyer or lieutenant, she said.
State calls Mr. Derek Wright.
Moontoon lawyer is next.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
See, state and spell the first and last name for the state, for the court, please.
Right. Derek, D-E-R-E-K, Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wright.
Good afternoon.
Forgive me for putting you on this stand. This is not a place that I know you normally reside.
Sustained.
I'm going to take these away from you. Put these over here. Mr. Wright, I will not be getting into matters of privilege. I'll just ask you a few brief questions regarding your interaction with the state as it relates to the witness that just testified.
Okay.
First of all, would you please tell the jury how long you've been practicing law?
It's a year short of 30 years, so 29 years.
And how long have you known Mr. Antonio Sledge?
At least 15, probably longer, somewhere between 15 and 20 years.
And forgive me, but were you sworn in? You were sworn
Yes.
in? Okay. And did you meet him first in your capacity as an attorney representing him, or did you know his family before you began representing him?
In a legal capacity first.
Okay. Do you know how many instances where you've had to represent Mr. Sledge in Fulton County? Without saying a number, are you aware of how many instances?
If I thought about it, I probably would come up with an accurate number.
Is it, have you had at least 10 occasions to interact with him on not criminal matters, but just matters, legal matters?
When you say occasions, are you referring to cases or just interactions? I've not represented him on 10 cases. It's far less than that.
Okay. Over the last 15 years, are you comfortable telling the jury how many cases that you've had an occasion to represent Mr. Sledge?
I would say, for sake of being accurate to this one and the one they've heard about from before, and I think a misdemeanor case. So other than that, I would be having to really dig deep, and I think that's probably it.
Did the misdemeanor case happen 15 years ago?
Probably more like 6 to 8 years ago, give or take.
So what was the first, when you say you've been his attorney for 15 years, what was the first instance? What year was the first instance?
Again, I can't tell you. I'm not being difficult. I just don't recall. I just know that I did come in contact with him as an attorney. And then with many of my clients, I developed a relationship. So he is someone that I've considered a friend, and I know him, some of his family. And therefore, I've had an ongoing interaction with him, both professional and personal, for 15 plus years.
All right. Is it fair to say he's not the only person that you've represented in criminal matters?
Correct. I've represented many, many people over the years.
Have you had occasion to represent many, many people in Fulton County over the years?
Yes.
Have you had occasion where when you make an entry of appearance with respect to, say, for instance, a bond hearing, but have been required to stay on as a person's attorney?
Early on, when I first started, you had some of that because, one, often you might get onto a case and then get appointed where the county pays you to stay with the client.
Okay.
So early on, there was sort of an advantage to getting on early, and then you could stay on if the client either retained you privately or the county paid you. Later on, that changed, and more emphasis was put on public defender and contract attorneys and other stuff. So I would say in the last 10, 15 years, not so much.
So if you signed on to represent a person in the last 10 or 15 years for one thing and wanted to withdraw, the courts have allowed you generally to do that?
Generally, it depends where you are. If you're in Toombs County, Toombs County don't let you withdraw. Once your name hits the paper, you're the attorney regardless of whether you get paid or not. Okay. There's some other counties like that.
Okay.
Fulton is generally pretty liberal, where Fulton, if you and the client come to a disagreement or if money, Mr. Green doesn't show up, that also is a reason that you can sometimes get out of a case. So from that standpoint, Fulton is a little more understanding that sometimes the attorney and client have to go separate ways.
Without getting into the specifics of what you may have shared with your client, unless he waives it and you've been given permission to, and you'll have to tell me if that's the case.
Well, I'll tell you now, he has not waived attorney-client privilege.
That is fine.
So I am restrained by the laws
That's
of our
absolutely
state.
okay. Okay. So without getting into anything that is privileged information, would you tell the jury if information that is said between you and your client in the presence of others, such as Lieutenant Lancico, a lawyer from the state, whether that information is considered privilege?
It's a two-part answer.
Yes.
from an attorney-client privilege standpoint, that conversation may not be privileged because it's been said outside of me and the client, meaning there's more individuals hearing it.
Right.
From a plea negotiation and whether plea negotiations are admissible in a court of law, that is beyond the attorney-client relationship, but an admissibility issue. And therefore, the question of this conversation isn't so much an attorney-client, but whether if it's a plea negotiation or it's the furtherance of one, is it admissible?
Okay. So have you been sitting in court during the entire time that Mr. Antonio Sledge has been on the stand?
Yes. Well, there may have been a 1 hour short period of time one morning where I had someone covering for me, but other than that, I've been here the entire time.
Were you present in court when he was asked by Mr. Steele about a June 2024 meeting in Fayette between Lieutenant Lancico, yourself, Mr. Sledge, and myself?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall that meeting in Fayette County?
Yes, it was the Starbucks in Fayetteville, my place.
And how would you characterize that? First of all, how long did that meeting last?
I would estimate maybe plus or minus 40 minutes.
Okay. And generally speaking, how would you characterize that meeting, the content, the purpose?
Often when you enter into an agreement with the state, you'll be asked to come in or meet with them to discuss questions they may want to ask, subjects they may want to cover. And basically, it's almost sort of like a prep session. And from the defense side, we're also trying to get an idea. What are you going to ask us? Where are you going with things? Mm-hmm. So it's sort of both sides feeling each other out. And that way, when we get to court, things can sort of go smoothly. And that was sort of what we anticipated. Mm-hmm. And that's generally what the meeting was. To be honest, we did not get into the details of testimony as much as I am generally accustomed to. Most of it was, Ms. Love, you getting to know my client and getting a feel for him, and vice versa. So honestly, a lot of the details weren't discussed. It was more of a feel each other out kind of meeting, in my opinion.
Okay. And do you recall me asking your client about any specific details of the case or the plea that he signed on December the 28th?
There was discussion at that meeting about the plea that he had signed, a couple of videos, and again, I'm generalizing because I don't have an exact memory of everything. And again, because you didn't get into a lot of the details, like, to be sure, there was no script, there was no, here are the questions you're going to be asked. It was a very generalized kind of conversation. There was at one point, which y'all have talked about, a point where he started to share because he volunteered it.
When you say he volunteered it, what do you mean? Did I ask him something about it?
Mr. Sledge volunteered the subject of what Mr. Williams may have said to him.
Okay.
And to be clear, while it definitely wasn't what you were asking, it wasn't on the subject you wanted to cover. Therefore,
you say the subject I wanted to cover. Please explain what you mean.
You were asking, and I don't remember, to be honest, exactly what the question was, but it wasn't responsive to the question. That's why it stood out. And when you heard what he was saying about Mr. Williams, mm-hmm. there was an immediate reaction where it was, that's not what I'm asking you,
okay.
is what you said to him.
Uh-huh.
And he said, well, he went on, said what Mr. Williams told him.
And was that the part where he's saying he encouraged me to take?
Okay.
What part are you talking about?
This is what I've observed discussion in the courtroom about what he said about Mr. Williams telling him to take Woody to see the police.
Okay.
And the point was, as his attorney, as a defense attorney, I took it as that wasn't a subject you wanted to talk about and you weren't asking him about. But I can't say that I ever heard you say, don't tell the jury. It was nothing that definitive, but it was simply, that's not what I'm asking you. That's not what I've asked you to tell me. And ultimately, we sort of moved on from it. But it was just clear he very much wanted to say it, and that wasn't what you were looking for in terms of whatever the initial question was. So, but answering the issue at hand, I cannot say that you ever said, don't tell the jury.
And listening to the questions that I put upon your client during direct examination and redirect examination, where I've asked the question and his response has caused me to say, that's not what I'm asking.
Mm-hmm.
Would you characterize the interaction at that coffee shop as different than or similar to those type of interactions?
I would say one, the overall interaction at the coffee shop was pleasant. No one was arguing, yelling, screaming, anything like that. It was very pleasant. You'd ask a question, he'd provide an answer. And then even when we got to that, it still wasn't combative. It was simply, that wasn't what I asked you, or what I'll ask you. It was, again, that just wasn't a subject you were going to be asking him about. So it sort of came and went.
And when you say that's not or wasn't a subject I was going to be asking him about, is it your testimony that my response had to do with the question? Your Honor, I'm not.
And honestly, he's a lawyer. He's gonna be able to handle it. I'll give you a little leeway.
Thank you. When you tell the jury that I said, that's not what I'm asking you, was your understanding that that's not what I'm asking you related to the question that I had just asked that he seemed to have not been responding to?
It was to the question. That is, that was not the subject matter or topic you were asking a question to. Again, I did not hear it. And again, maybe I'm biased because this is what I do, but I did not hear it as an instruction to say, don't you tell the jury this, or I want you to only tell them about that. It was, that's not what I'm asking you right now. I'm not going to ask you about that. As in, so I did hear that extra part, but again, it just reinforced the idea that you weren't instructing him to limit his testimony in any way. It was just clear that wasn't a subject you planned on going into.
Mm-hmm.
So as a defense attorney, of course, yeah, my bell rang and I said, that's a hot topic, but it wasn't any ethical issue because I didn't hear you in any way try to discourage him or instruct him not to convey that information if asked.
Okay. Now, were you present or were you asked by anyone else whether that was something that had been said?
Well, I wasn't asked, but I will say I am defense bar through and through for almost 30 years. Just as I, in this situation, sort of call balls and strikes. I'm not on one side or the other. And when one side has contact with me, I'll reach out and have contact with the other side to make sure both sides are getting information. And I did reach out and contact Mr. Steele, I believe, or it may have been Max, to say, hey, we did sit down, we had a meeting. Quite honestly, there's no big secrets or anything about the meeting, but I will say there was a situation where when one subject came up, it wasn't what she was asking about, but it resonated with me because knowing what the issues of this trial are, I knew my brethren in the defense bar would want to make sure they knew Sledge knew or was told by Mr. Williams to take Woody to the police. Now, I imagine they may already know it, but they may not have known that Sledge had that information. So just as the state was aware of it, I wanted to make sure the defense is aware of it. And I've also made him available so that if they wanted to question him, he could also be questioned by them. In other words, fair to both sides.
And were you present when Mr. Sledge was in communication via Zoom or some other way
Absolutely.
with Defendant Williams' attorney?
Correct. In fact, there's not been a single attorney that's contacted me, and it's only a handful of times, but they've always contacted me to talk to Sledge.
Okay.
Every attorney has shown perfect professionalism.
Were you asked by any counsel for any defendant whether the state ever instructed Mr. Sledge to not tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged him to go to the police?
Let me answer it in two parts. Yes, I have told them.
No, were you asked? That's the first question.
Oh, okay. Let me make sure I'm addressing the question because, us lawyers, we like to talk.
So did Mr. Steele ask you if I told Mr. Sledge, don't tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to go to the police? Did he ask you that question?
I don't recall him necessarily asking the question, but I told him my observation of that conversation. And Mr. Sledge told him his observation of that, really on the same Zoom meeting. So he actually, without having to ask it, received it from both me and Mr. Sledge. And even at that time, I said, I did not hear it that way, but if my client says he heard it that way, then he heard it that way. So it's quote unquote, two people hearing the same thing may take it a different way, especially one who is a defense attorney.
Did I inquire that of you after hearing that from Mr. Sledge? Did I ask you about that?
We have talked about it, yes.
And did you tell me that you told Mr. Steele? No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah. Well, I told Mr. Steele, I never heard you tell him, do not tell the jury. What I told you was that I've explained, I didn't hear her say that. I heard that she didn't seem to like that topic, but I can't say that I heard you instruct him. But my client insists that that's what he heard. So that's I know it's not a black and white answer, but that's the gray answer where my client has been very consistent saying, this is what he heard, but that's not what I heard. So I'm not gonna juice it up for the state or for the defense. I can only convey what I, in good faith, heard.
And is there anything in particular that you recognized or saw that made you think I did not like that topic?
Knowing the general idea of what the case is about, that ultimately the state's theory of the case that Mr. Williams.
Without getting into what you believe the state's theory of the case is, I'm asking you specifically what you observed that made you believe. And Your Honor, I'd ask.
Not what she was asking, so no. Go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, please go again.
I'm asking you what you observed me do or say facially, non-facially, verbally, non-verbally, that led you to believe in some way that I didn't like that topic.
The fact that you stopped him pretty abruptly, meaning as he was going into it, he sort of answered anyway. So it wasn't that you didn't yell, you didn't scream, you didn't do anything, but it was just, as attorneys, what we're really good at, I know we're gonna say talking, but listening and picking up. And when I saw that all of a sudden there was sort of a screeching stop point, that's when I realized, well, maybe, and again, not knowing the details of this case, maybe.
So is that where you drew your conclusion?
Let him finish his.
Yeah, maybe that topic, that point has some meaning and some significance. And that's where my thought was, okay, well, just as something may be significant about it in talking to the state, let me also make sure I've conveyed to the defense, hey, that might be some sort of topic. And again, I didn't know what he did or didn't do because my role sort of stopped pretty early in this. So again, my thought is if I'm neutral and calling balls and strikes, I want to make sure that they also are aware that may be a topic of interest. And but nothing about your body language or your mannerisms went to anything more than just, hey, maybe there's something there that someone needs to look into.
Did I tell him that's not what I asked in a way different than you've heard me say that when he's on the stand?
No.
Okay. And when I've said that's not what I've asked, when he's been on the stand, did you draw a conclusion that that was something I didn't want him to tell the jury?
I didn't draw the conclusion, but I did draw the topic was not the topic you wanted to talk about, which of course I said, why? But it wasn't, I didn't extrapolate from that, oh, you're trying to make sure he doesn't tell the jury.
Did you ever describe the meeting that we had as one where it was supposed to be kind of a get to know you kind of meeting?
Yeah, I mean, that's in truth, what it felt more like a let's feel each other out, get to know each other.
And before your client offered up the information, Doug encouraged me to go tell the police or take Woody to the station.
Mm-hmm.
Had I asked him any questions leading up to that?
That was towards the later part. You had already gone through some questions. I think we had asked about video. We had asked about the history of Cleveland Ave and the formation of certain gangs, notwithstanding YSL, but even before YSL. Mm-hmm. So there had been plenty of conversation. And again, more of a get to know who Mr. Sledge is, where he's from, what part of the city, how he met folks, mm-hmm. like how he met Mr. Williams and, those kind of things. So this particular part that we've been talking about, it wasn't the beginning, it wasn't the middle, it was probably more towards the end. And maybe 10 more minutes of meeting.
Had I asked him anything about Donovan Thomas's murder?
We clarified, as we did earlier, that one, he wasn't there, wasn't involved, and clarified he doesn't have specific information helpful to the state or to the defendants, mm-hmm. About the shooting of Mr. When I'm blanking out that quick.
Mr. Thomas.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I know more so.
All right. Now you mentioned videos. Were you present in court when I asked your client about the Lie to Your Mama video?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall in June of this year while we were at that Starbucks, that is your spot, where I brought up the Lie to Your Mama video.
Yes.
Do you recall whether I simply went into, there's a video where someone talking about you lie to your mama?
I remember us talking about it generally because what was being discussed, not so much stated by him, but just discussed is, you know, this is sort of a sort of a street topic. You know, you might pick up on any street conversation where we're talking about, hey, you might lie to your mama, your daddy, your family, but when you're in court, you got to tell the truth. But
my question to you specifically is,
He was, weren't you finished? Mr.
yeah,
Wright?
that was it. That was it.
my question to you specifically is, do you recall me asking your client? I want to ask you about a video where they're saying you lie to your mama, you lie to your kids, and your client saying, that's not me. Do you recall that interaction specifically?
Partially. I remember the conversation and the topic. I don't remember his answer being no. I remember that conversation led to a conclusion that this is something that's just said in the street. And he didn't necessarily have a point of origin of it or this or that, but it was just something that's in the street. So that's why I can't give you an answer to both parts of your question.
Mr. Wright, do you recall me telling your client, so is the answer you don't recall him saying that's not me?
Correct.
Okay. That's okay.
I remember it being played.
Wait, you remember a video being played?
I want to say, I don't know if it was played or we heard the audio.
On what?
Well, that's what I'm trying to remember because we only had phones. We may have had a laptop. Again, and I could be incorrect. That's why the safe answer is I'm going to say no, because my recollection of that specific point is not, I don't know if we simply talked about a video or if one was shown.
Okay. Do you recall me telling your client, I have a video of him saying that?
You may have, yes.
Do you recall telling your client, act as if the state is God and they know everything? They already know the answers to the questions they're asking you. So don't try to be clever, just tell the truth.
It is customary when I...
No, wait, just, I don't mind the explanation. If I said it wrong, just say, no, you didn't say that.
I don't have a specific recollection of saying that, but it's customary for me to tell my clients, when you are in a cooperating posture, when they ask you questions, assume that they know the answer to the question they're asking you, that they're asking you not just to find out information, more often than not, they're testing you. They're trying to see, can they trust you or rely on your responses? Are you going to be truthful with them? So yes, it is likely I would have had that conversation. Would I have said God or some other analogy which made sense? Something. But it's more likely that I, at some point, made sure I said words to the effect of, when they ask you questions, assume they know the answer already. This is more of a testing, not a inquiry for information. So that's why I'm saying I may not have used those exact words, but I'm sure I probably did have that exchange in terms of the concept.
And when would you find it necessary to advise your clients in such a manner?
When they are in a cooperation agreement, and once we realize, they're putting us under subpoena, we actually have to testify. And then the posture sort of changed, that it's not just, hey, we're willing to testify. It's no, you're going to testify. And if you do, understand, you have to come in, you're gonna have to tell the truth. And the state's gonna question you and ask you some things. And when they do, that's when I would say, Don't think you're going to outsmart them and you're smarter than everyone in the room. You need to almost assume they already know the answer to the question. And therefore, being truthful is always in your best interest. One, it's the right thing, but two, it's the smart thing.
Prior to that meeting, had you already been made aware that your client would be testifying?
Well, yes, the purpose of the meeting was, they are going to have us testify.
Right.
So we need to meet with them and see what questions they're going to ask. And like I said, just as y'all are feeling us out, we're feeling you out to get an idea. Okay, what things are they going to talk about? Are there any issues that are going to happen? And based on the plea and the fact that there was, we'll just say, some tussling or adjusting in terms of what the state was thinking of his factual proffers and what he was thinking, I figured this would also be a good time to start to iron some of those differences out and make sure that we're all on the same page as to what he can testify to and what he can't.
So you do not recall saying that in response to my telling him that we have a video of him saying they lie to your mama and you lie to your kids and get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth.
I may have said, wait. That's the video you're referring to. You're asking me, did I counsel him about assume the state knows?
In response to my saying to him,
I
have a video of you, not anybody else I'm talking about, but I have a video of you and him sitting back smiling. And then you saying that you have no memory of that.
I may have, only because listening to the dynamics of the situation, that would have been a time it would have triggered me to say to him, hey, this is, make sure you understand, you need to be straight with them. So I don't have a specific memory, but just knowing that I've been doing this a while,
Okay.
I'm sure I probably did.
Okay. Now, back in November of 2022, did the state seek, do you recall getting an email from me asking whether your client wishes to speak with the state about the case?
I believe November 17th.
All right.
I could be wrong, but I believe that was
All right.
when I received that email.
And you might have gotten one in November 17th. But did you also give one? I'm going to show you what I have marked and provided to counsel for the defense, but I'm willing to show again. As State's Exhibit 450 Yankee, if anyone wants to see it. Sure.
Oh, I left them.
Yes.
Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to pull up on your girl, Mickey Truth. We is live with it. I wonder, I really want to know, like, what's the purpose of all this shit? This don't even go to this. Oh, I'm gonna say, I had got me some stuff and I'm trying to put them up, but all right, anyway. Dang, this was not what I thought it was gonna be. Shit. That's the only thing about buying stuff online. You really don't know what you're getting. I was trying to get me a better light for this desk, but I don't even think that's gonna do it. But nevertheless, boss said, I don't know what this lady on, a bunch of jibber jabber, all I can tell. Yeah, cause I really don't know what was. I thought he was just supposed to come on there and clarify the meeting about what Still say. Now he's still on there, and they having sidebars about this and that. It's just too much. But we're gonna continue holding out and see what happens. Oh yeah, and then after I'm gonna see how long they go. I think they're gonna go to like 5 or something. Cause I gotta take Mr. Truth out to dinner because it's his birthday. Um, so I'm gonna be getting off in just a few. But I think I have time to finish out the day. But if not, that's what's gonna be going on. But until then, let's continue on. Thank you, bosses. And let me tell y'all,
I'm gonna
10 sheets
take
win already.
10 minutes. Oh, I know what it is. I still have this one. All right, we're gonna take, well, it's okay. 10 minutes or so, maybe 15, maybe longer, who knows? To give them an opportunity to look at a couple of things. I mean, you're free to stay or free to step out. Do you want him to step out? Or yes? Okay. Do you mind stepping out? All right, y'all all take a minute and
Judge, may I just, so that they are clear for the record, exactly which one is which?
Sure.
So State's Exhibit 450 Yankee is the proffer, it's the email dated November 30th, 2022 at 5:44 p.m. From myself to Mr. Wright. And it is, the attachment is proffer form sledge. It says, good afternoon, Attorney Wright. It is always good speaking with you. That's the one labeled 450 Yankee. The one labeled 451 Yankee is the email sent from me to Attorney Wright that is labeled sledge agreement and dated December 27, 2022 at 4:57 p.m. It starts, here you go, Derek. And attached to each email is the attachment that was sent at the time the email was sent. Then 452 Yankee is another email to Attorney Wright that says sledge agreement updated, and it is December 27, 2022 at 5:06 p.m. with the attachment sledge agreement updated. 453 Yankee is the email sent to Mr. Wright from me
dated Wednesday, December 28th, 2022 at 1:45 p.m. And it is labeled Sledge Agreement Updated 2. $454 Yankee is the email sent from me to Attorney Derek Wright at Wednesday, December 28th, 2022 at 1:46 p.m. Labeled Sledge Agreement Updated 2. And then 455 Yankee is the email from me to Attorney Derek Wright, labeled Sledge Agreement Updated 2, sent Wednesday, December 28th, 2022 at 1:54 p.m. And the body of the email says, use this one, ! And attached is the agreement or the updated agreement 2. And then 456 Yankee is the email from me to Attorney Derek Wright on Wednesday, December 28th at 2022 at 2:34 p.m. labeled Sledge Agreement Updated 3.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. And do you plan to potentially utilize all of these exhibits with this witness? Okay.
But they're also included. All of them are also included in the email that I sent.
Yeah, I see each of those in that email from about an hour ago. So you'll want to take a few minutes, those of you who haven't had a chance to look at them and look at them. All right, I'm going to step off the bench for a minute to handle another matter, but I'll be back in 5 minutes or so.
So technically, that witness list went up a whole witness. Because his attorney wasn't originally a witness. That shit crazy. I done got these down little ass down cords tangled. Okay, at this point, you know what? Let it stay. I ain't got time for this ish. Okay. Right. This is too much tangle. Everything tangled. Now I don't even know if I like these lights. I know y'all like, what is you talking about? I'm putting up some light. Because one thing about it, when I be doing an office doing content, the shit don't be, it be kind of dark sometimes. So I had got some of these little lights off Amazon. But I don't know what I really like. Oh no. Let me see. How the hell? Let's see how it looks. Let me see how it looks with the light. It's still they still ain't, they look like Christmas lights. They don't have a different color, or they always multicolor. Like, I don't know. Yeah, he was an add-on for sure. All right, hold on, let me see what it looked like. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that one, but I'm gonna let it ride. Now I know the judge said she was gonna be gone for a few minutes, but I'm not about to sit here and wait no hour with these people. I'm not, 'cause I don't even have much to talk about. Hour. So hopefully that's not just like a little long. Let me sit back down so I can see what's going on. Yeah. How long we been on here? 7 hours. I kind of feel like at this point probably be a good stopping point for me since I had to get off anyway. I still had like an hour, but I don't want to just sit here and wait no hour because I still got regular content I need to put out too. So yeah, I think at this point I'm gonna go ahead and get off of here. I'll catch y'all in the morning. I got some video reactions that I'm dropping today. Shout out to everybody been rocking out with me. I will see y'all at 8:45 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Okay. With that being said, y'all already know what we got to do. Run through the ends. Y'all know everything I said on this live is definitely my opinion, and y'all know how I feel about my opinion. And like I said throughout the video, that's my opinion. And if you don't like it, guess what? I'm like, fuck, yeah. Hold on, wait, before I go, y'all make sure y'all tap in with me to book your slot. A lot of y'all be hitting me up on Instagram and the email wanting to just talk about content, whether you're an up-and-coming content creator or somebody just got questions about cases or whatever. Book your consultation with me now. The information is on the screen. Hey, make sure you get your slot because my slots be filling up fast. Mickey talks the truth. I got truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind.
Hey, listen, you are now rocking with Mickey Truth. She live up to her name, not the fame. So make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and stay updated on what's real. Bye.
Good reporting ass Mickey.
We love you, Mickey.
Mickey talks the truth.